With the sharp sound of the wind slicing through the dense rain, dozens of shadows flickered through the drenched forest, their rapid movements disturbing the resting crows. Cloaked in black, their faces concealed behind masks adorned with intricate patterns, these figures moved with extraordinary speed, vanishing into the darkness of the storm-laden forest within moments. Once the figures had disappeared, the disturbed crows, now swirling chaotically in the air, gradually converged upon a tree branch, reforming into the silhouette of a man. Draped in the homusubi disguise of Amatsukami, this figure was none other than Uchiha Itachi. Sent into the land of rain by Kuroto, he now awaited the arrival of his assigned partner for the mission entrusted to him. Under his mask, Itachi's expression remained impassive, yet his sharp gaze followed the retreating shadows. The dozen or so figures that had just passed him were none other than Konoha's Umbu. Itachi was intimately familiar with Umbu's movements, formations and operational codes, knowledge ingrained in him through rigorous training by Kuroto and Shursui. This expertise allowed him to infiltrate and exit the village without detection, deceiving even the most vigilant of authorities. Given Konoha's recent struggles with manpower, particularly within the Umbu ranks due to countless casualties inflicted by the Akatsuki, it was unusual to see such a large group mobilizing together. Anyone with a discerning mind would understand, this was no ordinary mission. Itachi, well aware of the clandestine operations within Konoha, contemplated the implications. Reinforcing the joint raid with more Umbu? It seems that Hokage-sama is taking this very seriously. As he pondered, a presence suddenly emerged above him. His muscles tensed as he instinctively looked up, only to be met with the sight of another figure clad in the distinct Amatsukami disguise. The newcomer's attire bore subtle yet significant differences, an iron sand insignia and a symbol of wind across the chest. A brief silence passed between them before the newcomer raised his hands, forming a familiar hand seal, one exclusive to Amatsukami. Itachi reciprocated, acknowledging their shared allegiance. Noting the differences in their disguises, Itachi addressed the newcomer politely, codename, Homusubi. "How may I refer to you, senpai?" The masked figure nodded slightly and responded, "A pleasure.
You may call me Fujin.
My element is wind." Itachi gave a slight nod, absorbing this unexpected revelation. He had anticipated Tsukihei to lead the mission, yet it seemed fate had paired him with a different partner this time. "Will it just be the two of us?" Itachi inquired. Fujin affirmed with a curt nod. "Yes. We are the only additional members. Now, we are already behind schedule. Let's move." With that, Fujin controlled the iron sand around him, forming wings upon his back, and ascended swiftly into the stormy sky. Simultaneously, Itachi's body disintegrated into a flock of crows, their black forms vanishing into the misty rain as they soared toward Amagakure. Amidst the flight, a single thought passed through Itachi's mind: Yatagarasu truly is a useful technique. Traveling like this is almost enjoyable. Meanwhile, on the other side of the land of rain, a four-man team traversed a river stream, their leader a burly figure with a grotesque, fish-like appearance. His small round eyes gleamed under the murky skies, and his jagged teeth curled into a perpetual sneer. Draped over his back was Samahada, Kirigakure's most fearsome sword. This man was none other than Suikazan Fuguki, a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Trailing behind him were 3 formidable shinobi of Kirigakure, Hashigate Kisame, Momochi Zabuza, and Utakata, the Jinchuriki of the Rokubi. As they moved through the river, Kisame's voice broke the silence. "Why has Mizukage-sama suddenly given such an order? This mission seems reckless." At the rear of the group, Utakata frowned. "If we proceed with this, we risk provoking war with the other villages. Given Kirigakure's current state, I doubt we would survive the fallout." Zabuza, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. "Mizukage-sama has been acting strange. This mission only adds to the suspicions." Before any further discussion could take place, Fuguki's sharp voice cut through the rain. "Enough. Questioning Mizukage-sama's orders is a death sentence. You would do well to remember that." The reprimand silenced them, yet each of the 3 harbored their own private doubts. Ever since his return from the second Gakage summit, the 4th Mizukage, Karatachi Yagura, had undergone a drastic transformation. Once dedicated to reforming Kirigakure, he had now become a figure of tyranny, rarely seen, yet feared by all. Public executions had become common, striking terror into the hearts of those who dared to question him. The village, which had only just begun to emerge from its dark past, had once again plunged into an era of bloodshed and fear. Beneath this oppressive regime, murmurs of rebellion simmered, waiting for the moment to erupt. Land of Rain, Tri-Alliance headquarters. Within a fortified base, over 100 shinobi gathered under the stormy sky. The presence of so many elite warriors underscored the gravity of the situation. Standing at the forefront, the Reikij's voice boomed, "We can't afford to wait any longer.
Let's begin."
Though reinforcements were still en route, the recent capture of Ni-Yujito, the Jinchuriki of the Nibi, demanded immediate action. The coalition could not afford any delays. The Hokage, understanding the urgency, nodded.
Very well.
We move now. As the forces mobilized, only a select few remained behind at the headquarters, tasked with coordinating incoming reinforcements and tracking movements within Amegakure. Among the advancing forces was Team 11, including Kuroto. Positioned at the vanguard, Kuroto was responsible for guiding the raid team into the heart of Amegakure, leveraging both his Byakugan and previous reconnaissance missions. Despite the heavy downpour, the shinobi pressed forward, eyes sharp with determination. The grim reality loomed over them. Only those at the Jonin level or higher had a place in this battle. Even then, survival was not guaranteed. As they neared the outskirts of Amegakure, the Kage issued their final directive. Everyone follow the plan. With synchronized nods, Reikij and Kazekage led their forces along separate paths, aiming to encircle the village and cut off all avenues of escape for the Akatsuki. Kuroto, unimpressed, scoffed internally.
Fools.
Do they really believe they can trap the Akatsuki? They have underestimated the enemy. Breaking into 3 divisions, each Kage took their assigned routes while the Konoha shinobi, led by Hokage, advanced further. Meanwhile, Team 11 had a different task. Slipping into Amegakure through an alternate path, their mission was to locate and extract Jiraiya, as well as the captured Konoha shinobi, Ni-Yujito and Samui. Emerging from the underground waterway, Kuroto issued a command. Ensure not a single raindrop touches us.
We move unseen.
Understood, came the hushed responses. As the team spread out, the weight of the mission pressed upon them. With time running out and the enemy aware of their presence, the battle for Amegakure had begun. And in the distance, the first echoes of war resounded through the storm-filled night. Detecting the eruption of battle on multiple fronts, Kuroto and Shursui swiftly exited the sewers. With combat already underway, waiting for intelligence from Shinichi was now a futile endeavor. Rather than remaining concealed underground, it was more advantageous to ascend the towering structures of Amegakure, where they could observe the unfolding chaos with greater clarity. Emerging onto the rain-slicked streets, they found Amegakure eerily empty. Its residents had already been evacuated before the inevitable clash between the Tri-Alliance and Akatsuki. As to where they had been taken, only the Akatsuki knew. At least neither side has to hold back for the civilians, Kuroto murmured, standing atop a towering skyscraper, surveying the cityscape. Hidden under Shursui's formidable genjutsu, they had little fear of detection. Once settled, Kuroto activated his Byakugan, carefully suppressing his chakra fluctuations to avoid alerting Konan, a known sensor-type shinobi. His observations confirmed that all battles were raging outside the village. Shursui, restless with anticipation, anxiously remarked, "It's been several minutes. Why hasn't any of the 3 units entered Amegakure yet?" Kuroto, still scanning, responded, "The elite Akatsuki members must be engaging them at the outskirts."
Shursui frowned.
Their numbers are limited. They shouldn't be able to hold off all 3 fronts at once. Are they using Amegakure's forces as well? Do they have additional high-level shinobi? Kuroto considered the possibility. It was unlikely Akatsuki alone could halt all incoming forces unless Pain, Konan, and Obito were directly involved, a scenario that should not have unfolded so soon. As he pondered, his Byakugan detected movement. 1 unit has entered Amegakure. Based on their chakra signatures and direction, it was the assault squad from Kumogakure. Shursui exhaled in relief. At least someone made it in. We can finally begin.
Not yet, Kuroto cautioned.
Only part of a single unit is here, and we still don't know if more Akatsuki members remain in reserve. No sooner had he spoken than a series of explosions erupted in the direction of the approaching Kumo forces, signaling the start of another confrontation.
Shursui's grip tightened.
Should we intervene?
Kuroto shook his head.
Not until the true leader of Akatsuki appears. Regardless of the escalating conflict, Kuroto's focus remained resolute. Defeating Akatsuki required eliminating its core figures. Nagato and Obito were the true threats. Obito, with Kamui and Izanagi, would be extremely difficult to take down, leaving Nagato and his Rinnegan as the primary targets. Securing or destroying those eyes would cripple Akatsuki's ambitions. Shursui struggled with the notion of standing by while others fought, but he trusted Kuroto's judgment and remained still. As the minutes passed, the battle shifted deeper into Amigakure. The Kumo forces were now significantly reduced in number, and notably, their charge was being led by Killer Bee instead of the Reikage.
That's strange, Kuroto muttered.
Who could have stopped the Reikage? To hold off the Reikage, only a high-speed combatant like Hiriko with Jintan would suffice. Brushing aside his curiosity, Kuroto returned to his primary objective, locating Nagato. A sudden gust of wind drew his attention skyward. A lone figure hovered over Amigakure, wings spread like an angel, gazing impassively at the battle below.
Kuroto smirked.
Konan has arrived, which means. Her presence confirmed that Pain's Rikudo were near. Suspended above the battlefield, she seemed content to observe, likely awaiting the right moment to act. Kuroto decided to let another handle her. Shifting his gaze from Konan, Kuroto scanned the city's structures until he spotted a shinobi with orange hair tied in a ponytail. There he is, Kuroto whispered. The shinobi pressed his hands to the ground, summoning a massive three-headed dog, each head embedded with black rods. The beast towered over the battlefield. Summoning ability? That one is Chikashodo Pain, Kuroto noted. For the first time in a long while, a nervous excitement coursed through him. Shursui also spotted the Pain standing atop a tower. Kuroto-san, the leader of Akatsuki, has appeared.
Kuroto, deep in thought, merely nodded.
Shursui was baffled by his lack of urgency. Shouldn't we attack?
Kuroto shook his head. Not yet.
Shursui was incredulous.
Why not?
If we wait too long, everyone will be in danger. Kuroto's gaze remained steady. That one is just a puppet controlled remotely. Shursui's eyes widened.
A puppet?
But those eyes, they're the same Rinnegan pattern described by Shino.
Correct. And you'll soon see more of them, Kuroto said.
They're all just vessels. Pain's bodies were merely extensions of Nagato, controlled via chakra receivers. Revealing their presence too soon would only put them at a disadvantage. Kuroto had kept this secret from the village for a reason. If the raid force knew in advance, Nagato would have been more cautious, diminishing their opportunity to strike effectively. The battlefield rapidly descended into chaos. The three-headed dog clone multiplied endlessly, overwhelming the Kumo forces. Rather than targeting Killer Bee, the summoned creatures deliberately obstructed everyone else, funneling Bee toward the city's core. They're leading him, Kuroto mused. Nagato intends to capture Hachibi as well? The timeline had shifted. Akatsuki was accelerating their plans. Before Kuroto could contemplate further, 4 more figures entered his Byakugan's range. One was Jiraiya, hidden inside a toad, inching toward Chikashodo Pain. The others were Kakashi, Guy, and a white snake slithering through the shadows.
Orochimaru, he's here too, Kuroto noted.
Let's hope he doesn't cause unnecessary trouble. Jiraiya, unaware of the full scope of Pain's abilities, launched his attack. Ranjishigami no Jutsu. His hair extended and coiled around Chikashodo Pain, binding him tightly. Before Jiraiya could capitalize on his advantage, a sudden explosion sent him skidding backward. As the smoke cleared, 2 more figures stepped forward, both clad in Akatsuki robes. One was bald and stocky, while the other, with orange hair, bore an eerie resemblance to Chikashodo Pain.
What?
How do all 3 of them have the Rinnegan?
Kakashi exclaimed.
Jiraiya's confidence wavered. He had expected one wielder of the Rinnegan.
But 3?
Chikashodo Pain gazed at him impassively. Jiraiya-sensei, you should not have come here.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
Kakashi and Guy, both stunned, immediately turned towards Jiraiya with an incredulous expression. Obviously, the term sensei used by Pain to refer to Jiraiya was the last thing they expected. Never did either of them could have thought that the mysterious leader of the Akatsuki organization would actually turn out to be Jiraiya-sama's disciple. Jiraiya was still a bit confused and questioned with an uncertain tone, "You really are Nagato?" After 3 years of teaching the 3 kids, Jiraiya obviously remembers their appearance, but with the way the other party referred to him, and those eyes only reminded him of Nagato. And obviously, the other party referred to him by the suffix sensei. Therefore, he had to be one of those 3 children. "So, I guess you are the one who became Pain, Nagato? Strayed from the path of goodness, what happened to you?" Can't help but ask in confusion. What could be the reason that prompted such a change within Nagato? However, Chikashodo Pain only said, "You don't need to know, after all, you are an outsider." Jiraiya's face sank. "You really have changed, Nagato." He looked up at the kunoichi hovering high above in the sky, observing the entire battlefield with an indifferent expression, did not even look at him or passed a greeting. Jiraiya's heart suddenly felt sad. Did everything I taught the three of them for 3 years mean nothing to them? If the one with the ponytail is Nagato, then who are the other two? And why do they also have the Rinnegan? Kakashi on the side could feel that Jiraiya's situation was not alright, and he asked in a worry, Jiraiya-sama, are you alright? And about what Pain spoke? Jiraiya sighed, and explained, it was during the last years of the Second Great Shinobi War. After the Sunin's battle with Hanzo of the Salamander, we were approached by 3 orphan children for food, and seeing that we were shinobi, one of the 3 kids asked us to teach them ninjutsu. They wanted to protect themselves, and I did. I stayed in the Land of Rain for 3 years and taught the 3 of them. Apparently, I never expected that they would stray from the path of goodness. Guy asked, so did all 3 of them have the Rinnegan? Jiraiya shook his head and said with a solemn expression, that's what I don't understand. Only one of them had the Rinnegan. After a pause, Jiraiya turned towards Chikushodo Pain and questioned, Nagato, what happened to Yahiko? Chikushodo Pain spoke with a bit of melancholy, oh yes, there was such a fellow once, wasn't there? But he died a long time ago. Jiraiya was shocked, Nagato, what happened to you? The old you would never. Chikushodo Pain said lightly, nothing happened, nothing except for the war. Too many people died in this land, all that pain forced me to grow up. What does that mean? Jiraiya questioned. That even innocent foolish children will grow up in the face of pain, until their thoughts and beliefs are the same as adults. But abandoning one's love for his friends and fellow man, is that really what it means to become adults? Oh sensei, you are still merely a man, however I, mired in endless pain, have matured, and become much more than a man. What are you saying? Yes, I've grown from a man, to a god. And since I am a god, all my words and thoughts have become absolute. Poor sensei, you are still only a human, it's not your fault if you don't understand what I am saying. Have you really become that twisted? Things that I couldn't see when I was a human are clear to me now that I am a god, and being a god, I realize that there are things I can do which a mortal man cannot even dream of. Or to put it more simply, I have evolved beyond man. Just what exactly are you planning to do? At last, I am going to put an end to this senseless war-littled world, this will be my sacred deed. Alright, that's enough, all you are doing is spreading chaos and more war with the Akatsuki. It matters not if you, a human does not understand the words of a god. Your opinion is not taken into account, you are going to die anyway, Jiraiya-sensei. To me, you are like a single-celled organism, who hasn't evolved at all. Ha 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 ha. Kukiyos no Jutsu. Imagine a kid treating me like a kid. Well, I have news for you kid. I am not human anymore either. These tears of blood, overflowing with rage. I went from Sunin to Senin, the monstrous toad of Mount Mayaboku. I am Jiraiya-sama, arg. You haven't matured at all sensei. You are just as clumsy as ever. Even Kakashi and Guy did not know what to make up of this conversation. Poof, poof, poof. At this time Chikushodo Pain pressed his hands together, and 3 different white smoke explosions. When the smoke cleared, it revealed 3 different summoned beasts, a giant snake-tailed gecko, a giant bull, and finally a giant lion. Seeing that the battle seems inevitable, Jiraiya said to Kakashi and Guy, why don't you 2 deal with all those Kukiyos and buy me some time? Kakashi and Guy looked at each other and nodded. Why does he have so many of these Kukiyos in the first place? Kakashi can't help but mutter as both he and Guy ran towards them. Jiraiya then continued, while I will teach this foolish disciple of mine some lessons that he has forgotten in the intoxication of power, Gameken-san, against this foe there would be no fooling around. I am going to use honored Senin mode. What? You don't mean? The toad Gameken on top of whom Jiraiya was standing said. Yes indeed, I am summoning the 2 great toad sages. However, it's going to take some time to summon the 2 of them, and I cannot release my hands during that time. I'm counting on you, buy me some time until then. Jiraiya said, as his hands were clasped together in order. All right, clumsy as I am, I shall try. Gameken nodded. Compared to Gamabuntat, Gameken is more suited for defense, which is necessary for now as Jiraiya has to defend against many attacks for a little while. Around the same time, Chikushodo Pain also hid inside the gecko, while the Shurido Pain and Gakido Pain were also ready for the upcoming battle. At this time, the giant bird that was flying high in the sky suddenly scooped down towards the group. Gameken blocked the bird with his shield. However, it seems that the momentum of the giant bird was too for Gameken. Not only did the floor beneath him collapse, even Gameken was knocked to the ground. Rumble, rumble. While Gameken was down, the giant centipede suddenly burrowed out of the ground and bit on the legs of Gameken. Gameken couldn't take care of all those injuries. He immediately turned over and inserted the Susamata on the head of the centipede to the ground, trapping it in place, making it difficult for the centipedes to move. On the other side, Guy's fighting spirit was over the notch. He was very eager to let his youth shine, and this was clearly visible from the simultaneous powerful kicks he was raining on the bodies of the giant multi-headed dogs, while Kakashi was dealing with the crab that can spit out soap water and the other centipedes. The confrontation between Kukiyos and Shinobi was causing too much damage. The ground was shaking, walls collapsing, rocks flying everywhere. Anyone below the strength of Jonin was not even suitable to be part of such destructive battles. When Kakashi was about to finish off the crab with his rakery, he suddenly stopped, and in less than a second, he turned around to stab the enemy that suddenly appeared behind him. As soon as he turned, Kakashi clearly saw that this person was one of those 3 Akatsuki members, each with a pair of the Rinnegan who stood atop the tower just a while ago. And so close to the other party, Kakashi's attack was guaranteed to hit. At such a close distance, he shouldn't be able to escape. With this confidence, Kakashi proceeded. But just as Kakashi's rakery was about to pierce through the opponent's heart, suddenly the high-concentration Raiden chakra on his right hand disappeared completely. It seemed as if it was absorbed by something, and Kakashi's right hand that had lost its momentum was held by the opponent. My chakra, it vanished, or was it absorbed? Guy immediately noticed Kakashi's predicament. His instinct kicked in and he instantly appeared next to Gakido Pain, to send him flying with a Kanahagoriki Senpyu. But Guy's Kanahagoriki Senpyu was easily blocked by the opponent with his other hand. The opponent is obviously other than Gakido Pain. He wanted to kill these 2 hindrances before killing Jiraiya. Kakashi saw that both he and Guy were held, and instantly tried to again bring out more lightning chakra to take advantage of this situation and pierce through the opponent's heart, but apart from a few sparks, nothing more appeared, as all his chakra was being emptied out. And this time, Kakashi saw it very clearly. He reached a clear conclusion. The previous one specializes in Kukiyos, while this one absorbs chakra. Question is, can he use the same jutsu that he has absorbed like Hiriko to cast the same ninjutsu? Gakido Pain stared at Heitake Kakashi and Might Guy with an indifferent expression, then muttered to himself, Heitake Kakashi and Might Guy. Hyuga Kuroto is not here, I suppose. Before either of the 2 could react to the enemy's words, they were sent flying, heavily colliding with the walls that almost broke the wall. Guy and Kakashi got up and stared at Gakido Pain. Guy questioned, "You okay, Kakashi?" Kakashi nodded and said, "This one can absorb chakra of any attack in an instant. Ninjutsu is probably ineffective against him. Is that so? In that case, it's time for the blue beast of Konoha to act." Guy said, then instantly shouted, "Hachiman Tonkao, come in, open," and immediately a vapor of blue chakra burst out of Guy's body, like an upwelling vortex with such intensity that even the rain that fell upon them was scattered. Konoha AAA, where did he go? Just as Guy was about to attack the enemy, Gakido Pain suddenly took a step backward and disappeared into thin air. Guy's entire mood suddenly collapsed. He just opened Hachiman Tonkao, and the enemy had already disappeared. Kakashi said, "Be careful, he has hidden inside the mouth of that strange gecko." Although Gakido Pain's speed was incredibly fast, it did not escape the inside of Kakashi's Sharingan. In just a moment he discovered that Gakido Pain has hidden inside the mouth of gecko. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just when Kakashi was telling Guy the location of the gecko, suddenly missiles started coming towards them. Guy looked up, and he knew that there is no way to counter so many of them at once. He instantly turned around, and ran out of the range of explosion while carrying Kakashi, whose chakra was absorbed by Gakido Pain. But unexpectedly, the missiles all have a homing ability, and they continued to chase after Guy and Kakashi. On the other side, Jiraiya was also having constant trouble as he had to face one Kukiyos after another, but he persisted, and finally the 2 great Toad Sage, Fukazaka and Shima appeared on Jiraiya's shoulder. Looking at Chikushodo Pain and the ripple pattern in his eyes, Shima spoke, "So that's the Rinnegan, huh? It certainly does look like the one mentioned in the legends, doesn't it? What nasty eyes? I can't believe that he is the child of prophecy." Fukazaku spoke incredulously. Jiraiya said with a bit of hesitation, "I still want to persuade him, he can still turn for a better leaf." Toad Shima seemed displeased. "Is that even possible?" Toad Fukazaku nodded. "Jiraiya boy, that child has the Rinnegan, the fabled eyes of Rakudo Sennin. If we are any bit careless then it would mean certain death." It was at this very moment when Killer Bee finally got rid of all the entanglement and appeared next to Jiraiya. After a look at Jiraiya, Bee turned towards the direction they were all looking at, then asked, "So he is the leader of Akatsuki, got to do defeat him quickly?" "Oh yeah." Jiraiya nodded, and questioned, "Where are Konoha and Suna units? I was informed that all units are rushing here. What happened to them? What are only Kumo assault units here?" Killer Bee replied, "Oh, Akatsuki has deployed a lot, forces of powerful men outside a Megakure, even brother stayed behind to fight. Konoha and Suna are in similarity, only I was able to infiltrate, now I must act on the intended, yeah." After giving an answer to Jiraiya's question, Bee then looked at Chikushodo Pain, and questioned, "Where are Yujito and Samui?" Because Yujito and Samui have been captured by Akatsuki organization, Kumo's current priority is to recover Nibi at all costs, as such Bee has to first confirm where Yujito is. However, Chikushodo Pain did not reply to Killer Bee, but muttered to himself, "Hakusabi's Jinchuriki is finally here." Among the 9 Baijuyo, Hakusabi's strength is second only to Kyuubi. Akatsuki organization has specifically deployed its members on several fronts in such a manner that Hakusabi will be the only one to manage to sum inside a Megakure aside from the 4 of Team 11. As for bringing in Team 11, well, it is obvious to have a chat with Hyuga Kuroto and extract his memories to understand how did he obtain the location of Akatsuki's base. And well, Jiraiya was already present in the village. Tap, 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 tap. Slowly and steadily the sound of someone walking over metal pipes came. Now that Haxabi is here, it's time to put an end to this farce. Then the indifferent words reached everyone's ears. Capturing Haxabi will be the second step to world peace. As soon as those words were finished, another shinobi with the Akatsuki cloak and orange hair, and the same ripple pattern eye walked out and stood next to Shurita Pain. This one is other than Tendo Pain. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed in shock. Why Yahiko? Oh yes, there was such a fellow once, wasn't there? But he died a long time ago. These words of Nagato were repeated in Jiraiya's mind. Wasn't he supposed to have died? Killer Bee was stunned. What is going on? How come another pair of Rinnegan is coming on? Bakayaro? Konoyaro? Jiraiya shook his head with a solemn expression. No, this is already the fourth pair. While Jiraiya and others were talking, Tendo Pain clasped his hands together, and instantly, a black dot appeared between his hands. The black soon expanded and was released into the air by Tendo Pain. The black ball soon flew higher and its power started to take effect. Chibaku Tensei. Tendo Pain's cold words reached everyone's ears. Whether it was Jiraiya, or Fukazaku and Shima on Jiraiya's shoulders, or Killer Bee, each of them felt an extreme threat from that. It didn't take long for their fear to be fulfilled as the ground beneath that ball dot started to crack and started to rise above. It was as if something was pulling it up in spite of the acting gravity. Toad Shima, who started to rise in the air despite the resistance she put, can't help but panic. What's going here, Pa? Toad Fukazaku was not much different from Shima, and he spoke. It should be some kind of ability of the Rinnegan. Killer B felt the crisis and Haxabi sealed inside B too felt it. He immediately said, B, break free of the effects of that, otherwise we are done for. Jiraiya also found that his body was not under his control. Damn. Under the high gravitational pull of Chibaku Tensei, everything was pulled towards it. Even the nearby tall buildings were no different for that matter. Gradually its size grew and even the likes of Jiraiya in Senin mode and Killer were unable to resist being buried into the rubble and sealed inside it. With the main troubles solved, Tendo Pain's body slowly hovered above and spoke indifferently. Now stay there as you are while I get rid of everyone that has no use. Looking at the huge satellite, planetary orb, the size of which was still increasing, Kuroto's eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself, it seems that I overestimated Jiraiya-sama and Killer B. The scene before him clearly shows that in the face of Tendo Pain, even the Toad Sunin and Haxabi's perfect Jinchuriki cannot put any resistance. With just a single Chibaku Tensei by Tendo Pain, all expectations Kuroto had originally put on Jiraiya and Killer B were crushed, much less keeping Pain Rakuto occupied for a while. Neither of them could even pose any resistance. And before they could even understand what exactly was going on, both of them were sealed inside the planetary orb hovering in the sky. Shisui also saw what happened to Jiraiya and Killer B, and he could no longer stay hidden while the other party is close to death said, Kuroto-san, we have to save them. If Jiraiya-sama and Killer B remain sealed within that sphere for very long, then they will die because of being unable to breathe. Kuroto no longer stopped Shisui, and nodded. Go. Be careful Shisui-san, said Itake, who was standing next to Kuroto and Shisui, while he wore Homusubi disguise. Shisui nodded to both Kuroto and Itake and disappeared. With Shisui gone, Kuroto shifted his gaze and looked at 3 particular buildings. But after all this time, he has finally narrowed down 3 buildings. According to the distribution of the seals and the position of Konan hovering in the sky observing the battle, Kuroto has further narrowed down the target to 2 buildings. In which of the 2 is Nagato hiding? I will have to narrow it down as soon as possible, thought Kuroto with a solemn expression. There is only one chance of a sneak attack. If that results in a failure, then who knows whether it would be possible to kill Nagato in just one shot or not. At this time Itake asked, Kuroto-san, have you found it? Kuroto nodded and said, I have narrowed it down to 2, I just need a bit more time. Itake nodded and thought while looking up at Konan observing the battle, how should I fight her? On the other hand, Kuroto also had some more thoughts. The current situation has completely deviated from our initial planning. Akatsuki organization has been too prepared for this raid. From arranging the various deployment to maintaining control over the entire situation, it all seems as if the Akatsuki organization has long since expected this raid. Then there is also the point that Shinichi mentioned to Kuroto, Pain seems to be planning something big. Does that mean that Akatsuki had the information about the raid much before? But how is that even possible? I personally did not venture into a Megakure all for the purpose of keeping it hidden. Does that mean that someone betrayed the Tri-Alliance? Or was it Orikimura-sensei? No, it couldn't have been him. Because if it was, then sensei wouldn't have personally come here. Something else is going on here. Sigh, for now, I will just focus on dealing with Nagato. Thankfully, aside from Shisui, no one knows that Amatsukami will also be participating, so there is still an element of surprise here. Recovering his thoughts, Kuroto focused on further narrowing down the target to 1 building. On the other side, after Shisui left, he did not directly go to the planetary orb, but rather he circled around a bit to not give away the place where Kuroto and Itake were hiding at. After reaching a suitable distance, Shisui directly jumped towards the planetary orb and was quickly attracted to it because of its strong attractive force. Akanoha Umbu. Tendo Pain muttered in surprise, did Akanoha Umbu manage to get past Madara? Tendo Pain was a bit surprised upon seeing a shinobi appear out of nowhere. Doesn't matter, he too will be sealed. But because of extreme confidence in his jutsu and believing that it was just some Umbu shinobi in hiding that was drawn towards the planetary orb because of the strong attractive force, he did not bother. To be honest, Tendo Pain did not really care about that shinobi and did not put much attention on him, as the Umbu would be sealed inside that orb anyway. I have to also locate Uchiha Shisui and Hyuga Kuroto. Indifferent, Tendo Pain started walking in the direction of other raid units to just finish them all at once. While Shisui, who was wearing his Umbu disguise, had a serious expression as he observed the planetary orb, he was being drawn closer to which. And it was at the moment he reached closer to the surface he immediately activated his Mangekyou Sharingan and used Susanoo. Instantly a dark emerald green chakra was projected out of Shisui's body. Tendo Pain immediately realized the identity of the other party. So, he was Uchiha Shisui all along? And does he really think that he can free them? Arr. With a loud roar, the emerald green Susanoo appeared, and this time not only the upper body, but even the lower limbs appeared, which means it took the complete humanoid form, which is rather rare and difficult to be able to make without the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Although it is still far from being as powerful as the complete body Susanoo, perhaps the humanoid form is also quite a lot at this point in time. Both Kuroto and Itachi were watching the battle from a distance and were surprised by the humanoid form. Both of them are aware that Shisui is pretty close to blindness, and even in such a situation, he is using all the ocular power of his Mangekyou Sharingan. But Shisui did not care about all that. Right now, Shisui's entire focus is on freeing Jiraiya. Having manifested his Susanoo, Shisui lifted his hands and started digging through the planetary orb. It was because he was unaware of the exact position of Jiraiya and Killer Bee and therefore, was worried that if he directly used the spiral lance then it could injure or kill them, so instead of using the spiral sword, he dug through with the bare hands of Susanoo. But because of the large size of Susanoo, the speed of digging even with bare hands wasn't slow, and in only a few seconds he managed to get past the surface to a little deeper, and soon spotted several strands of white hair that had to be Jiraiya's. After further digging he could finally see Jiraiya's upper body. Overjoyed, Shisui hurriedly spoke, "Jiraiya-sama, please hold on a bit, I will free you in a few seconds." Jiraiya, who was constrained by the rubble mass of the planetary sphere, was also surprised by Uchiha Shisui's actions in being able to get up to here, and spoke lightly, "Be careful, Shinra Tensei." Boom. As soon as Jiraiya's words fell, an inexplicable force started acting on Shisui's Susanoo. It was drawing the Susanoo away from the planetary sphere. Fortunately, Shisui's grasp on the planetary sphere was extremely strong, and because of this, he was able to stabilize his figure from falling off of the sphere despite the force acting on him. Well, it seems that this approach will not work on Uchiha's Susanoo. In that case, Tendo Pain muttered with a thoughtful voice. The strong force acting on Shisui's Susanoo was obviously Shinra Tensei used by Tendo Pain, but it seemed that Pain had underestimated the power of Uchiha's Susanoo. Therefore, he did not expect that his jutsu to not work, but no matter. Shisui knew that the leader of the Akatsuki organization wouldn't give him any more time to rescue Jiraiya-sama. Shisui's gaze hardened, and he decisively manifested the spiral lance made out of chakra, and fiercely inserted it inside the planetary orb to cut through it as soon as he can. This move of Shisui not only completely liberated Jiraiya as well as the two sage toads but also revealed the half-buried Haxabi that was protecting Killer Bee. Just a bit more, Shisui gritted his teeth and increased the chakra and ocular power input. Seeing that Shinra Tensei failed to push away Uchiha Shisui's Susanoo, Tendo Pain did not use other attempts. Instead, he brought the palms of his hands together again. In an instant, the ocular power of Rinnegan was further injected into the core of Chibaku Tensei. The huge planetary orb, which was starting to drop small pieces of gravel showing faint signs of collapse, immediately started to condense back again as the attractive force of Chibaku Tensei increased and its size started to grow. Shisui's Susanoo was the first to bear the brunt. The sudden increase in the force of Chibaku Tensei was so strong that Susanoo's upper body heavily collided on the surface and several cracks also started to appear. Although Shisui tried his best to resist, it seemed that he too will be buried inside the planetary sphere. Killer Bee saw that everyone was about to be sealed inside the planetary sphere, and he had to lose hope of getting out of trouble. Burst out all of his chakra. Boom. With the liberation of Haxabi, 8 long octopus tentacles suddenly stretched of him, which he focused on the same point from where Uchiha Shisui was drilling his way inside. With all the strength he could muster, he pushed Uchiha Shisui, Jiraiya, and the toad out of the sphere. Because of Killer Bee's efforts, Uchiha Shisui's Susanoo gained more mobility and he too burst out all of his strength to free all of them from the planetary orb. Under the dual efforts of Killer Bee and Shisui, some of them finally managed to escape the gravitational field of the planetary sphere and heavily landed on the ground one after another with several loud thuds. Thud, 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 huff, huff. Everyone heavily gasped for breath as they laid on the ground exhausted. The current state of Jiraiya as well as the two toads is not so good. Even Shisui's Susanoo disappeared. Looking around, neither of them could find Killer Bee among them, meaning that Killer Bee couldn't escape and was thus sealed inside it. Even Uchiha Shisui doesn't seem to be in the condition to be able to fight, as he is more than likely to have exhausted a lot of his chakra to destroy that planetary orb. Jiraiya realizes that if Tendo Pain, standing in front of him, uses the same ability again, then no one will be able to save them. At the same time, he also realizes that among the people present inside a Megakure, nobody other than him can defeat Pain. Therefore, he did not wait any longer and immediately said to the two sage toads, "Boss, ma'am, let's start." Both Fukazaku and Shima nodded with a solemn expression and jumped on Jiraiya's shoulder, to help him gather natural energy and to brew Senjutsu chakra. Both Fukazaku and Shima have a long life and many battles through it, and the pain fellow standing before them is undoubtedly one of the strong and most unusual shinobi they have ever seen, not to mention he is the bearer of the Rinnegan, and just to make the matters worse, there are 4 of these pains fellow, each with a pair of Rinnegan. In Jiraiya's cognition, since the establishment of the shinobi village system, and after the death of Senjo Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, Pain is the strongest shinobi to have appeared. In the face of someone so strong and weird, they knew that even a little bit of carelessness could cost them their lives. Jiraiya clasped his hands together to enter the Sennin mode. Jiraiya has to stand still while the two toads gather the natural energy in cooperation. Tendo Pain obviously doesn't plan to waste his time here as he has to also get rid of other rats, and said indifferently to Jiraiya, "Jiraiya-sensei, it's futile to resist, you cannot change anything, you cannot defeat a god." Jiraiya shouted, "Yahiko, this is not you, did you not want to change this country? Did you not want to bring peace to this world? What has happened to the 3 of you?" Tendo Pain said indifferently, "It's not your fault that you are unable to see it, I am doing just that sensei." "No Yahiko, you are wrong, what you are doing is wrong? Was destroying the land of demons peace? What you are doing is not bringing peace." Jiraiya retorted. "Wrong." With a cold snort, Tendo Pain said, "From here on, what's right and what's wrong will be defined by me." Jiraiya said with bitter sadness, "Don't get lost in power Yahiko." At this moment Konan's words reached them, "Lost in power? You of the great shinobi villages have always been lost in power, you people do not put anyone before your eyes. Now that people who are stronger than the great shinobi villages have appeared, you are asking us to not get lost in power? That's funny Jiraiya-sensei, are we not even allowed to protect ourselves? Are we not allowed to pursue our dreams and goals? Should we just accept the fate that you people of great shinobi villages bind us to?" Jiraiya looked up at Konan and said sadly, "But what you are doing is starting a war, people are dying." Tendo Pain shook his head and said, "No Jiraiya-sensei, we are just re-establishing the order of the shinobi world. Look at everything around you, are we the ones who started this war? Are we the ones who are invading others' homes? Are we the ones ravaging others' villages? You people of great shinobi villages invade others' homes and now you speak to us to not start a war. Why the Akatsuki? Why gather such dangerous nuke-nins? Why incite a civil war within a village? Konan, Yahiko you have to stop all this. You, people, are children who have experienced war, you understand the destruction war brings and the pain it causes to people, it takes generations to be able to forget that pain. Do you want to see more orphans appear in the accursed world?" Jiraiya question. The foolish ideals of bringing peace to the world with words and understanding died along with Yahiko, now all that's left is pain, the same pain that will bring peace to the world. It is because I understand the pain that I know that it is only through pain that people can understand each other. When enough people die, those who remain will be left with the pain of losing. This pain will make them naturally avert war, Tendo said. Seeing that Konan and Yahiko could not be persuaded at all, Jiraiya was helpless and asked, "Where is Nagato? Is he alive? And why do you have his Rinnegan?" "Initially, I believed that the first one I saw was Nagato, but he is not. Where is Nagato? And how come there are so many Rinnegan bearers?" "Nagato, Yahiko, Konan, everyone died a long time ago, now all that's left is pain." Pain said. In their heart, they are nothing more than ghosts of the past, their sole purpose of existence is to make Yahiko's dream come true. Jiraiya sighed, "Could you please just stop with the world play? Yes. It is time I kill you and be done with it." Speaking so, he slowly landed on the same street as Jiraiya and started walking towards him. Tendo Pain with his Rinnegan can see the changes happening in Jiraiya and understands that it would be pointless to wait any longer. There are probably more battles to come, so he does not want to waste any more time talking with Jiraiya. With this intention, he raised his hands and shouted, "Bansho Tenin." However, Jiraiya was prepared this time, and he immediately shouted, "Ranja Shigamai no Jutsu." In an instant, Jiraiya's hair grew, split into several strands, and was firmly nailed on the ground, stopping his body from flying towards Tendo Pain. Seeing that his attack failed to bring Jiraiya towards him, Tendo Pain shook his hand, and 2 black rods slid down through his sleeves and were caught in his hand. Holding these black sticks Tendo Pain slowly walked towards Jiraiya. At the same time, one after another, several silhouettes fell from the sky surrounding Jiraiya at the center. Jiraiya looked at the faces of these silhouettes and his face changed drastically. These 5 are, a total of 5 people fell from the sky and counting Tendo Pain approaching him, there were a total of 6 people, and each of them had the same ripple pattern eye, each of them had a Rinnegan pair. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. With the sound of breaking wind, all 6 Pain rushed towards Jiraiya with black rods in their hands. A battle between Jiraiya and Pain Rakudo broke out. This was undoubtedly the most overwhelming battle he had ever fought. Within just a few breaths he was knocked out. Whether it was Chudama Reiznan, Senpo, Gomen, or some other techniques of them worked, the ninjutsu were all absorbed by one of them, while taijutsu battle against 6 at the same time was proving to be extremely difficult even for Jiraiya in the Sennin mode as all of them can share each other's vision. In just a few short minutes, Jiraiya was kicked heavily and flew out. Shisui wanted to help but was unable to do so as a constant rain of explosive tags kept coming at him. Looking at Jiraiya with disdain, Pain said, "Jiraiya-sensei, you cannot defeat me. I am God." Boom. At this moment, Kakashi and Guy rushed out of the smoke, and behind them several multi-headed dogs. No matter what they did, there was simply no method to kill the dog, although they did manage to resolve the other Kukiyos. That wasn't the case with this dog. Pain turned to glance at Kakashi and Guy who were running from the multi-headed dogs and said lightly, "The other rats are also here, although I am wondering where the last member of your team, that is Hyuga Kuroto, has gone, but anyway. I will first get rid of all of you at once then go after him. I really have some questions for him that I would like to get answers to." Even if they have realized that the visions of Pain Rakudo are connected, neither of them could pose a resistance. Might Guy after opening Hachiman Tonkao posed some resistance, but it wasn't strong enough to subdue Pain Rakudo. Seeing that could defeat Pain Rakudo, Jiraiya felt guilty. He was responsible for guiding the child, and he failed. Each Pain stretched out a black rod, pointing at the heads of several shinobi, and said, "It's over for all of you." Everyone closed their eyes, as they all knew that without a doubt, they will all die, and accepted their fate, accepting their death. A second passed, another second passed, and one more, but the expected pain did not come, the expected death did not come. Confused they opened their eyes and checked the situation, only to notice that all 6 Pain have fallen to the ground and inexplicably lost consciousness at the same moment. In a dark room with no light, Kuroto who was currently in his Yama disguise retracted his hands from the wooden mechanical walker. At the same time, at the place where Kuroto initially pressed his hands, a series of ceiling symbols spread out, and further covered the surroundings. This wooden mechanical walker is exactly the device to which the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Uzumaki Nagato, is affixed, courtesy to his immobility because of his leg injury, and from here he controls the Pain Rakudo. Lifting his head, Yama glanced at the body of Nagato. Nagato had the same red hair as Karen, symbolizing Nagato's Uzumaki descent, but contrary to a healthy Uzumaki body, Nagato's body is greatly emaciated, although not as thin and frail as Yama remembers from the canon, weak-the-less. Nagato is extremely skinny with skeletal structure clearly protruding and visible to the naked eye. It seemed as if he has been suffering from malnutrition for years now. But Yama knows that what Nagato has been suffering from is much worse compared to just malnutrition. Then there are many Kuraki Jushinki, black receivers, embedded in his back and are the primary cause of Nagato's body being emaciated. In the face of the sudden appearance of the other party behind him, Nagato did not panic. He glanced at the Shishofun, 4-symbol seal, that has spread over from the mechanical walker all the way to his body, then turned his head with disdain and anger to look behind him. Looking back, he noticed a person dressed in an outfit that although he has never seen before, is extremely familiar with that person based on the intelligence collected by the Akatsuki organization. While Nagato was looking, the other party's body was covered in a Saiyan chakra cloak, and there was only one guess in his mind: "You are, leader of a Matsukami, Yama." Yama did not reply to Nagato. After turning on his Tenseigan chakra mode, he brought out Gudadama, truth-seeking balls. About a minute or so before Jiraiya, Shisui, Kakashi, and Guy were about to be killed by Pain Rakudo, Yama had discovered the exact location of Nagato. However, when it came to sneak attack and finish Nagato in one shot, Yama noticed that the location around which Nagato was hiding was embedded with multiple Kuraki Jushinki, black receivers, as well as several sealing techniques, which formed a spherical induction sphere around Nagato that helps him sense his all chakra fluctuations around his surroundings to the utmost degree. In such a condition, if there appeared even the slightest of chakra fluctuations, then it would have been noticed by Nagato. So, Yama was left with no choice. He gave up on directly using the Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion because the formation of Gudadama, truth-seeking balls, will cause high chakra fluctuations which would alert Nagato. He decided to sneak inside the building while continuing to use the chakra suppression technique and then sealed Nagato's chakra with the paper seal of Shishofun, 4-symbol seal, he had prepared beforehand. Of course, Yama doesn't expect Shishofun, 4-symbol seal, to be able to completely subdue Nagato. As long as it can seal Nagato's for as much as 15 seconds, then that would be enough for Yama to condense Golden Sword out of Gudadama. At this time, Yama's body was covered with a Saiyan chakra cloak and Gudadama were circling at his back. Looking at these changes, Nagato's disdainful expression changed into a horror one. He could feel the danger emanating from those black balls. A sense of crisis that he hasn't felt for such a long time suddenly emerged in his heart. He immediately got into action. One hand was put on the Fun symbols while the other towards Yama. The first hand absorbed all the Fun symbols through Fujitsukyuin, blocking technique absorption seal, thus giving him access to his chakra, which he used directed towards his right hand and shouted, "Shinra Tensei! Shinra Tensei!" Yama also raised his right hand and used the same jutsu. Boom, boom, boom. However, the change in pressure and impact was so severe that the surroundings all distorted then blew up because of the change in pressure of the system, a bit of physics, not the gaming reincarnation system. Nagato was taken aback, his face became more solemn. Even Yama's expression under the mask was not so good. Back to the side of fallen Pain Rakudo. Looking at the Pain Rakudo who have fallen to the ground as if in an unconscious state, everybody was a bit confused. Whether it was Shisui, Jiraiya, Fukazakushima, Kakashi, or Guy, they all looked at each other hoping to get an answer for the sudden strangeness. A few seconds before all of them were so close to death, but out of the blue situation reversed. However, they are now in another predicament as it is very difficult to determine the exact cause of such a situation reversal. Shisui was of course different from everyone. He knew exactly what was going on. The fact that Pain Rakuto has stopped functioning and fallen to the ground helpless must mean that Yama has made his move. As for whether the result would be a success or a failure is hard to figure out for him at this point. The body of Shurido Pain was also covered with multiple Kuraki Jushinki, and the body was also cold with a pale skin texture. It was not too hard to determine that it was nothing but a corpse. Shocked, Guy once again confirmed, then said to the rest, "There is no physical injury on the body, it's just that." Kakashi questioned, "Just what?" Guy said, "It's a corpse, whoever he was, has been dead for a very long time. There is no pulse, no heartbeat, no breathing, there are no signs of lives, even the body temperature is cold." Everyone can't help but be more confused by what Guy said. They all got up from the ground, looked at the other 5 Pain with vigilance, then at the various Kukiyos. All the Kukiyos have suddenly stopped moving or attacking everyone. They were also affected in the same way as the Pain Rakuto, who have suddenly stopped functioning and have been standing still in their positions, as if they are in a daze, then disappeared one after another, leaving behind nothing but white smoke. At this time, one shinobi ran towards the crowd. Everyone raised their heads to see who he was and sighed in relief after realizing that he was not an enemy. Shisui was the first one to ask, "Kuroto-san, did you find anyone?" Yup, it was Kuroto who came towards them, or not exactly Kuroto. This person is actually Sandame Kaze Cage Puppet, who is now covering up for Kuroto's absence. The reason why it is difficult to distinguish him is that Kuroto has used Shoten no Jutsu, shape-shifting jutsu, on Kaze Cage Puppet, similar to how Pain used this jutsu on 2 of Suna Jonin to transform into Uchiha Itaki and Hashigaki Kisame in the canon during Gaara Rescue Mission arc. And Kuroto doesn't even need to worry about remotely controlling this puppet, as he has already practiced this technique with Kaze Cage countless times, so Kaze Cage can perfectly imitate Kuroto. Shisui is of course aware of this, therefore, he spoke to Kuroto without any hesitation. Kuroto shook his head. "Nothing, I did not find any of the 2, neither Nii Yujito nor Samui." Everyone nodded, then focused on Rakuto Pain. For a brief moment, Jiraiya looked up and found that Konan was no longer there. After sighing, he focused his attention on Pain Rakuto. Jiraiya spoke, "Hyuga Kuroto, can you confirm whether these 6 are corpses or not? Or something strange within their bodies that is worthy of attention?" Kuroto nodded and activated his Byakugan. As asked by Jiraiya, he carefully studied the 6 corpses one by one. After a few seconds of analysis, he said, "There is no heartbeat, pulse, breathing, of their other autonomy is functioning, not even chakra formation, so they are indeed all corpses, but..." Jiraiya raised an eye at Kuroto's emphasis, and asked, "But what?" "Well, there is no cell degradation or bacteria breeding, so I would say that although these bodies are all corpses, they are not disintegrating. There is one more thing, although these bodies are not producing chakra on their own, there are traces of chakra being present within them. What's stranger is that the chakra signatures in all 6 corpses are exactly the same," Kuroto said. "At novel bin at." Kakashi questioned, "But how is that even possible? How can 6 different people have the same chakra signatures?" At this time, Jiraiya shook his head, and spoke as if he has just realized something. "No, actually, it is possible." After a pause, he questioned Kuroto, "Look more carefully, there has to be something more you will find." Kuroto said, "Well, there is no need to look. The last thing that seems odd is the arrangements of those piercings. Well, aside from the facial piercings, the majority of the other black piercings are in the key nodes in the chakra pathway of a human, but because these bodies are not producing chakra on their own, and yet they have chakra, I would say that these piercings are the cause of chakra flowing through them, and with the way these piercings are arranged in all 6 of them, it can only mean that." Shisui continued, "It can only mean that these are some sort of chakra receivers." Kakashi, Jiraiya, Fukazaku, Shima, and Kuroto nodded. On the other hand, Guy was looking at them with a confused expression, and asked, "So, what does that mean?" Kakashi explained, "It means that these are all puppets, being controlled by a 7th person. Those piercings are what gives them chakra, as they are all chakra receivers, and up until now we were only fighting against mere puppets. The true person behind them, the person we are up against, is a puppeteer, a very good one at that. He is very skillfully hiding somewhere." Jiraiya nodded. "For some time I have been thinking about some things. It was difficult to remember at first, especially with all those changes that have happened to them, but when I thought about it deeply and analyzed all the information we have up until now, I can conclude that all 6 of them are people I have met at some part of my journey. At the same time, I have also figured out who is the person behind all of them, who is the real Pain." Fukazaku questioned, "And who is the real Pain?" Jiraiya looked down with sadness and muttered ever so slowly, "The puppeteer behind these puppets is Nagato, the person I believe to be the child of prophecy." On Uchiha Shinichi and Baiwajuzo's side, the sudden strange disappearance of all the Kukiyos made Uchiha Shinichi and Baiwajuzo a bit confused. Both Shinichi and Juzo have the same thought. This wasn't part of the plan that Pain told us. But they could still see the planetary orb up in the sky, since Hakusabi's Jinchuriki is captured. Does Pain intend to do something else? However, their connection with Pain was severed. Juzo said, "Shinichi, fall back. Something strange is going on. We need to determine what that is before we continue our actions." Shinichi nodded. He naturally had no problem with this approach, at least this way he won't have to fight unnecessarily. With that intention, Shinichi and Juzo leaped backward. Without Uchiha Shinichi, by Wajuzo, all those Kukiyos restraining them, the remaining shinobi of the Kumo unit that has already suffered heavy casualties, got some breathing period, and in this breathing period, they finally arrived at the place where Jiraiya and the others were standing. Shinichi and Juzo were also close but they standing on top of a building. Jiraiya and others of course noticed Shinichi and Juzo, but they did not rush to attack. An unnamed Kumo Jonin gave a quick glance to the battlefield, then asked Jiraiya, "Jiraiya-dano, where is B-sama?" Jiraiya said while pointing at the planetary orb floating high in the sky. Killer B was sealed inside that thing up there by the leader of the Akatsuki organization. What? The entire Kumo unit was shocked by what Jiraiya said, and the second and unnamed Kumo Jonin asked hurriedly, "But the leader of the Akatsuki organization has been defeated, right? So, how can B-sama still be sealed?" Jiraiya pointed at the corpses of Pain Rakudo lying on the ground and said, "These people are just corpses, neither of them was the true leader of the Akatsuki organization. The true leader of the Akatsuki organization seems to be a puppeteer controlling these 6 puppets, and he is probably still alive." What? Again everyone was shocked. They all saw just how strong these 6 individuals, each with the Rinnegan were, and now they are finding out that these are nothing but puppets? So how strong is the puppeteer controlling such incredible puppets is? Shinichi had a thoughtful look. "I had a feeling that something is strange about them. It turns out that they are just puppets. So who exactly is the man behind these puppets?" Juzo said. "Since Pain is still alive, and Haxabi is captured, we should now increase the intensity of the assault to full scale and eliminate all of the shinobi of the Tri-Alliance." Shinichi nodded and said, "That's what we were supposed to do, but should we? Their number is quite a lot. Sunin Jiraiya, Uchiha Shisui, Hyuga Kuroto, Heitake Kakashi, Might Guy, then so many of Kumo Jonin class shinobi. Even if I can't die because of my Mangekyou Sharinon techniques, but facing so many of them is not possible." Juzo nodded, then looked at the sky. "Right. Additionally Konan is also nowhere to be seen. And I don't see Zetsu either." High in the sky, Konan was flying towards the location where Nagato is hiding and controlling Pain Rakudo. He had no reason to stop so suddenly, that too when he was just about to kill all of them, something must have gone wrong. His health. Nagato has gotten so weak even since then. Did he push himself too much this time? A lot of thoughts were going on inside her mind. She did not think of the possibility of any of the enemy attacking Nagato. Well, why not? It is simple. Firstly, aside from her, Madara and Zetsu are the only 2 people who are aware of the secret of Pain Rakudo. Secondly, she wants to deny the possibility that someone has found Nagato, because that could be dangerous. If the enemy can bypass all the sensors without alerting Nagato, then that means he is extremely dangerous. So, Konan wants to deny this possibility, because it's not going to happen. Just when she was about to disappear and reappear near Nagato, a whole lot of crows flew out of nowhere and flocked around her. She obviously realized that these crows are not so simple, and spoke, "Show yourself." At her words, some of the crows gathered forming the silhouette of a person with black wings. Konan's eyes widened as soon as she realized who this person is. "You are." Boom. "Now we have to find where the leader of the Akatsuki is hiding," Kakashi said. Before anyone could give any reply, suddenly there was a loud explosion from afar. Boom. Immediately afterward a dazzling golden light flashed, illuminating the gloomy gray sky and cutting through the thick rain clouds. Nobody could open their eyes in the face of that dazzling golden light. Roar. Before anyone could adapt to the sudden emergence of the dazzling golden light, a roar that shook the soul of all individuals suddenly resounded throughout Omegacore. The roar was strong enough to shatter all the glasses and literally caused storms to rage all over Omegacore. Accompanied by the roar that shocked the soul, a huge black shadow appeared. Gadu statue. Shinichi and Juzo looked at each other with surprise when they saw Gadumazo appearing on the battlefield all of a sudden. During all of Akatsuki's secret gatherings, also during their virtual meeting by the use of Gentashin no Jutsu, magic lantern body technique, they have seen Gadumazo several times, but every one of the Akatsuki always thought that it is just a statue. It is because the true plans of Akatsuki to capture Baijuyo have not yet started. The members of Akatsuki are generally informed but they are not exactly clear. Therefore, what exactly is Gadumazo is unknown to everyone, other than believing that it is some sort of statue. Therefore, they generally call it Gadu statue. Soon everyone noticed the golden light turning into a golden sword hundreds of meters long extending up to the heavens. The golden chakra sword that extended up the heavens was severely slashed down at Gadumazo, at Novel bin at. Gadumazo also roared heavily and raised its arms to attack someone. Whoosh. Boom. Slash. Explosion. As the huge arm was waved, the surrounding towers that came in their way were all swept away and collapsed like dried branches. The movements of Gadumazo caused huge tremors and were accompanied by smoke and dust. There were even some Kumo shinobi who were somewhat unlucky and were directly hit by iron spears or something heavy and died on the spot. Getting out of the range of damage was of utmost importance, whether it was the side of Tri-Alliance or the Akatsuki, both sides had to retreat. The 2 Susanoo users protected their comrades, Shisui protected those of Tri-Alliance, while Shinichi protected Juzo, and escaped the immediate vicinity of Gadumazo and the Golden Sword. Even when retreated far away, neither side took the lead in starting a battle but tacitly avoided any conflict for the time being and looked at the distant giant sword and giant statue in confrontation. Everyone can only vaguely see that the huge shadow was raging all over a megacore. It seemed to be unstoppable, and wherever it goes it causes utter destruction, leaving only rubble and mess. Then there is the dazzling golden sword which is hundreds of meters long. Wherever the light passes through that place is divided into two parts with an incredibly smooth surface. Each of its slashes cuts through everything in its path, but for some reason, it saw unable to cause any severe damage to the giant wooden statue. Looking at such a scene, everyone can't help but show horrifying looks. Because of the distance and thick cover of smoke, nobody other than Kuroto could see exactly what is going on, so everyone's gaze present landed on Kuroto, who has the Byakugan, the only person who can give them an insight into the exact situation. What actually happened there? Jiraiya asked with an incredibly serious expression. This is the first time he has ever seen something like this. He can feel the incredible amount of vitality oozing out of that wooden statue. Feeling the gazes on his, Kuroto focused on the distant shadow past the thick cover of smoke and said, "Well, there is that giant wooden statue, and the golden sword. Someone is controlling the wooden statue while the other person who is using that golden sword is flying and fighting that person." "Who is fighting who?" Kakashi asked. Such a level of confrontation has far exceeded his understanding of shinobi. At the same time, it also made him helpless that they don't know who is fighting. Kuroto said, "My guess is that one is the true leader of Akatsuki, the man behind these puppets. As for the other one, well, I don't know." Shisui thought silently. "Kuroto-san, you must win." Shisui was obviously aware of who was fighting who. Shinichi is also the same, and while looking at the two people in confrontation, he nodded with a grin. So, that's what happened. Having been defeated once by Kuroto, Shinichi obviously recognizes the golden sword. Moreover, as the battle progressed, Shinichi and Juzo have also received a thought wave from Nagato that currently, he is fighting the leader of Amatsukami, Yama. Shinichi is obviously aware that Yama is Kuroto, so, he easily understood what has happened. Baiwa Juzo, who stood on the side, murmured to Shinichi, "I never expected that pain would be so powerful." Moreover, Yama, the leader of Amatsukami, seems to be stronger. Shinichi nodded with a smirk. "Ha, it's been so long since I am witnessing a good fight." Juzo glanced around him and reminded Shinichi, "That's all well and good, but do not forget that enemy is still near us. Moreover, now that the leader of Amatsukami is also nearby, there are 100% chances that the other members of Amatsukami, that being Sujin, Homusubi, and the Wind Nature User, are also somewhere nearby." Shinichi nodded casually without paying much attention to Juzo's words. Yeah. At the same time, somewhere in the skies of Omegakure, Kuroto-san was right. Genjutsu does not work on her, and if I use Amaterasu, she can just discard those papers, and reappear in the other ones. I am unable to fully use the Susanoo either. It appears that I am still not strong enough to kill her, so looks like I will just be stalling her so that she does not interfere in that fight by any means. Thought Homusubi as the black feathers of his pair of wings collided with the paper arrows from the Konan's wings. Konan was furious now. Homusubi is perfectly stopping all her advantage with his own jutsu, and strangely enough, his jutsu seems to be much similar to my Shikigami no Mai. This made Konan can't help but wonder, just who is he behind that mask? Moreover, he is known to possess Mangekyou Sharinon, and has not displayed the strongest ability of Mangekyou Sharinon, the Susanoo. But more than herself, she is worried about Nagato. The fact that Nagato has summoned the Gadomazo must mean that the leader of Amatsukami he is fighting against is too strong for him to be able to handle normally. And being a sensor nin, she can sense the chakra of Yama, and it is shocking to see someone possess such vast chakra. Those chakra volumes are as high as she has ever sensed, even higher than Nagato's. Outside Omegakure, on the side of the first unit led by Hokage, looking at the raging storms and lightning, coupled with the roars, it wasn't hard for Toby to figure out the cause, and he was rather surprised. What exactly happened that prompted Nagato to summon Gadomazo and even summon the Nibi's Jinchuriki from here just when she was about to kill the Inoshikacho patriarch? Currently, he was standing on the big tree he has made with Mokuton. While in one hand he held the corpse of an Umbu and in the other hand he held Kongonyoe, adamantine staff, of Sandaime Hokage. Sandaime looked at all the injured and killed Umbu, as well as the injured Inoshikacho patriarch. Sandaime can't help but think bitterly, I never expected that a day would come when the Konoha would be damaged by someone who has inherited Mokuton of Shadaime Hokage-sama. Looking at all the injured and killed Umbu, as well as the injured Inoshikacho patriarch, Sandaime can't help but think bitterly, I never expected that a day would come when Konoha would face an enemy who has inherited Shadaime Hokage-sama's Mokuton. Sandaime had a sorrowful expression as he remembered the old times he spent under the tutelage of Shadaime Hokage-sama and Nidaime Hokage-sama. It is no exaggeration to say that Konohagakure was built solely on the powers of Shodaime-sama's Mokuton. With his Mokuton, Senju Hashirama calmed the troubled and dangerous warring states period, established Konoha, established the system of one village and one nation, made Konoha the strongest shinobi village there was. Therefore, Mokuton became the symbol of Konohagakure. But with the death of Shodaime-sama, Mokuton disappeared. No one inherited Senju Hashirama's legacy, thus, Mokuton disappeared. Konoha leaders couldn't accept the fact that Mokiton has disappeared. In order to change this reality, they started experiments to transplant Hashirama cells into volunteer adults in an attempt to recreate the god of shinobi. However, the result did not go as they expected, or wanted. At novel bin at. Without exception, the experiments on each individual resulted in a failure. Every last one of them died, survived, and the casualties only kept rising. Most deaths were from the Senju clan. The village leaders had most hopes from the members of the Senju clan to inherit Mokiton, but their hopes were all crushed. Consequently, with great regret, the village leaders were left with no choice. The experiments had to be terminated and had to be sealed away in the forbidden section, never to be explored ever again. At the same time, they had to accept the fact that this shinobi world has lost Mokiton. However, there are always certain individuals who do not bind themselves by meager rules. They have various purposes and motivations to do what they intend, in the hopes of acquiring more and more power, whether political or strength-wise, or learning all jutsu in existence. There was some fellow who restarted carrying out those forbidden bloody experiments. Sandame does not know if their experiments resulted in a success or not, but he did learn of these experiments being carried out in secrecy, and the result now appears in front of him. He who had believed that Mokiton has disappeared and has now become history like many past legends of the shinobi world, only to be recorded in the archives for a general understanding and to be remembered by people of old age as an after-meal talk, was utterly shocked at the result before him. The one who should have been protecting the village from all its enemies is an enemy of Konoha. The one, who should be saving the lives of his fellow Konoha shinobi, is now harvesting their lives mercilessly. Just, who are you? You have inherited Shodame-sama's Mokiton. Why do you have this Kekii Genkai? Sandame questioned Tobi. Tobi retracted his gaze from the direction of Omegakure, then looked at the old Hokage and said, Era? Hokage-sama wants to know who Tobi is? Tobi, is Tobi? And Tobi can use Mokiton because Tobi knows magic. Tobi knows all kinds of magic. You cannot even touch Tobi, but Tobi can touch you. Why? Because Tobi is a magician. Pausing here, he continued with a deep tone, but if you wish to know any further, you will have to defeat me first, which is something you will never ever be able to do. After all, you have gotten old Saru Tobi. And unfortunately what Tobi just said is in fact true. Even if he understands this fact he cannot accept, but even if he cannot accept it, he cannot do anything to retort to it. All he can do is grit his teeth in frustration. Damn it. An enemy with both Mokiton and spacetime jutsu, it is as if destiny is mocking him by pitting him against someone who has the combined power of Shodame, Nidame, and Yondame Hokage at once. Although he does not have as much understanding of spacetime jutsu as Yondame Hokage, thus, he has roughly figured out some basic principles of Tobi's spacetime jutsu. Basics principle simply says that as long as Tobi does not want to be touched he cannot be touched. Coupled with Mokiton, he can harvest lives even from long distances. All those corpses lying around are the direct proof of all this. At this time, the winds coming from the Omegakure made the rain stronger. The heavy rain scoured the ground forming puddles of water mixed in with the blood of the dead shinobi. Suddenly, Venus Flytrap extended out of the tree Tobi was standing upon. Venus Flytrap leaves open to reveal a half-black and half-white body. This was other than Zetsu. Tobi asked Zetsu, what is happening in the village? Zetsu replied, Amatsukami has attacked, the leader of Amatsukami is fighting against Nagato, and Homusubi is fighting Konan. Amatsukami. Tobi's face sank as soon as Zetsu's words fell. Especially from the fact that Zetsu said Nagato, not pain. It means that Nagato's secret is known to Amatsukami. Tobi is not afraid of the 5 great shinobi villages. If he really intends, then with the combined power of the Akatsuki organization, any village can be destroyed within a single day. It is just that before all the preparations are completed for the project Tsuki no Mi, Tobi does not want to turn his face against these villages. But Amatsukami is another matter altogether, a mysterious organization about which you can't find any details. No matter how much you search, sure is creepy and weird. Moreover, each of the members of Amatsukami has shown such superior strength that makes Tobi really careful when dealing with Amatsukami. Tobi asked Zetsu, is Yama so strong that Nagato had to summon both Gadomazo and Nibi's Jinchuriki? Zetsu said after a bit of thinking, he is strong no doubt, but what's more troubling is that he knew the secret of Pain Rakudo, and directly went after Nagato. Tobi wasn't surprised, but at the same time, he was. Tobi feels that the person he met at the base of Route on the night of Uchiha Shinichi's defection from Konoha is Yama, so he knows that Yama is strong for sure, but never imagined that his strength would be so exaggerated that Nagato will have to rely on Gadomazo and Nibi. Listening to the dialogue between Tobi and Zetsu, even Sandame looked in the direction of Omegakure and thought, Amatsukami has also come here? Could it be that Amatsukami has always been aware of the location of the Akatsuki organization's base, or is it that they learned it recently? Regardless, if the leaders of the Amatsukami and Akatsuki organization are fighting, then does that mean no other units could sneak into Omegakure? And what happened to Jiraiya, Kakashi, and the others? Outside Omegakure, a place where no fighting was taking place, 2 figures wearing raincoats stood quietly in the rain. If Kuroto was here, he could easily tell that these 2 are other than Orochimaru and his loyal subordinate, Kabuto. Listening to the roars of the Gadomazo and looking at the looming golden light shining through the gloomy skies of Omegakure, Orochimaru muttered in a hoarse tone, I did not expect the old man to have enough courage to launch a raid on the Akatsuki organization. It's rather surprising if you ask me. Kabuto said, but this raid planned by Hokage-sama sure has helped us a lot. If the Akatsuki organization is eliminated, then our lives will become much easier. Akatsuki organization has never given up on killing Orochimaru, but they have never been able to kill him because of his extremely slippery nature. But continuously escaping from the pursuit of the Akatsuki organization is also troublesome for him. Therefore, when he received information from Hyuga Kuroto about the Hokage's plans, Orochimaru too came to Megakure secretly. There are several purposes in doing this. The first is to observe the results of this battle. Second, as much as he wants to deny it, he did have the intention to help out the Tri-Alliance, if need be, as the Akatsuki organization is a common enemy. Third, and most importantly, if possible, to reap some benefits out of this raid, perhaps acquire the body of either Uchiha Shinichi or that of Uchiha Shisui, or if at all possible then of Pain. But he changed his mind after witnessing some more things. When he saw, through his white snakes, Pain Rakudo, Orochimaru was rather intrigued, and when he learned the secrets of Pain Rakudo being nothing more than puppets, Orochimaru was more surprised. Similar to Jiraiya, he also reached the same conclusion. Perhaps the third child is the one controlling Pain Rakudo, the one named Nagato. Feeling that he has learned something interesting and with the desire to know more, Orochimaru made his snakes go deeper into a Megakure, to search for the location of the third child. Just when he felt like he has gotten closer to something, then this happened. Gadomazo and Golden Sword appeared out of nowhere. While looking at that existence which can't be called anything short of a monstrosity, as well as peering at all the information he has gotten of the various battlefronts, Orochimaru can't help but think, I am surprised that Akatsuki is able to single-handedly defeat all the three villages at the same time. If I hadn't known any better, I would have scoffed at such a sight. Konoha, Suna, and Kumo formed a tri-alliance, yet they are unable to dominate this battle. Perhaps I was too hasty in leaving the Akatsuki. If I had stayed within this organization for a while longer, I might have learned more things that would have helped me reach quite a lot closer to learning the truth of this world. Sigh, there is no reason to delve and regret on these matters now. While Orochimaru was busy thinking some things, Kabuto asked, Orochimaru-sama, do you have any information as to who are the two people fighting at the center of a Megakure? A trace of curiosity flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, and he said, one of them, the one controlling the large wooden statue, should be the leader of the Akatsuki organization, one remotely controlling those pain avatars, the one named Nagato. As for the other one, Kabuto asked, who is the other one? Orochimaru thought a little, then shook his head. Honestly I do not have any idea who the other person is, for the time being, at least. No shinobi of either of the three villages partaking in this battle seems to have such strength, so it is difficult to guess. On Suna's side, damn that bastard Pain, making me have to hide and wait in secret while everyone is having so much fun. Cursed a teenager in annoyance while he hid as best as he could in wait of the best timings to make his move. A few seconds earlier in a Megakure, Yama while wearing his Tenseigan chakra mode had a gloomy look on his face at the moment. He really did not expect Nagato to be able to simply absorb the four symbol seal, despite the seal sealing his chakra, not to mention being able to summon Gadomazo in less than a second when his Shinra Tensei failed. By the time Yama had used Kinrin Tensei Baku, Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, to kill Nagato in one shot, he had already summoned Gadomazo that protected him from Kinrin Tensei Baku. Others may not know what exactly is Gadomazo, but Yama knows this thing through and through. Simply put, Gadomazo is the husk of Juubi. It can also be said that it is an incomplete form of Shinju, God/divine tree. Although made out of wood, its structure is made of extremely dense wood and so damn hard that it can't be cut even with Godadama, truth-seeking balls. This thing is immune to all forms of ninjutsu, other than spacetime jutsu like Kamui that Kakashi used to sever one of its arms in the canon, but that thing too is useless as it will ultimately regrow. Although Yama's golden sword is able to barely bypass its defenses, attacks on Gadomazo feel like a simple knife hitting on the hard diamond surface. It is as if hitting a blunt surface. Moreover, the moment the sword is drawn out, the part regenerates itself, making the attack ultimately useless. Not to mention the extraordinary vitality that it contains. Yama even fears that if this thing is absorbed by Nagato, then all those injuries of Nagato will heal, which would be more dangerous. And to be honest, Yama is not much surprised after realizing this fact. If it was even possible to destroy Gadomazo, then Rakudo Sennin should have already done it a millennium ago. He and his younger brother Atsutsuki Hamura wouldn't have wasted time and effort in sealing this thing on the moon and have the later generations of Atsutsuki clan on moon to guard this thing. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, Gadomazo waved its arms fiercely and attacked Yama. Although Yama dodged all of them very easily because of his high speed, it was all still a wasted effort as there is no stopping of Gadomazo. Wherever it passed, it left a mess and destruction behind. Buildings were simply destroyed, houses were trampled. Damn it. Looking at those giant arms continuously rushing towards him, the shockwaves and boulders and gravels and metal bearings and smoke mixed in, Yama was getting highly annoyed. Yama very well knew that he can't keep on dodging forever, so while keeping the golden sword intact and using it to parry the incoming attacks, he further condensed 2 Godadama in his right hand, then injected Tenseigan chakra into it, waved his other hand fiercely, Jinrin Tensei Boku. Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Whoosh. Boom. Instantly a silver hurricane aroused from Yama's hand and slammed heavily on Gadomazo that too had waved its arm fiercely and caused a literal storm to roll in the direction of Jinrin Tensei Boku. The two storms collided, which resulted in a huge shockwave that sent most of the rubble and boulders flying away. Boom! The shockwave further resulted in the change of wind pressure, which immediately caused sharp cutting winds all over Megakure. Even Yama and Gadomazo were affected by the resulting storms, and Yama, who had the Tenseigan chakra cloak on his, was sent flying and hit the ground heavily, causing a large depression to be produced in the ground as a result. Gadomazo wasn't much better. It too was overturned and flew away several hundred meters on the other side and heavily collapsed, further destroying a Megakure. He did not suffer any injuries because of the Tenseigan chakra cloak's protection, but the chakra consumption is a bit heavy, which even made him feel overwhelmed. I can't continue wasting my efforts against Gadomazo. I have to locate Nagato first. Thinking of this, Yama focused on looking for the figure of Nagato all over a Megakure. At this time, the huge Gadomazo also stood up, and Yama also noticed the figure of Nagato on the mechanical walker, hiding behind Gado's statue. Instantly, Yama's figure turned into a stream of light as he rushed towards Nagato at his top speed. At novel bin at. Nagato obviously noticed the incoming Yama, and bringing forth both of his hands, he roared, "Shinra Tensei." As soon as Yama was about to reach closer to Nagato, an extreme strong repulsive force with a much stronger intensity that was capable of destroying the entire Megakure swept in all directions, with the mechanical walker as the center, swept over the entire Megakure, causing everything in its path to fly far, far away. Yama wasn't an exception. His body was suddenly subjected to a hammering gravitational repulsion head-on, and he was thrown off, heavily collided with one of the walls that were flying away and caused him to puke blood. Arg, this one seriously hurt. Damn him. Cough cough. Just how much of freak is he to be able to, huff huff, to be able to, still have so much chakra? Yama cursed under his painful breath as he was still subjected to strong gravitational repulsion. Feeling that he has had enough, he put a gravitational barrier around him, and after catching up his breath, he stretched out his other hand, injected as much chakra as he could, and roared, "Bansho Tenin. Since I can't get through, then I would just pull in Nagato towards me." Under the strong suction force of Bansho Tenin, the mechanical walker of Nagato lifted up and irresistibly flew towards Yama. Bansho Tenin too. Nagato was more taken aback. These attacks, like Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin, are jutsu that only he can use because of the Rinnegan, so the fact that the enemy can also use the same jutsu extremely surprised him. Besides, this was the first time he is being hit by these same jutsus, and the feeling is really not good. Do not think that it would be this easy. Nagato roared, and following his roar, Gadomazo stretched out its hand, grabbed Nagato, who was being dragged towards Yama, then used the other hand to punch Yama. It's now. This is the exact moment Yama has been waiting for. He suddenly turned over to dodge the punch of Gadomazo, then instantly rushed towards Nagato. Since the other arm of Gadomazo is carrying Nagato, it wouldn't be able to protect Nagato. At this point, Yama no longer cared if the Rinnegan would be destroyed, and waved the golden sword fiercely with all his strength at Nagato. At this moment, he also noticed a winning smirk on Nagato's lips, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. But it was already too late to back off now, so he had to suddenly guard himself. The exact moment Nagato smirked, the Gadomazo opened its mouth and the chakra swept out of it. The chakra soon took the form of a phantom dragon rushing towards Yama. Yama did not have enough time to defend against the dragon-shaped phantom. The moment this dragon-shaped phantom passed through his body, it also grabbed hold of Yama's soul and tried to rip it out of his body. Yama's consciousness flickered, and for a second, he had a sluggish look on his face under his mask as if his chakra was about to disappear. But that sluggishness and flicker in consciousness did not last more than an instant and was soon restored by a solemn look without any trace of panic on his face. Unlike ordinary shinobi, Yama, because of his Tenseigan, is already much familiar with the existence of the soul. Moreover, he also has Tenseigan, which can easily compete against Rinnegan's visual prowess, so the phantom dragon wasn't much of a threat to him. So even when he suffered an attack on the soul, there was no damage, no chakra was extracted, and he recovered in less than a second. Nagato, who was held by Gadomazo, suddenly had his winning smirk frozen solid halfway. He never thought that there is someone who can actually resist this attack, and murmured subconsciously, how could this even be possible? Does he also have the Rinnegan? This seems to be the only logical guess at this point, but Nagato's instincts were telling him that this is not the case here. The enemy does not have the Rinnegan, it is something else entirely. After a brief shock, Nagato instantly recovered, and injected more of his chakra into Gadomazo, and urged the dragon-shaped phantom to extract the enemy's entire chakra, as well as tear away from his soul. Winning against Nagato, an Uzumaki, with his own chakra seems to be difficult, so he will have to rely on Ryuo Mayaka's chakra, which is extremely rich in nature energy. As the seal on Ryuo Mayaka gourd was released, Ryuo Mayaka's dense chakra suddenly rushed into Yama's body. Instantly, the amount of chakra in his body recovered as well as increased. At this moment, Yama also carefully analyzed the phantom dragon still trying to rip the soul out of his body, although it certainly wasn't being successful at doing so, that's for sure. Is it some kind of funjutsu that seals chakra? It didn't take much for Yama to analyze this jutsu. It certainly was some kind of funjutsu that sealed or absorbed or extracted chakra out of the target's body. At the same time, it also rips their soul. When he thought about this, Yama suddenly remembered a jutsu that seemed all too similar, or perhaps exactly the same, Funjutsu, Genryu Kyofujin. Sealing Jutsu, 9 Phantom Dragons. The same jutsu that the members of the Akatsuki organization used to extract Baijuyu out of their Jinchuriki and seal inside the Gadomazo. No wonder why this jutsu is still trying to take effect. After all, it's a jutsu of Juobi, and can literally extract Baijuyu out of a Jinchuriki and seal it within Gadomazo despite all the resistance of a Baijuyu or Jinchuriki, so it is obvious that it wouldn't give up so easily. With that understood, Yama started weaving hand signs, tapped his own chest, and muttered, Yura Shisho Fun, reverse trigram sealing jutsu / reverse 4 symbols sealing. That jutsu? I have to back off now. Nagato thought and instantly retreated backward to get out of the range of the chakra bubble. He was being repeatedly shocked after witnessing things happening before him. He has never encountered anyone who can resist this jutsu of Gadomazo. No matter which enemy, in the face of Funjutsu, Genryu Kyofujin, as long as they are touched, they all certainly died. There was who could put any resistance. And this mysterious leader of a Matsukami is not only putting up resistance, but in fact, he also seems to be completely unaffected by this jutsu, and not only that he is even able to control his chakra to use an S-class Funjutsu. This is nothing short of incredible even in Nagato's view. Even he can't guarantee if he will be able to do so should he be facing such a situation. Instantly, a Saiyan chakra gushed out of Yama and soon formed a Saiyan bubble around him. The Phantom Dragon too was inside the Saiyan chakra bubble. Yura Shisho Fun is an S-class Funjutsu capable of sealing everything within the chakra bubble inside the caster. It is the same jutsu that Shimura Danzo used to try to seal Uchiha Sasuke inside him upon his own death. And Yama is using the same jutsu here. The difference is just that instead of sealing somebody, he is sealing the dragon-shaped chakra phantom inside him. With the dragon sealed inside him, Gadomazo's jutsu of trying to seal his chakra and attempt of ripping out his soul would not work any longer. As for the difference in the color of the chakra bubble from being black to cyan, well, it's because the cyan chakra of Tenseigan chakra mode is wrapped around Yama, and it is the same chakra that was used in forming the bubble. With the absorption of dragon-shaped phantom, its effect on Yama started to disappear. Seeing this, Nagato's face distorted in anger. He was more angered at the fact that the enemy was absorbing his jutsu, and he shouted, Mortal, do you think that you can defeat the god? I will make you understand that in the face of my absolute power, all beings are beneath me, all jutsu is meaningless, and any resistance is futile. With his roar, he weaved the hand signs, tiger, snake, rat, ox, dog, ram, Funjutsu, Genryu Kyofujin. Sealing jutsu, 9 Phantom Dragons. Coupled with his shout, the ripple pattern in his eyes glowed and rippled. It felt as if they were suddenly alive, and Rinnegan suddenly emitted extraordinary levels of ocular power. With Nagato's shout, Gadomazo roared again, and it seemed to be resonating with the changes in Nagato's Rinnegan. Instantly the power Gadomazo was applying increased several times. At the same time, the number of phantoms also increased from 1 to 9, and all the 9 phantoms pounced at Yama from all directions, tilting the tug of war in the favor of Nagato. But Yama wasn't panicked. He snickered at Nagato, calling him God. God. Yeah right, as if, but let's say I believe you. So, if you are a god, what happens when this little ol' me, a mortal in your words, kills this high and mighty god? Do I become a god or do you become something beneath that of a mortal? As Yama spoke this, his Tenseigan also bloomed in a more brilliant light than ever. And the very next moment, all the 9 phantom dragons were being sucked inside Yama. Despite the power that Nagato was putting, it seemed as if the balance would tilt in Yama's favor and all the dragon phantoms would be sealed inside him by Yama. Nagato roared, do not mock me. And he increased the chakra input more and more and more and more, so much so that blood started to flow out of his nose. The result was evident. Rinnegan's power input increased, and for a moment it seemed that Yama's soul will tear apart. How could Yama allow such a thing to happen? He too gritted his teeth and used more and more Ryuumayako chakra. He felt a bit uncomfortable with letting so much natural energy collect inside him, but it did not matter right now. All that matters right now is killing Nagato. The result was also evident. The glow of Tenseigan increased more and more, and it seemed as if all the dragon-shaped phantoms would be sucked inside Yama. The battle of ocular power between Yama and Nagato also affected the surroundings. So much chakra was being used here that it started to become substantial. Natural energy seemed to be affected and started gathering around Yama as well as Gadomazo and Nagato. The small pieces of stones and shards of glass started to defy gravity. They were lifted off the surface and hovered in the air. Both Nagato and Yama were shocked to realize that the ocular power of the other party's dojutsu was much more superior than they had previously expected. But the situation was at a stalemate, so neither of them dared to back off rashly. While in the stalemate, Nagato stared at opposite Yama with a storm brewing in his heart. Nagato has always believed that Rinnegan is the most superior dojutsu, whether it is Uchiha's Sharingan or Hyuga's Byakugan, both of them fade in comparison to the Rinnegan. The legends of Rakudo Sennin are proof of this fact, and Rinnegan is not called the greatest of the 3 great dojutsu just for nothing, you know? And it is for this reason. He has also come to believe that he was born with the Rinnegan to change this war-little shinobi world, to fulfill Yahiko's dream. And ever since he has awakened these dojutsu in the truest sense, they have never disappointed him. Whether it was Kakuzu or the great snake son in Orochimaru or Hanzo or anyone else for that matter, each one lost against him. All of them are nothing more than ants he could easily trample upon. And yet, today, at this moment, Nagato seemed to have realized that's not the case. There is still someone left. While continuing his battle, Yama also thought about a few things that have always confused him before. He has always wondered why Nagato, with his Uzumaki descent, with Gadomazo at his side, with so many abilities of the Rinnegan, and finally with so many kinjutsu that the members of the Akatsuki organization have known is still attached to the mechanical walker, were the injuries he suffered so serious that he permanently lost his mobility? Not really. Neither was the injury so severe nor was there no solution. After all, the main reason why he lost his mobility was because of the exposing tags that Hanzo used, and the secondary reason was that Gadomazo sucked his vitality. It's understandable if Gadomazo sucked his vitality, but it's not as if it would have always sucked away Nagato's vitality, right? At the first attempt, or perhaps at the second attempt, but always? Obviously not. After all, Obito could use Gadomazo perfectly, and he had only one Rinnegan. Meanwhile, Nagato has both, so he should be able to better control Gadomazo. Nagato should have healed, especially considering the fact just how rich the vitality of Gadomazo is, and yet he did not. Yama can only think of two possible reasons. First is probably Nagato's lack of desire to walk anymore. Perhaps he stopped caring what happens to him after Yahiko's death. In his view, the moment Yahiko died, he too died, and all that was left was pain. And for the second reason, it's probably the need. Nagato probably never felt the need to walk anymore. Nobody could match Pain Rakudo in combat, so there was no need to bother with pointless things. Cough cough, puke. As the confrontation continued, Nagato was the first one to back down. He may not have willed it, but his body couldn't support it. Just as the moment Nagato puked blood, Yama's jutsu took full control over the tug of war and instantly absorbed all the 9 phantom dragons within him. Yama breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, at novel bin at. Huff, huff, cough cough, do not think, huff, that I have lost. Nagato muttered between his heavy breaths. Yama also understands that Nagato is far from being defeated. Gadomazo is still standing. It hasn't disappeared yet. Bring it on. I am also just getting started. On Jiraiya and the other side, Pain Rakudo, who was buried in the ruins, suddenly regained consciousness. Shinra Tensei. Tendo Pain used this jutsu to remove all the debris covering them. Boom. With an explosive sound, all the debris and rocks that buried Pain Rakudo were sent flying far away by the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei. Some distance away, whether it was Jiraiya and Team 11, or the remnants of Kumo unit, or Uchiha Shinichi and Baiwa Juzo, everyone noticed this sudden revival of Pain Rakudo. Kakashi muttered with a solemn expression, "They are active again." Jiraiya frowned. What does Nagato intend to do with these puppets now? Toad Fukazaku said, "Whatever it is, be careful, Jiraiya boy." Shisui also frowned. Since a while ago, that giant wooden statue and golden sword have been clashing with each other, but why have these puppets started to act again? Could it be that something has gone wrong on Kuroto-san's side? Jiraiya said to the others, "We must first deal with these puppets and then figure out the rest of the situation." Jiraiya was still in his imperfect Sennin mode and was ready to deal with those puppets this time for sure. Similar was the case with the rest of Team 11. But it appears that Pain Rakudo were not so much interested in dealing with Jiraiya and the others for now. They all looked in the direction of Gadomazo, then disappeared. Poof, 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 poof. Being completely ignored by Pain Rakudo, Jiraiya, who was already in his fighting stance, suddenly awkward expression. Well, that's on Yama's side. Kukiyo's no jutsu. Poof, 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 poof. Yama muttered with a frown. Did he even summon her? In addition to Pain Rakudo, Nagato even summoned Jinchuriki of Nibi, Nii Yujito. Was Yama panicked? Not really. He wasn't panicked in the slightest. At this time, the sleeves of Pain Rakudo shook slightly and black receivers slid down to everyone's hands. The very next instant, Pain Rakudo took on their formation and rushed towards Yama. On the other hand, Nii Yujito, who was in a semi-liberated state, turned around and rushed towards Nagato. Meanwhile, Gadomazo also started another assault at Yama. Yama thought, does he intend to have her protect himself? Or could it be that he has finally decided to? Although he has already guessed Nagato's purpose, he did not have enough opportunity to stop Nii Yujito. While Yama parried the heavy punches of Gadomazo, Gakido Pain flickered behind him to impale him with black receivers as well as absorb Yama's chakra. Kukiyo's no jutsu. Poof. But the moment Gudadama was about to rip apart the puppet, Tendo Pain appeared before Gakido Pain with a poof of white smoke and stopped Gudadama with a repulsive barrier. Nagato isn't perfectly aware of what exactly those black things are, but he can feel that those black things floating around Yama are dangerous, and he is not about to let them destroy Pain Rakudo with those black orbs. Yama perceived that it wouldn't be possible to destroy Gakido Pain because of Tendo Pain, so instead of destroying it, he transformed that very Gudadama to make an arched shield behind his back in order to resist the absorption of his chakra by Gakido Pain as well as other attacks from Gakido and Tendo. They can change their shape too, Nagato thought as he started to absorb Nibi's chakra. Immediately afterward, another Gudadama transformed into a long sphere and rushed towards Ningendo Pain. Kukiyo's no jutsu. Poof. Damn. Chikushodo Pain, Animal Path, is being a real pain now. I will have to find a way to destroy that one first. Yama thought in irritation. The moment Yama is about to destroy any one of the Rakudo pain, it is either summoned away by Chakushodo pain, animal path, or Chakushodo pain, animal path, have Tendo pain interfere, which has started to get annoying now. Not to mention, Nagato is stalling Yama with Gadumazo and Pain Rakudo and using this opportunity to absorb chakra from Nibi, which means Nagato now plans to stand up, and this is really not good. Let's see. Chakushodo pain, animal path, can summon itself as well as summon other pains. It should only be capable of doing one thing at once, either it can summon itself or summon another pain somewhere. Moreover, if I look at the positions of all the pain, Tendo and Gakido are standing behind me, while Chakushodo, animal path, Ningendo, human path, Shurido, Azura path, are surrounding me. And Jigakudo pain is standing behind. Jigakudo is too far from the range, and I highly doubt that Nagato would send it closer to me. Now, if I make an attack with a large area coverage, then it should be possible to destroy at least 4 of the 6 pain, leaving Tendo and Jigakudo. And I know the perfect attack that would work here. Alright, let's do this. With this thought in mind, Yama proceeded for the next move. Next, he started injecting Tenseigan chakra into the planetary system. Planetary system, 1 larger Gudadama, and 3 smaller ones revolving around the larger one, making it look very similar to planetary Raisnon. When Tenseigan chakra flowed into the planetary system, the color of each Gudadama changed into azure, and they also inflated. The central one inflated to the size of a Chudama Raisnon, while the other 3 inflated to the size of Odama Raisnon. All this while, his battle with Gadumazo and other pain did not stop. Shurido pain kept a direct assault of firing missiles after missiles at him, which were dodged rather easily. Sometimes a Kage Bushin or 2 will also support Yama in the battle when the other 5 pain start a Taijutsu battle with him. Overall, Yama seems to be in a predicament as Nagato did not leave anything behind to hold of Yama. Finally, the move he was preparing for was ready, and Yama launched this without any hesitation, Azure Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Translator's note, since Azure Wheel Reincarnation Explosion is not a jutsu from canon, and I am not really any knowledgeable of Japanese, so well, I am unable to write it in Japanese. As soon as the jutsu was launched by Yama, it further expanded several times, its range reaching up to several meters, so much so that Yama himself seems to have come under the effect of the jutsu, but he did not care and let the jutsu expand. This would be the end of Gakido, Shurida, Ningendo, and Chakushodo. As Yama spoke so, the golden sword disappeared. Meanwhile each individual orb continued to expand and instantly engulfed the 5 pain. Inside the massive and turbulent wave-like vortex, Tendo tried to resist with a repulsive barrier but soon found out that the chakra pressure is too chaotic for him to resist this with a repulsive barrier. Not good, this jutsu contains too much chakra. If Tendo remains in the range then it would definitely be damaged. Looks like I have no other option but to save Tendo while discarding the other 4. Sigh, I will have them recovered with Jigakudo, Nagato thought and continued. Kukiyos no Jutsu. Poof. The moment, Nagato summoned Tendo pain, and then controlled Gadumazo to protect them from an offset effect of the jutsu. By now, the already chaotic planetary system became more turbulent and soon caused an extremely large explosion. Boom! The explosion was so large that the altitude it covered stretched up to several hundred meters up in the sky and quite deep into the ground as well. But strangely enough, the radius of the explosion was not too large and only stretched up to the radius of only about 100 meters or so. The explosion did not escape the eyes of anyone, whether it was Jiraiya and the others rushing here, or Homuzubi and Konan in their aerial fight, or at the 3 battlefields on the outskirts of Omegakur. Damn it, just what kind of monsters are fighting there? Oi, isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Is this even a battle between shinobi? Adat novel bin adat. Jiraiya and the others would have literally been blown away by the resulting air pressure if Shisui hadn't protected them with his Susanoo. Same was the case with Shinichi and Juzo who were protected by Shinichi's Susanoo. Each one saw the explosion and was shocked by the effect. A little while later, the dust cleared. The first thing that caught Nagato's eyes was a large black sphere suspended in the midair, then he saw 4 mutilate corpses. At this time, the black sphere suspended in the air opened to reveal Yama who was completely unscathed, and those 9 black orbs were again circling behind him. Nagato himself had absorbed enough of Nibi's chakra so that he no longer needed to rely on the mechanical walker and was now standing on his own 2 feet. Yama frowned. Did he already recover? Then shook his head. No, he is still far from true recovery. Bansho Tenin. Nagato controlled Tendo pain to pull the corpses of Gakido, Shurida, Ningendo, and Chakushodo. Yama did not stop him, and while still in midair he observed the state of Nagato who was now standing on his own 2 feet. On the other hand, after the 4 corpses were pulled by Tendo pain, he plunged them into King of Hell's mouth in order to resurrect them. But even after waiting for so long, nothing came out of the mouth of King of Hell, which even made Nagato extremely shocked. He broke away from the staring contest with Yama and looked at King of Hell to see what exactly was going on. Yama said with a chuckle, "It's futile, they are not going to be restored by King of Hell. If you want them back, then you will have to use other corpses to recreate them. It's futile, they are not going to be restored by King of Hell. If you want them back, then you will have to use other corpses to recreate them." Hearing Yama's words, coupled with the fact that King of Hell gradually disappeared, Nagato's frown tightened. He did not expect that the damage would be so serious. Nagato again controlled Jigakudo to summon King of Hell to see what the hell is happening, only to see that King of Hell is working perfectly based on the chakra reaction he perceived, but the corpses of the 4 pain were not being resurrected, something was hindering them from being repaired. His jutsu is interfering in the recovery? But why? Nagato thought. At this time Jiraiya and the others also rushed to where Yama and Nagato were. They noticed 2 people, 2 puppets, and 2 beasts standing on the field. On one side were a red hair person with many black rods embedded all over his body, 2 pain puppets with Rinnegan, and finally 2 beasts, one being the giant wooden one, while the other is a 2-tailed blue cat. On the other side stood one lone person, wearing a cloak with several prints on it and a mask. His body was again covered in some sort of Saiyan chakra cloak. This Saiyan chakra cloak, although had gentle chakra, the pressure it was emitting in the surroundings was nothing to scoff at. Then there were 9 black orbs circling at his back. Jiraiya boy, who is that person? Fukazaku wondered in amazement. Jiraiya also frowned. He was not so sure. This is the first time he has seen this individual. He is not part of the Tri-Alliance, he is. Uchiha Shisui said with a thoughtful expression, if I am not wrong, his description matches the leader of a Matsukami. Yama, yes, he is definitely Yama. Everyone heard Shisui's words and can't help but nod. Although the cloak and mask are covered in the Saiyan chakra cloak, making it difficult to give a clear analysis, however, the design on the cloak and the pattern on the mask clearly match that of Yama's. And that red hair boy? He also has the same Rinnegan. Shima questioned. Jiraiya turned to look at the red hair boy. This time he was undeniably sure that it was Nagato. Nagato? The one who is controlling all the puppets? Are you sure that this time he is the right one? Fukazaku questioned. Jiraiya nodded with a solemn expression. He is indeed the child whom I believe to be the child of prophecy, Nagato. The child with the Rinnegan from the legends of Rakudo Sennin. Kakashi wondered, there are only 2 of those puppets present here. What happened to the rest? Were they sent somewhere else or are they killed by him? Kuroto answered, most likely to have been killed. I can see some corpses inside the mouth of that thing, and they are most likely those same puppets. Jiraiya couldn't have been more shocked, but when he thought about it, and considering just how vast the damage around this area is, did it seem reasonable? But even if that is the case, he is surprised. Those 6 puppets were able to single-handedly everyone on his side, but was single-handedly killed by the leader of a Matsukami? On the other hand, Kumo Shinobi were somewhat cheerful upon noticing the Nibi. It meant that Yujito was still alive and fighting. Thank goodness Yujito-sama is safe. We have to help her in the battle. Confronting both the leader of Akatsuki and a Matsukami at the same time couldn't have been that easy. It's a blessing that Yujito-sama managed somehow. Hearing the cheerful words of Kumo Jonins, Kakashi frowned. Was she really fighting against those 2? Why do I feel that's not the case here? Paper fluttering. Paper fluttering. Paper fluttering. At the same time, the cawing of crows and fluttering of papers can be seen and heard in the sky above them. This was other than Homusubi and Konan, who were also fighting against each other. Guy rubbed his eyes when he saw paper and crows fighting each other. Am I the only one seeing this? Kakashi, Kuroto, and Shisui shook their heads and said, no you are not. There sure are some weird people with strange jutsu here. Guy said, but all that aside, I did not expect a Matsukami to suddenly attack the Akatsuki organization. Kakashi nodded. Fortunately, these 2 organizations are not collaborating, else, Kakashi did not finish his words, but everyone here was able to understand the implication of that if. Shinichi, who stood on the other side, whispered to Juzo, what do you think we should do? Juzo sighed, I am not sure if we can participate in the battle of this level. It would be best to stay on the sidelines and let Pain or whoever he truly is deal with the leader of a Matsukami. Shinichi's eyes flickered at Juzo's words. He was wondering if he should help Yama, Kuroto, to completely eliminate true Pain, Nagato, but when he looked at Gadomazo, he felt somewhat unsure. He wasn't sure why, but his instincts were telling him that Gadomazo is not something he can deal with so easily. Perhaps I can help him to keep the Jinchuriki of Nibi in check, at least with one less enemy to deal with he may be able to kill Pain. But should I? It doesn't seem that he requires any assistance. So, should I? After a while of observation, Jiraiya felt that both Yama and Nagato seemed to be at a stalemate. And they seemed to be waiting for the other party's first move. Moreover, they aren't paying much attention to the others in the surroundings. This is the best opportunity to deal with both of them. If this opportunity is missed, then who knows if it will be possible to deal with such powerful individuals. Jiraiya thought, then whispered to Kuroto and Guy, Hyuga Kuroto and Might Guy, at my signal, rush towards Nagato, and kill him. Kuroto and Guy couldn't understand what exactly Jiraiya intended, but they nodded. If anything can kill the leader of the Akatsuki organization, then they are on board with it, whatever it might be. At novel bin at. Then Jiraiya turned to whisper to Kakashi and Shisui, hey, take Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui, at my signal, rush towards Yama, and kill him immediately. Kakashi and Shisui also saw the seriousness of Jiraiya's expression, and nodded. Understood, Jiraiya-sama. This short conversation between Jiraiya and the 4 members of the Team 11 was not heard by anyone other than the 5 of them and the 2 toads. As per Jiraiya's instructions, both Shisui and Kakashi got ready. Next, Jiraiya leaped high and shouted, boss, ma'am, let's start. Fukazaku and Shima nodded. Fukazako and Shima immediately nodded, their throat immediately swelled and loud croaking sounds were heard, croak, 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 the target of the croaking was Nagato and Yama. Croak, 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 croak. Ugh. Why did he have to go and use this? One Nagato is already a problem, and now this. Yama sighed. Magen, Gamarincho. Demonic Illusion, Toad Confrontation Chant, is a senjutsu-enhanced genjutsu, where the genjutsu is cast using sound as a medium, which means that the visual prowess of both Rinnegan and Tenseigan are useless against this genjutsu. As the croaking of toads intensified, Yama found himself inside a genjutsu space that looked similar to the stomach of a toad. At this time, he was surrounded by 4 samurai toads who pushed their one hand each and sealed him inside a barrier. Of course, Yama was not the only one who was trapped. Nagato was also in the same situation as him, as he was also affected by this genjutsu. Trapped inside the small genjutsu world, Yama and Nagato faced each other with a bit of awkwardness. Nagato said to Jiraiya, "Jiraiya-sensei, I did not expect that you can still use such a genjutsu." At this time, Jiraiya appeared on top of the head of one of the samurai toads and spoke, "Nagato, this is the end, there is no escape from here. However, I still believe that you are the child of prophecy. If you are willing to turn over a new leaf, willing to correct your erred ways and atone for all you have done, I am willing to give you one chance." Jiraiya still does not want to give up on Nagato. However, contrary to what Jiraiya has hoped, Nagato was not panicked in the slightest, and said indifferently, "Jiraiya-sensei, my conviction for the kind of world peace I desire is unbreakable, there is no going back from the path that I have taken." Disappointed, Jiraiya looked in the direction of Yama and said, "Yama, the mysterious leader of Amatsukami, for trying to disrupt the peace between Konoha and Kumo, as well as kidnapping and killing of Jonin Watanabe of Kumo, and Jonin Uchiha Hideki and Uchiha Ryota of Konoha, as well as several other crimes, you will be executed here." Yama chuckled, "If you think you can do it, then why don't you try? Outside genjutsu plane equals in the real world." The moment both Nagato and Yama had fallen in the genjutsu, several changes occurred. Because Yama had fallen in genjutsu, his Tenseigan chakra mode was deactivated, his body no longer stayed afloat in the air and fell on the ground. However, the shape-shifting on the Kaze cage puppet was still there, as the chakra has already been sealed inside the puppet. Similarly, because Nagato had also fallen into a genjutsu, Sogadomazo and Nibi that were summoned by Nagato disappeared into poofs of white smoke, but Tendo Pain and Jigakudo Pain were still there. The reason why Tendo and Jigakudo did not lose consciousness is that Nagato can share the vision with the other Pain through his Rinnegan, as such he was still able to see what exactly was going on at the battlefield and could act accordingly. Seeing the changes that suddenly happened on the battlefield, Konan and Homusubi reacted immediately and stopped their battle midway, then they both rushed towards the battlefield to protect the leaders of their respective organizations. At the same time, not wasting even a single second, Heitake Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui rushed towards Yama, while Hyuga Kuroto and Might Guy rushed towards Nagato. Tendo, Jigakudo, Uchiha Shinichi, and Juzo Baiwa were not far behind. Tendo, Jigakudo, and Juzo Baiwa rushed towards Nagato to protect him. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shinichi rushed towards Yama. In the eyes of Akatsuki as well as the other people present here, Uchiha Shinichi and Uchiha Shisui rushed towards Yama to kill him, while that was obviously not the case. Both intended to stop the other party to kill Yama, but both of them were not aware of each other's intentions. Jiraiya himself had taken out stone swords of Mount Mayaboko to kill Nagato, but he was shocked to see the two Pains still moving. How can these two puppets still move? Nagato is subjected to the genjutsu. The puppets should have already lost consciousness, as what happened earlier. What happened to Yujito-sama? Did she retreat? But if so, then why? Unfortunately, the question went unanswered. If it is said that both Yama and Nagato themselves are in their most defenseless state currently, it wouldn't be wrong. Even ordinary genin can kill them if they manage to get closer to their bodies. Thus, all hell broke out to kill the two of them and to protect the two of them. Konan and Homusubi were the fastest. Konan descended from the sky and wrapped Nagato with her papers, lifted him up high into the sky, and flooded the entire area with her papers to resist the approach of Hyuga Kuroto and Might Guy with her papers. With herself and Nagato floating high in the sky, Nagato was most likely safe. Meanwhile, Tendo and Jigakudo resisted the incoming Jiraiya, while Baiwa Juzo confronted two Kumo Jonins at the same time and did not allow them to get closer to Konan and Nagato. On the other side, hundreds of crows flocked around Yama, and completely covered him, not showing even a single trace of his being. Uchiha Shinichi and Uchiha Shisui, who had both rushed towards Yama, were fighting each other. They were not aware of each other's intentions, thus their battle too was extremely serious. With Shurikenjutsu, Kenjutsu, Kadan Ninjutsu as well as Genjutsu in the play. While Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Shinichi were fighting, Heitake Kakashi, who had rushed towards Yama, suddenly saw the flock of crows surrounding Yama. While he was calculating how to get past hundreds of crows, he saw unique red eye with a black pattern on all of the crows. Then suddenly a single term resounded in his ears, Tsukuyomi. And the next thing he found was himself tied on a crucifixion cross, and the world has changed to red and black. What just happened, and where am I? It's a genjutsu. were Kakashi's last words he could remember before the next 24 hours of hell started. He had to spend the time getting stabbed all over his body. Nothing worked. Even if he knew it was a genjutsu, it still didn't help. The reason why Homusubi used Tsukuyomi on Kakashi is that it is the best way to defeat Kakashi while not killing him. Homusubi is perfectly aware of Kakashi's Mangekyou Sharingan, so Homusubi did not want to risk having to confront Kakashi's Mangekyou Sharingan, as that can really risk Yama's life here. While Kakashi spent 24 hours in Genjutsu, only an instant passed in the reality. Everyone only saw that Hatake Kakashi was rushing towards Yama, who was surrounded by hundreds of crows, and suddenly puked out blood and fainted. At this time, all the other Kumo Jonin also acted. Some rushed towards Yama while the others towards Baiwajuzo and Konan. Both Shisui and Shinichi were worried about Yama, as Yama has yet to awake, but at this point, they can only have faith in him and Homusubi and stop the Uchiha Shinobi in front of them from killing Yama. Meanwhile, Homusubi also tried to release the Genjutsu on Yama. There are many ways to dispel a Genjutsu. Overriding a Genjutsu with another Genjutsu is one of the best methods. Although this method is rarely used because of the complexity of this method, it is indeed the best method. It took Homusubi only a few seconds to overwrite Jiraiya's Genjutsu on Yama, thus the control transferred in the hands of Homusubi. At the same time, in the Genjutsu place, Jiraiya said to Yama, "You will not be able to release this Genjutsu. Escape is not possible." Yama chuckled, "Ha ha ha. I am afraid you are extremely wrong here. When it comes to Genjutsu, Homusubi of my organization is unmatchable in the entire shinobi world." As Yama spoke, suddenly something started to appear next to Yama in a blur. This was other than Homusubi. After coming to this Genjutsu plane, Homusubi looked around and observed the surroundings, then noticed Yama standing next to him, and apologized. "I apologize to have to make you wait. I have overwritten Genjutsu. We are ready to leave here." Yama nodded and said, "Go on with it. What the hell is going on here?" Jiraiya as well as the two great toads were shocked. This is the first time they have ever witnessed such a thing happening. At novel bin at. Alright folks, see you on the other side. And the very next moment, both Yama and Homusubi's figures started to blur and soon disappeared. After disappearing from the Genjutsu plane, Yama and Homusubi appeared in a red and black world. Looking at his surroundings curiously, Yama muttered, "So this is Tsukuyomi world, huh?" Homusubi nodded, then asked, "Ano, Kuroto-san, why did you not use Ryuo Mayako to free yourself from Jiraiya-sama's Genjutsu?" Kuroto said, "Well, it's because having Ryuo Mayako directly disrupt my chakra is a bit dangerous, as the amount of nature energy will concentrate too much in my body, much more than I can handle at this stage. Directly having to use Ryuo Mayako chakra is already a bit taxing, and if I were to allow Ryuo Mayako to flood my body with its chakra, then there is a high possibility that would have instantly turned into a stone. Also, I don't want to reveal the existence of Ryuo Mayako to anyone other than the members of Amatsukami, so that's also a reason. Now don't get me wrong, I would have obviously used it if extremely necessary, but I did not feel the need." As he said, in addition to Shisui, Shinichi, and Itachi helping him, he could have also used Ryuo Mayako to release Jiraiya's Genjutsu. But, as mentioned, Kuroto's body has only started to naturally adapt to natural energy, so there is only a limit of natural energy his body can handle currently. If it were to collect in excess in his body, then that would be the end of it all. Of course, the fact that he has started to adapt to natural energy also means that he is slowly and steadily getting closer to mastering Senjutsu. But it is still ahead. A few seconds before Yama broke free of the Genjutsu. On the reality plane, the current battlefield inside Omegakure has become a complete mess. Unlike the previous confrontation between the leader of Amatsukami and Akatsuki, whose battle level has reached the realm of gods, from the perspective of shinobi partaking in this war, the current battlefield had the appearance of what a war between shinobi should be like. Ninja tools like kunao, shuriken, swords, knife, tanto, senbon, exploding tags, ninjutsu like katon, suden, doton, raiden, futon, raise-non, hairjutsu etc., occasional appearance of some kekei genkai, air pressure because of taijutsu moves, genjutsu because of 3 Mangekyou Sharingan users, occasional appearances of Susanoo, papers, crows and whatnot were constantly flying from one person to the another. Konan and Homusubi, because of their unique jutsu, had the most mobility, but their entire focus was the protection of Nagato and Yama respectively. "Might guy, keep this fellow occupied for a while." With a quick dodge from the attack from Tendo Pain, Jiraiya jumped high in the sky using his toad characteristics and spurted out a large amount of oil on Konan Gameuden. Toad Oil Bullet. The Toad Oil Bullet was extremely fast, and in less than a second, it was poured all over Konan's body, soaking her entire body in oil. Konan frowned. Oil is very viscous and sticky, and it prevented her from peeling apart her papers. Having succeeded with the attack, Jiraiya was now ready to kill the 2 children he had once taught. It was difficult for him, therefore, he said one last sentence, "I had hoped that the 3 of you would make your dreams come true. I never wanted such a day to come where I will be left with no other choice but to eliminate both of you myself." Konan wasn't afraid even if she did not have any escape left. "Jiraiya-sensei, you know nothing of what we experienced. Someone who hasn't experienced can never understand what we suffered." Jiraiya had no answer. He could say nothing. This is not the first time he has been accused as such, and perhaps she is right. The suffering of oneself can only be understood by them and them alone. Even if others try, they will never be able to understand them, and sadly Jiraiya knows this better than anyone. It's time to end this. With this, Jiraiya bent down and while stimulating the metabolism of his hairs with his chakra, he said, "Perhaps you are right after all, but I cannot allow you all to destroy the peace. Senpo, Kabari Senbon. Sage art, Kabari Senbon. Whoosh, 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 whoosh." All the hair needles pierced Konan's body. Blood spurted, and her body fell, thump, plop, and collapsed on the ground. Along with her, all the papers floating in the sky or acting all over the battlefield also started to fall down. The same was the case with Nagato's body also started to fall. Jiraiya went forward to the place where Konan's body fell. He had a sad expression. He did not want to kill his disciples. Hiss. Suddenly the sound of exploding tags burning reached his ears. Kami Bunshin rigged with exploding tags. Quick reflexes immediately alerted Jiraiya and he instantly jumped away. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Jiraiya frowned only to realize that the Konan he had soaked in with his oil was a mere clone. At this time, Konan's eyes emerged on the papers that had covered Nagato. With her appearance, Nagato's fall also stopped. While still wrapping herself over Nagato, she made paper wings and made sure to stay afloat over a much higher height than Jiraiya can ever reach. From beginning to end, she had no intention of fighting Jiraiya. She knows that as long as Nagato is alive everything will be alright. That's why keeping Nagato alive is her objective. At the same time, it is also the meaning of her life so that Nagato can fulfill Yahako's dream. She has been trying to dispel the genjutsu on Nagato, but for some reason, it was proving to be futile. Is it because of Senin chakra? But if that's the case, then she turned towards Yama, and thought, he shouldn't be able to release Jiraiya-sensei's genjutsu either. It was at this very moment when Saiyan chakra flame suddenly gushed out of the opposite side. No, please no, it couldn't be. Nagato has yet to free himself of Jiraiya-sensei's genjutsu. Why is he able to free himself? Does that mean he has control over Sage Chakra? Konan was shocked. On another side, after Saiyan Chakra flames exploded high into the sky, they condensed together to reveal Yama's body covered in a Tenseigan Chakra cloak. The flames of Tenseigan Chakra were brighter than ever, and they seemed to contain endless power at Novel bin at. As soon as everyone realized that Yama has recovered, everyone on the field back off without exception. Some had a shocked look, some were pale because the chakra pressure emanating from Yama was too massive. So much so that the pieces of rocks and other matter were lightly rising high above contrary to the laws of gravity. The density of chakra in the surroundings was becoming thicker, but there were very few people who were able to sense this increase in density. Why? Because it was natural energy. And very few people can sense natural energy. Because everyone instantly backed off, something akin to a vacuum region was created, and only Homusubi was standing behind Yama. Yama breathed a sigh of relief after noticing that no one was approaching him. The reason is obviously that nature energy in his body has started to exceed more than what he can bear. Even though his Tenseigan chakra cloak seems to be much stronger than it was before because of natural energy, it is still damaging Yama's body, and the proof is clearly visible from the small petrification that he can fall all over his body, especially around his arms, which have started to become stone. But Yama was not intended to back off now. This is the best opportunity to eliminate Nagato. Because Nagato has yet to break free of Jiraiya's genjutsu, so he couldn't summon Gadomazo to protect himself. Only Konan is there. Tendo and Jigakudo are also there, but Nagato is unable to summon Gadomazo using these two puppets. If this opportunity is missed, then this entire raid will become meaningless. So, gritting his teeth, Yama started to condense his chakra into Gudadama, truth-seeking orbs. Instantly, 4 Gudadama appeared at Yama's back. As soon as everyone saw those black orbs, Jiraiya's senses tingled. He could feel just how dangerous these black orbs were, although he had no accurate understanding of that jutsu. Toad Fukazaku instantly spoke to Jiraiya. Jiraiya boy, that thing shouldn't even touch you, if it does. Fukazaku need not finish his words because Jiraiya understood very well, but he can also see that Yama's target is not him or any other person. Even he can see that the person Yama is targeting is Nagato. Kinrin Tensei Baku. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. At this time, Yama raised his right hand above, and instantly the 4 Gudadama merged together to reveal a golden chakra sword that pierced through the clouds as well as illuminated the entire sky with a golden hue. Tenseigan chakra from Yama's body kept flowing from Yama's body into the golden sword, thus illuminating the entire Omegakur and more with a dazzling golden light. Eyes of all those far away subconsciously turned towards that golden light. It was at this moment Nagato also regained consciousness. Yama noticed that Nagato has freed himself from Jiraiya's genjutsu and he spoke with an indifferent tone. It's time to end this farce. That indifference combined with that godly aura, and the unimaginable power of that sword made those words akin to a god's judgment. Having said that, Yama instantly brought down the sword and slashed through Nagato. Slash. Puff. Blood spurted. It's time to end this farce. Having said that, Yama instantly brought down the sword to slash through Nagato. Whoosh. The speed of the slash was too fast for Nagato to dodge, and he understood this. In the brief moment, from the instant, Yama slashed the sword to the instant blood spurted. Nagato understood that he cannot avoid this attack. and there is hardly any jutsu he can use to save both himself and Konan at the same time. But he had confidence that at least one of them can avoid, although the other will most likely die. However, one can survive, and that was what mattered. It wasn't an objective or calculated judgment, at novel bin at. It was what he had to do to make it possible, it was his belief and he had to complete it regardless of the consequences. Therefore, he did what he deemed best. With all the chakra he could muster he used Shinra Tensei. The target of Shinra Tensei was not used on the enemy, nor was it used to resist the enemy's attack. The person Nagato targeted was Konan. To push her away from him and the range of the enemy's sword. Nagato understood better than anyone that Konan would try to take the attack upon herself, sacrificing herself in order to save him, but he does not want that. So he used Shinra Tensei to push Konan as far away as possible. Shinra Tensei. Boom. Before Konan could react, all her papers, as well as herself, were subjected to an extremely strong yet gentle repulsive force, repelling her far away from Nagato, thus distancing her out of the range of the enemy's attack. With Konan's support gone, Nagato started to fall down to the ground. The moment she realized what exactly has happened, tears spilled out of her eyes and she shouted hoarsely, Nagato, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Konan tried to fly back and even used her papers to block the sword, but it proved to be futile. The golden sword cut through all the papers as if they did not even exist. It's not that after saving Konan Nagato did not try to resist, he did, and even managed to barely deflect the sword from cutting through his neck to cut through his stomach. Crack. Slash. It was at this moment the sword cut through Nagato. Puff. Blood spurted. Thump. Nagato collapsed on the ground. Nagato. Konan's cry didn't stop and neither did she. Regardless of the consequences she rushed towards Nagato. Nagato? Nagato, please. Konan arrived to see Nagato lying on the ground, a large puddle of blood under him, but there was still breath. He was still breathing. He was alive? Nagato, thank goodness, you are still alive, and we can heal that part, right? You have the Rinnegan, you should be able to heal, right? Konan spoke, reassuring herself more than she was reassuring Nagato, all while her tears did not stop. Konan, cough leave me here, and go. I won't be able to live much longer. I can't feel anything below my thighs, at the same time I can feel that my body is disintegrating. As long as you are alive, both Yahiko and I will be happy. I will be going on ahead to meet Yahiko, cough. Konan didn't pay attention to whatever Nagato said. All her attention was on examining Nagato's injury. She could see that both of Nagato's legs were cut apart below the middle section of his thighs. The main organs are all still intact. It's possible for Nagato to recover. Konan was glad. Nagato has the Rinnegan. It should be possible for Nagato to heal as long as he is alive, right? So to keep Nagato alive, she used her papers to cover the wound. First, she has to stop Nagato's bleeding, else he might die because of exsanguination. Nagato sighed at Konan's attempt to save his life and said with a serious tone, Konan, it's futile. I can already feel my body is starting to slowly disintegrate. Besides, even if we somehow manage to stop that person is still here. Stopping him seems to be impossible for anyone other than me. Just go. I am his target. With me dead, he does not have any need to pursue you. Just go. Nagato understands this clearly. Nobody other than him can fight against Yama, and now that he has lost his legs, and is on the verge of death, it is highly unlikely that anyone else can stop Yama from killing him. Nagato himself is not afraid of death, but he is afraid that if Konan stays here, she too will perish. If not at the hands of Yama, then definitely at the hands of Tri-Alliance. And he does not want that to happen. However, Konan shook her head. Yahiko is already dead for so many years now. Nagato is the only pillar left in her life. If Nagato were to die too, then she would lose all the reasons to live anymore. Konan. Nagato. I won't run away, I would much rather die with you. But don't worry, neither you nor I will die today. What do you mean? I have a jutsu that I have been preparing for a few years now. Although it hasn't been completed yet, it is still more than enough to kill everyone here. After I kill them all, we will leave here and work on to make Yahiko's dream a reality. After speaking so, she did not wait for Nagato's reply and turned in the direction of Yama with a murderous expression. This will be the end of it all. The jutsu Konan is talking about is obviously Kami no Shisha no Jutsu. Paper person of God technique. Konan is sure that once it is used, everybody here will die. On Jiraiya's side. Looking at the resulting damage of that golden sword, Jiraiya muttered in a daze, just what kind of ninjutsu is that? Toadfu Kazaka groaned for a while and said, the body of Yama seems to be gathering more and more natural energy. I reckon that he is still far from showing his true capabilities, and has started to use Senin mode. Toad Shima nodded, Pa is right, such an astounding amount of natural energy, but I wonder what Senin mode is he using? From the looks of it, it doesn't seem to belong to either of the Ryokai cave or the Shikotsu forest. Listening to the words of Toad Shima and Toadfu Kazaku, more and more sweat flowed down Jiraiya's forehead. The leader of Amatsukami is already akin to a god in the normal state. If he has mastery over Senjutsu too, then it might even be possible that he has already surpassed Shadame Hokage Senju Hashirama. Does that mean he is the new god of shinobi? God of shinobi of this era? While Jiraiya was wondering if Yama is the new god of shinobi, Yama himself had a helpless expression under his mask. Crack. Damn it, he was frustrated. The reason is also very simple. The moment he had brought down the golden chakra sword, a crack appeared in his putrefying hand, and that crack resulted in a slight deviation of the trajectory of his attack. The result is that the sword that was supposed to cut through Nagato's neck now cut through his thighs. The insta-kill did not happen, although Nagato's body will slowly disintegrate. That isn't the issue here. The issue here is that after that one strike his jutsu dispersed completely and the speed at which his body was putrefying also increased. If anything happens now, it is highly unlikely that he would be able to interfere or do anything to prevent that from happening. That's because even simple movements have become somewhat difficult for him right now because of petrification. And what Yama feared happened. This will be the end of it all. It was at this moment Konan looked at him with a murderous expression and Yama suddenly had a bad feeling. Kami no dash, Konan, give Nagato to me. Konan stopped midway and turned to look at Zetsu whose half-body has appeared out of the ground. Looking at Zetsu, she frowned. Zetsu knew that Konan won't easily trust him, and continued to say, I have a method to save Nagato, trust me. Konan wasn't sure. She looked at Nagato who sighed and nodded towards her. With Nagato's nod, she agreed although with slight hesitation, while she took it upon herself to guard Nagato and Zetsu against Yama as well as Tri-Alliance. Instantly Tobi as well as two more white creatures appeared next to Zetsu. Tobi looked at Nagato with a frown. He went forward, crouched next to Nagato, obviously under Konan's watch, then shredded the lower portions of Nagato's thighs with the use of Kamui. P.S. If Kakashi can literally shred an arm of Gadumazo with his Kamui, then Tobi should be able to do so as well. The only requirement will be that he has to touch the thing that he wants to shred. Shred. Puff. Shred. Puff. Arg. What are you doing? Konan asked vigilantly. Tobi did not look up and said casually, oh relax, I am saving him of course. I don't know what kind of ninjutsu that guy used, but based on the injury Nagato has suffered that there is some sort of foreign chakra is invading his body through the cut part. Because of that chakra, his body would disintegrate regardless of what you or I try to do. Shredding that part seems to be the only possible way to save him for the time being. Or in other words, you can say that it is a temporary countermeasure, till we find a better method. Nagato nodded. Perhaps he is right, the disintegration of my cells has slowed down. Tobi nodded and said, Zetsu you are up. Zetsu nodded and following his nod, one of those white creatures covered Nagato's body like armor, allowing him to stand on his own two legs. At the same time, an umbilical cord of sort is attached to Nagato's stomach and back providing him with chakra to resist the invasion of that foreign chakra as well as slowly heal him. With that done, Nagato could now stand and the first thing he did after standing up was Kukiyos no Jutsu. Kukiyos, Gadumazo. With the support of a Shiro Zetsu, White Zetsu, clone, Nagato stood up again and the first thing he did was to summon Gadumazo. Poof. Roar. With that Gadumazo was back again but Nagato did not initiate to make an attack. The purpose of summoning Gadumazo was to ensure their safety. With Nagato back on his, Zetsu's, feet, and the reappearance of Gadumazo the situation on the battlefield changed. On one side stood Konan, Uchiha Shinichi, Zetsu, Baiwajuzo, and Tobi under the leadership of Nagato. On the second side stood, Heitake Kakashi with Might Guy's support, Hyuga Kuroto, Sandame Kaze Cage Puppet, Uchiha Shisui, as well as several Kumo Jonin under the leadership of Jiraiya. Finally, on the third side stood only Homuzubi under the leadership of Yama. Even though there were only two of them on the side of Amatsukami but no one dared to underestimate the two of them. Overall, the third side still had the most deterrence. The second strongest party was obviously the Akatsuki side or perhaps even rivaling Amatsukami. Yama stood silent, no movement from him. Nobody could guess what he was thinking. There was no reaction even after the appearance of Gadumazo. It seemed as if the appearance of Gadumazo changed nothing. Although that was not the truth, only Homuzubi and Yama knew their exact situation. Homuzubi was severely lacking in chakra because of the continuous battle against Konan and against the shinobi of Tri-Alliance, especially because of the use of Tsukuyomi. And Yama's state needs not to be mentioned, even slight movements were very difficult for him. Yama understands this better than anyone that with the appearance of Obito and Zetsu killing Nagato is now no longer possible, especially given his condition. He can have Homuzubi use Amaterasu on the enemy but it would still be useless and only further endanger his life. Therefore, rather than focusing on killing Nagato, his current objective is to figure out how to retreat. The biggest problem is that he can't allow Obito or Konan or Zetsu to figure out his current condition otherwise there is a very big chance that the two of them will pursue him to kill him. Konan is not that dangerous even with her strongest of techniques, but Obito? Obito is indeed dangerous. But I don't think that Nagato will insist on continuing the battle, especially because of the presence of Tri-Alliance. Yama thought while calculating various things. After a bit of objective thinking, Yama took the initiative to break the silence. I am impressed to see that someone in the Akatsuki organization has more brain rather than just brawn. However, Nagato, you should be very clear about your current situation. It's highly unlikely that the disintegration of your body will stop even after shredding the inflicted part, and even if you somehow manage to stop the disintegration you still won't be able to do anything, especially not with that pathetic state you are in. Don't look at me with such intense stare Yama-sama. I will blush. Tobi said with an embarrassed aura. But no one laughed at him other than Shinichi. Ha ha ha, Shinichi. And Shinichi suddenly became the target of everyone's stare and had to shut his mouth. From start to finish, Nagato did not turn his gaze from Yama, and upon hearing Yama's words face that was the only part not covered by Zetsuclone became gloomier. This is because he really couldn't think of a counter to Opposite's words as they were more or less spot on. Roar. His emotions even affected Gadomazo behind him, but he calmed himself by taking a deep breath and asked a question with a solemn expression. Why is Amatsukami attacking us? What is your purpose of invading here? Toby was surprised upon hearing Nagato's questioning. Toby doesn't have an accurate understanding of Yama's strength, but based on what all he has seen and the fact that nearly the entire Omegakure has turned into ruins because of the battle between the two, he has to at least consider the worst situation here. According to Toby, Pain, the self-proclaimed god, is indifferent towards all, yet here he was not denying Yama's words, rather questioning him about his purpose. Does that mean what Yama said is true after all? Would it really be that difficult for Nagato to survive? I suppose I will wait and see. If what he said is true, then I think I have no other choice but to do that. Questioned by Nagato, Yama did not give an answer but just chuckled lightly. Ha ha ha, this is because he understands that the more ambiguous attitude he shows here, the more he can confuse everyone and mislead their judgment of him. At the same time, the more doubtful he can make everyone, the better his overall situation will be. Hearing Yama's chuckle, both Nagato and Toby raised their eyebrows in confusion. A mysterious, powerful, and unpredictable enemy with unknown intentions and goals is undoubtedly a headache, someone they can't be careless against. While Akatsuki and Amatsukami were having a stare-off, Jiraiya and the others of the Tri-Alliance had a gloomy face. The two parties have completely ignored their existence. Although it's not such a bad thing and it will probably keep more of them alive, but Jiraiya was worried. The reinforcements from the Akatsuki side have already arrived, yet there is no sign of anyone from the Tri-Alliance coming. As per the initial planning, the main forces of this raid were supposed to be the three Kage, Hakusebi's Jinchuriki, Jiraiya, himself, and the Umbu commander of Tsunagakure. Aside from him and the sealed Killer Bee, there is no trace of any other party. The units of Konoha and Kumo are still fine, at least Team 11 and Jiraiya are here. At the same time, Killer Bee and many Jonin of Kumo are also here, but from the start to finish there is no sign of anyone from Suna appearing here. It's as if the entire Suna unit disappeared into thin air. At this time, Kakashi said weakly, Jiraiya-sama, what should we do now? Hyuga Kuroto said, Jiraiya-sama, shouldn't we use this opportunity to rescue Killer Bee? Hearing Kakashi's and Kuroto's words, Jiraiya glanced at the large planetary orb stationary at a high altitude from the corner of his eyes and nodded slightly. You are right, we must find a way to rescue Killer Bee. Rescuing Killer Bee should be their immediate priority. Shisui questioned, but how do we reach that height? Its altitude has risen so high that even attacks from my Susanoo won't be able to reach there. Kakashi nodded, although he understands that this opportunity while Akatsuki and Amatsukami are facing each other is the best time to rescue Hakusebi's Jinchuriki, but who can fly to such a height? In the Tri-Alliance, only Yondaime Kazekage seems to have such an ability, but he is nowhere to be seen. Whoosh, 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 flicker, zzzzz, flicker, zzzzz. At this moment, two incredibly fast figures arrived at the battlefield, one after another. At Novel bin at. The figure at the front was covered with many wounds, blood marks, and some burns probably caused because of being hit by lightning. The person at his immediate back had a blue lightning chakra cloak all over his body. He seemed to be somewhat exhausted. These two are none other than Hiriko, the bearer of 5 Kekii Genkai, and Yondaime Reikage of Kumogakure. As soon as I arrived at the battlefield, all the Kumo shinobi went to him. I looked at everyone, but upon not finding B in the crowd, he immediately asked with a frown, Where is B? Where is B? All the Kumo shinobi had guilty expressions. One of them took the courage to answer Reikage's question. Reikage-sama, B-sama was sealed inside that giant boulder by the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Reikage's frown tightened, as well as his anger rose, but he controlled himself and looked at the planetary orb as he said, No wonder I am sensing B's chakra from that boulder. At this time Jiraiya also arrived next to Reikage and spoke, Reikage Dano, thankfully you are here. Reikage glared at Jiraiya and roared, Why is everyone here just standing around and doing nothing? B is captured, the enemy is standing right in front of us and yet nobody is doing anything? Just what in the hell is happening here? Jiraiya quickly stopped Reikage from attracting any attention of the other two parties and said, Reikage Dano, please calm yourself. The leader of Akatsuki is too strong, not someone me or you can defeat easily. Moreover, Amatsukami has also made its appearance here. Amatsukami too. Reikage frowned. Jiraiya nodded, and pointed in the distant sky, Look at that person standing at the front, he is Yama, the leader of Amatsukami, while the person behind him with crow wings is Homuzubi. Other members of Amatsukami may also be here. And what the hell is Amatsukami doing here? Reikage questioned. Jiraiya shook his head and said, It's hard to judge the exact motives of Yama, but one thing we can be certain is that their strength is far superior to what we have imagined. Jiraiya further explained everything that happened here. The Kumo shinobi also filled in on all of the parts that Jiraiya forgot from the side. Listening to all the detail, and realizing just how strong both Yama and Nagato are, Reikage had a solemn look. He too sensed the confrontation between Yama and Nagato from the outskirts of Omegakure, and now that he is being filled on all of the details, Reikage can't help but sigh. Although his personality is a bit reckless, it didn't take him too long to understand that whether it is the leader of a Matsukami or Akatsuki, both of their strength is superior to him. It's difficult to admit, but it is what it is, and he has to accept it. On Akatsuki's side, arriving at the battlefield, Hiriko quickly distinguished who the true pain is. Considering the severity of the situation, he decided to not question anything for now. Arriving next to Nagato, he said worriedly, "Thank goodness you are safe. I thought that something might have happened to you." Nagato did not pay attention to Hiriko at all. His entire focus was directed towards Yama. Hiriko wasn't offended upon being ignored by Pain. Instead, he followed Pain's gaze to see who exactly is the threat that's making even Pain to be cautious. There he noticed Yama and his gaze became murderous. Pain is the only person who has fully supported his dream of becoming the perfect shinobi. Therefore, Hiriko is an ardent follower of Pain. Pain's enemy is his enemy and he would do everything to kill that enemy. Seeing that Hiriko had intentions to take the first step, Yama's heart thumped. What he is most afraid of right now is having to fight someone like Hiriko. Noticing Hiriko's intentions, Shinichi, Shisui, as well as Homusubi, were instantly ready to intervene in the battle if necessary. Although they don't think that Hiriko can pose a threat to Yama, however, if any side made the first move, then the battle against the three sides will again start and they have to be cautious. Hiriko, stop. But before Hiriko can make his move, Nagato stopped him. Hiriko turned around and looked at Pain with a confused expression. He couldn't understand why is Pain stopping him. Nagato walked a few steps ahead and said to Hiriko, "Stand back, if you fight him, you will die. No one in the entire shinobi world other than me can match up to him. Others will die regardless of who they are. The same goes for you, Shinichi. You cannot defeat him." Shinichi did not reply, just sighed. Konan said with a worried tone, "But Nagato, you are also in no condition to fight him." "Silence, Konan. Let me focus. Other than me, no one can stand up to him," Nagato said. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At this moment, another figure appeared on the battlefield. This figure was dressed in black shinobi gear, with a staff in his hands. It's obviously none other than Sandaime Hokage. His strength may have started to decline with old age, but the alias professor still speaks a lot. No one dared to ignore his arrival, not even Nagato and Yama for that matter. "Allah, Hokage Dano, here, Yahua, here, yup, it's me, Toby. It took you so long to come. I thought that something might have happened to you considering your old age, but it seems that I was wrong. Your bones can still support you, but anyway, don't push yourself too hard or your old bones won't be able to handle it anymore. You still have to protect that rotten village of yours," Toby said upon noticing the Hokage. Everybody frowned upon hearing Toby's words, and can't help but think, just who is this guy? Hokage did not pay any attention to Toby's words. After a brief glance all over the battlefield with few momentary pauses at Yama, Homusubi, Nagato, especially that iconic red hair, Gadamazo, planetary orb, and finally at Jiraiya, Sandaime briefly judged the overall situation. After a further brief up by Heitake Kakashi, Sandaime judged that the most urgent thing to do now was to rescue Killer B. So without much wait, he immediately spoke to Jiraiya, "I will send you up." Jiraiya nodded. Sandaime threw his adamantine staff towards the planetary orb like a javelin while simultaneously increasing its size. Jiraiya tacitly jumped and landed on the extending adamantine staff and flew towards the planetary orb. Sort of a combination of how mercenary Tao travels added with how Kid Gaku sent Rabbit Gang to the moon. Because of the presence of Yama, Nagato did not try to interfere in Sandaime and Jiraiya's plan of rescuing Killer B. In Nagato's eyes, just a Hakusabi's Jinchuriki was nothing and could be captured at any moment. If he were to try and stop Jiraiya, then there is a possibility that both Tri-Alliance and a Matsukami will work together to finish off the entire Akatsuki, so he does not want to risk it. After Jiraiya reached the right altitude, he jumped towards the surface of the planetary orb and while still in midair he started to condense his chakra in his right hand, Senpo, Choodama Raise-Non. Sage Art, Ultra Big Ball Raise-Non. In an instant, a huge Raise-Non appeared in Jiraiya's hands and he smashed it on the surface of the planetary orb. Boom. Accompanied by a loud noise, the Choodama Raise-Non, Ultra Big Ball Raise-Non, enhanced with Sage Chakra, smashed a giant hole on the surface of the planetary orb. However, even though a large hole was formed, there was still no sign of the large boulder breaking apart. It was hanging in the sky as if nothing has happened. Jiraiya frowned upon seeing this. Only now has he realized just how difficult it is to destroy this planetary orb even from the outside. At the same time, he can't help but wonder just how strong Uchiha Shisui's Susanoo is to be able to dig through this thing. Toadfu Kazako said, "Jiraiya-chan, let us do this. I have a way to break through this." Jiraiya nodded. "If so, then please." Fukazako and Shima nodded and jumped up from the shoulders of Jiraiya, and after taking a deep breath both of them creamed towards the huge hole created by Jiraiya's Choodama Raise-Non. Sound. Vibration. 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 Sound. Vibration. 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 With the scream of two sage toads, high-frequency sound waves visible to the naked eyes penetrated through the planetary orb. The vibration shook each and every individual particle of the planetary orb, causing the cracks on the boulder to expand. Crack. 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 In just a few seconds the entire planetary orb was covered in cracks. and because there was no chakra support from Nagato, so the planetary orb could no longer support it and soon collapsed, releasing an unconscious Killer Bee and Gamabunta, who soon started to fall to the ground along with all the rubble. Jiraiya noticed that both Killer Bee and Gamabunta were unconscious, so firstly he released Gamabunta's summon, who disappeared into a poof of smoke. Then he went forward to catch Killer Bee and bring him safely to the ground. Reikage received the unconscious Killer Bee and gratefully nodded towards Jiraiya and Hokage. "I thank you for saving Bee." Being thanked by the always tough Reikage, even Jiraiya was a bit flustered and quickly said, No, it's actually the opposite. It was Killer Bee who saved us, so what we are doing is just repaying the favor. Moreover, we are fighting together and helping your allies is natural. Reikage nodded with a smile. "I suppose that is true." With the rescue of Killer Bee and the simultaneous of 2Kage, the anxiety decreased and the morale on the side of Tri-Alliance increased. Toby saw these changes very clearly and then said, "Nagato, it's time for us to retreat. Even if the entire Tri-Alliance wasn't crushed, we did manage to accomplish quite a lot. We have one of the targets in our hands. We did manage to eliminate one of the targets. At the same time, we also verified the abilities of our newest recruit, and I tell you, they are truly effective. Now, all we need to do is to wait for some time and for your recovery, then we can strike again. Even though we lost this fight, the winner of this war is Akatsuki." Nagato nodded and questioned, "And what are you going to do about that secret agent of yours? Is the agent coming with us or?" Toby thought for a while and said, I think I will let the agent go as is. It is not as if anyone knows who the agent truly is." Nagato nodded. Truth be told, Akatsuki has been prepared for the raid of Tri-Alliance much before. That's also the reason why they did not kill Jiraiya right off the bat and waited for the Tri-Alliance to come to Omegakure. If Jiraiya had died, he would have surely found a way to give back the intelligence, and there is a possibility that the attack would have stopped. The plans ultimately failed because of the intervention of Amatsukami, but overall, it wasn't a loss, and as Madara said, it's time to retreat. Zetsu passed the message to Sasori and the others to retreat immediately as well. Zetsu nodded. With that decision, Nagato controlled Gadomazo to rage all over the battlefield, and using that opportunity the Akatsuki retreated. When the dust cleared, no one of the Akatsuki was present on the battlefield any longer. "Damn, they ran away." Reikage roared in frustration. "Sadly, they did not run away. I would much rather call it a retreat, that too not because of the Tri-Alliance but because of those two," Hokage said as he looked in the direction of two members of Amatsukami floating there, glancing at the Gadomazo, which too disappeared into white smoke. Akatsuki's retreat was instantaneous, and before anyone could have reacted, they all just disappeared. As a result, everyone on the battlefield could only stare with frustration but was too helpless to do anything about it. With Akatsuki gone, the attention of all the shinobi of the Tri-Alliance present here shifted towards Yama and Homusubi, who were looking at the disappearing Gadomazo. The Akatsuki may have retreated, but everyone here was still on their edges. The leader of Amatsukami and Homusubi are still here, neither do they have any intentions of withdrawing nor do they have any intentions of pursuing after Akatsuki. So, they were worried, as there can only be one reason why those two are still here. Sandaime looked at Yama with a thoughtful expression. This raid against Akatsuki was undoubtedly a big defeat for the Tri-Alliance. The blame for this shameful defeat falls on the shoulders of the three Kages. But they cannot keep dwelling on it and have to prepare for the future attacks that may come at them at any time. After all, the three villages have declared open hostility against Akatsuki. And Akatsuki will definitely not just sit back and accept it, they will retaliate to the bitter end. This time Akatsuki might not have had enough time to prepare for this attack, but the next time they will come much stronger than ever. From the results of this time then have learned that Akatsuki is definitely not something that the shinobi villages can deal against. None of the villages has a shinobi strong enough or skilled enough to fight against the leader of Akatsuki as well as that Toby guy. From what everyone here has told him and from what he has witnessed himself, if the leader of Amatsukami had not personally intervened in this battle, then the concept of shinobi itself would have been completely wiped out along with the three Kage. In such a scenario, the existence of Amatsukami is the key to everything. So long as Amatsukami exists, Akatsuki will remain contained, as there is someone out there to keep them in check. Fight fire with fire, poison with poison, and evil with evil. Therefore, the Hokage has no intentions of making any move against the leader of Yama, for now at least. After all, compared to Akatsuki, Amatsukami is certainly less damaging. All the information he has on Amatsukami points out that the members of Amatsukami do not kill anyone other than their targets. While Akatsuki is completely different in this regard, they kill whoever comes in their way. Although Hiruzen can't exactly figure out the true intentions of Amatsukami, he will have to figure out Amatsukami's true intentions if he wants to manipulate them to constantly keep Akatsuki on the edges at Novel bin at. While Hokage was thinking about how to manipulate the Amatsukami, Reikage, who is more brawn and less brain, stepped forward and shouted at Yama, "Now what? Do you still want to fight us? Well, if that's the case, then come at me. I will see what exactly are you capable of." Different from Hokage, Reikage was obviously much more angered. The Akatsuki has retreated, and from what he has been told, Yujito has disappeared along with them. Additionally, he was unable to kill Hiriko, so his frustration is over the charts. Listening to Reikage's words, Hiruzen thought, is Reikage being reckless as always, or has he thought something through here? Anyhow, this is still a wonderful opportunity. Now we can have some conversation with all too mysterious Yama, and perhaps I can at least figure out something that can be used. Jiraiya quickly stopped Reikage. Reikage Dano, please don't be impulsive. The natural energy around Yama is so dense that even me who has extreme difficulty in sensing it is able to feel it. Moreover, Homusubi is standing behind him. I have not seen him use Susanoo or those golden flames of his for the entire battle, which is to say that both of them are still too much for us to handle. Toadfu Kazaku nodded. Jiraiya boy is absolutely right. I have never seen anyone capable of carrying such an amount of natural energy in their body. Perhaps Shadame Hokage of Konoha was the only one who could have matched him. Shisui on the side has some other thoughts. He knew full well that with his personality Yama would definitely not stay here for so long for no reason. The fact that he is still here means that something is on his mind. While everyone was wondering and making their own conclusions, Yama thought, phew, finally the petrification has started to wear off. At least some degree of movement is no longer a problem for me now. And since he can move now, Yama turned towards the Tri-Alliance and said, calm down Reikage, you should be grateful to me. After all, if I hadn't been here to stop Nagato from going overboard, you as well as the rest of your pitiful alliance would have met the same fate as that cat of your village did. In fact, the reason why the octopus was rescued is also me. Reikage was silent. As much as he hates to admit it, Yama was spot on. Hokage took the initiative to speak. And why exactly did you come here? I don't believe that anyone has offered any bounty to stop the leader of Akatsuki. And you certainly had no reason to intervene. And I don't think I can believe that you were here to help us. Yama chuckled. True. Objectively speaking, I did not have any reason to save your lives, and truth be told I did not have any such intentions. The mere reason I came here was to test how much Nagato has grown. Everyone frowned. What do you mean? It's very simple actually. I have been waiting for so long for someone to appear in this shinobi world who could match up to me. Nagato, the bearer of Rinnegan, the eyes of Rakudo Sennin gives me this hope, but he has much to learn and grow to reach where I stand, Yama explained, and continued, you see, it's rather lonely to stand at the peak, and the existence of Nagato gives me the hopes of ending my solitude. What exactly are you trying to imply here? Jiraiya questioned, and what do you mean by ending your solitude? And the way you speak, it's as if you have always been aware of the Rinnegan. Yama chuckled, well of course I have always been aware of the existence of Rinnegan that Nagato bears, why wouldn't I? My entire purpose of coming here today was to push Nagato to his edge and make him realize that he is far from becoming a god as he believes. This will make him pursue strength more than ever. Why do you want to do that? Jiraiya questioned, what are your true intentions? It's too early for all of you to get answers to either of the two questions, Yama said. At this time, Homusubi, who has been silent for the entire time, spoke. Yama, it's time we leave too. Yama nodded. True, I have had enough fun for today. I suppose it's time for me to sleep. Then he turned and started to leave. Homusubi was similar and he too turned and started to leave, but suddenly stopped and said, that would be unwise of the two of you. If you do make a move, then do know that the result awaiting you all will be much worse than what Heitake Kakashi went through. I was kind enough to not have killed me, but it does not mean that I would be merciful on those trying to attack Yama. And that's not even considering the fact that you would be declaring open hostility towards Amatsukami too. Akatsuki alone is beyond you all. Would you much rather make an enemy out of us two and have both the villages end up being destroyed at once? Hearing Homusubi's words, both Reikage and Jiraiya stopped. Homusubi nodded. That was a good decision. I am a pacifist and I hate violence, therefore, I like to avoid unnecessary battles. But do know that if anyone here were to make a move on Yama, then the result awaiting them would be their worst nightmare. Yama said without turning back, you shouldn't have stopped them, Musubi. Musubi said, you just wanted to see if Reikage at his top speed can manage to touch you when trying to take you by surprise. And you also wanted to see just how he would scream when you torture the hell out of him, am I right? Yama did not deny, sigh now I won't ever be able to find that. Don't get ahead of yourself, you bastards. Reikage roared and the lightning chakra armor was flickering stronger than ever. He was truly angered now. Yama said to Musubi while pointing towards the Reikage, look now you have angered him. Musubi questioned, so what should we do with him now? Shall I burn him to death with my flames? Yama thought about it and said, no, that wouldn't be fun. Musubi questioned, then what do you suggest? Yama said, I am not so sure. Reikage is pretty useless anyway, so ignore him, he will die soon enough anyway. Oh, now that I think about it, these villages are truly screwed. If Akatsuki attacks them again then they would be done for good. Musubi nodded. Indeed, you are right. Yama thought a little and then turned around, and said, in light of this, I suddenly thought of something. And what is it that you have thought up? Yama did not answer Musubi but said to Hokage, Hokage, in light of the troubles that your villages will be facing from now on regarding Akatsuki, how about I propose you a deal? Hokage, in light of the troubles that your villages will be facing from now on regarding Akatsuki, how about I propose you a deal? When the Hokage heard Yama's words, there was a hint of surprise on his face, but it was only momentary as he did not show it for more than an instant, and asked in a curious tone, and what kind of deal are you proposing? Yama said, as I have mentioned already, the raid of Tri-Alliance or whatever you would like to call your group of idiots who rushed into the enemy's base without any prior understanding of what exactly Akatsuki is capable of, was a big failure. You may try to deny it, but you people don't really have the ability to deal with the Akatsuki. Reikage asked with annoyance, what are you trying to get at? Yama looked at Reikage with a condescending look and said, Reikage, has anyone ever told you that it's a bad habit to interrupt others while they are speaking? No wonder a Jinchuriki of your village was so easily captured by Akatsuki. Musubi said, Yama, please don't provoke Reikage intentionally. If you are so interested in playing with him, we can just capture him. It wouldn't be a big deal anyway. Reikage was currently being held down by Jiraiya and some Kumo shinobi, otherwise, he would have already rushed towards Yama. Yama said to Musubi in disappointment, but that wouldn't be fun. Musubi sighed helplessly, and said to Reikage, Reikage, I hope you can ignore Yama's mocking. He likes to play around with those beneath him, so. Reikage's face twitched in anger one after another. Both of them are mocking him, he had to restrain himself here. Yama said, hey, you don't dash. But Yama's words were cut short by Musubi, stay silent for now, I will be the one doing talking here. Yama said, but I. Musubi scolded with a dark tone, I said, silent. Yes sir. Yama hurriedly nodded. With Yama quiet, Musubi turned towards Hokage and said, I apologize for Yama's behavior. Anyway, as he said, the tri-alliance that the three villages formed was incapable of holding their own against Akatsuki, much less defeating it, and as everyone here already knows, we are somewhat of a part-time mercenary organization, so what we propose is simple. If the villages can afford the price, then a Matsukami would be willing to fight the Akatsuki organization in your stead. When they heard Musubi's words, suspicion was clearly evident on their faces. Nobody expected that a Matsukami would make such a proposal here. Sandaime had a thoughtful look, he chose to stay silent for now. Although he is in much agreement with Musubi, he still needs time to consider this. Money can be a motivation for manipulation, but it is not strong enough, and as mentioned by Musubi, a Matsukami is a mercenary organization, although his use of part-time is something doubtful. Anyway, what happens if Akatsuki realizes that they can't defeat a Matsukami and tries to buy a Matsukami with much more money? Will a Matsukami forget their enmity with Akatsuki and work with Akatsuki? Or will they not? Seeing everyone's silence, Musubi said, no need to be so hurried, you can consider the deal we have proposed. Alright then, until next time. After saying this, he did not wait for any reply, and Musubi's body turned into thousands of crows covering both him and Yama. When the feathers of crows fell, both Yama and Musubi had disappeared. Looking at the sky where Yama and Musubi were previously, Jiraiya said, that jutsu is really incredible. Now that both Yama and Musubi had gone, everyone could finally heave a relieved breath at novel bin at. Hokage immediately instructed everyone, search the entire village. It may have turned into ruins, but we will definitely find something useful. Also find and rescue those still alive or injured. Reikage also instructed the Kumo ninjas, search for Samui. Maybe we can get some kind of information from her. Upon Hokage's and Reikage's orders, everyone immediately dispersed, inspecting and searching through the entire Megakure, inspecting everything and collecting all the information that Akatsuki organization may have left, while also searching for the survivors and rescuing the wounded. Jiraiya sighed looking at the now ruined Megakure. At this time, Hokage walked next to him. Jiraiya lifted his head and asked, Sensei, what about the others following you? The number of shinobi, including the Inoshikacho patriarch led by Hokage in this raid, counted to around 50, but now he can only see around a dozen, including the now injured Inoshikacho patriarch, left, so Jiraiya can't help but ask. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head sadly. Jiraiya was taken aback and asked with a serious expression, how could so many have died? Just who exactly were you fighting against? Anger flashed on his face when he remembered Tobi. Suddenly he coughed. Jiraiya saw his sensei vomiting blood. He anxiously asked, Sensei, are you injured? Don't worry, it's nothing too serious. After a pause, he calmed himself by taking deep breaths, then said, remember the one-eyed spiral-masked individual? The one who was acting like an idiot? Jiraiya questioned in a confused tone. Hiruzen nodded, yes, that's him, he calls himself Tobi. After a pause, his tone became gloomier as he said, Tobi has mastered some sort of space-time jutsu that is even superior to that of Naidame-sama's and Minato's Hiraishin no jutsu. He can teleport without the use of any seals, summoning, or markings. Moreover, he can make all the attacks just pass right through him. What? Even superior to Minato? Jiraiya was taken aback. Sandaime nodded and continued, and as if that wasn't enough, he can even use Shodame-sama's Mokuton. Even Mokuton. If previously Jiraiya was shocked, then now he was out of his mind. Mokuton, the very foundation of Konoha, is now being used by someone who is ruthlessly using it to destroy Konoha. It was really hard for him to imagine how someone from Akatsuki could have both of these two jutsu. Just who exactly is he? Jiraiya muttered with a solemn look. However, Hokage had no answer. He shook his head slightly. While fighting with him, I tried to probe his identity several times, but to no avail. He obviously noticed my intentions and deliberately used Uchiha clan's Katon ninjutsu, Taijutsu, and Shuriken jutsu, probably to intensify our suspicions on the Uchiha clan. Jiraiya nodded. Someone who is known as the Professor. It wasn't hard for Sarutobi Hiruzen to see through the other party's use of Uchiha clan jutsu. But because of Tobi's last attempt to harm Uzumaki Naruto and blame Uchiha Shisui for it to eventually start a civil war within Konoha, Sandaime subconsciously believed that he was not an Uchiha. Therefore, he eliminated the possibility of Tobi being an Uchiha. Jiraiya thought and said, perhaps he is from the Senju clan. Sandaime nodded and said, could be. There is also a possibility that he is someone who was transplanted with Shodame Sama's cells, and survived. But aren't those experiments suspended for a long while now? Moreover, all of them died. After a pause here, Jiraiya said, how can someone successfully transplant Shodame Sama's cells and awaken Mokuton when everyone in Konoha failed? Halfway through Jiraiya stopped, because he remembered Hiriko and Orochimaru and Shino. Hiriko and Orochimaru and Shino are part of Akatsuki. The most important here is Hiriko's Chimera Jutsu, using which he has already done the impossible possible. He has perfectly assimilated 5 Kekkei Genkai including Sharingan. It doesn't seem impossible if he somehow managed to even make others use Mokuton by successfully transplanting Hashirama cells. Thinking of this, Jiraiya said, Tsunade must be informed of this. As the last known descendant of the Senju clan and the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, Tsunade must be notified of the reappearance of Mokuton in the shinobi world. Hiruzen nodded. Tsunade can no longer be allowed to freely wander throughout the shinobi world, it's dangerous for both her and Konoha. If she were to be attacked by Akatsuki or a Matsukami, then given her condition she would die or probably be taken hostage. We can't afford either. Moreover, now Konoha needs her more than ever. She has to come back, there is no other option. Jiraiya nodded, and said with a doubtful expression, but something has been bugging me, sensei. Hokage knew what exactly Jiraiya was talking about. Orochimaru did not show up for the entirety of time, which is contrary to his character. He should have confronted you or me. Jiraiya nodded and continued. At the same time, Suna's side did not appear here either. Sasori of the Red Sand, the immortal Kakuzu, Shino, and Orochimaru, neither of the 4 appeared here. Is it possible that all 4 of them stopped the Suna unit? Hiruzen's brows tightened, because if the 4 of them really stopped Suna's side, then the losses Suna might have suffered would have been much greater. Jiraiya, take Akimichi Choza, Hyuga Kuroto, and Might Guy with you to the Suna side. I have a bad feeling about them. Somewhere at the border of Omegakur. Kabuto said as he watched hundreds of snakes gathering into Orochimaru's sleeves. Orochimaru-sama, what kind of jutsu was the leader of a Matsukami using? I have never heard of anything like that. Moreover, he was also capable of overpowering the leader of the Akatsuki organization who bears the Rinnegan. I wonder, Orochimaru muttered with a thoughtful expression. This incident did remind him of a certain something, but he is not so sure if that is truly possible. Could it be a coincidence? Or is it possible that my guess is correct? Orochimaru thought. Kabuto questioned, are you not curious, Orochimaru-sama? Orochimaru questioned, what do you think? Kabuto pushed his spectacles to the bridge of his nose and said, you are, there is no need to guess. Orochimaru said with a sly smirk, indeed I am, but even I understand that it's not yet time to offend a Matsukami. With this incident, Akatsuki will pursue me more than ever. Konoha is already after me. I wouldn't want a Matsukami to also come after me. Kabuto was surprised and said, that is so unlike you, Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru said, perhaps that is indeed the case, but a Matsukami is a mystery even as per my understanding. Offending an enemy about whom you know nothing is not my cup of tea. A snake must always be cautious. Kabuto nodded and said, so what now, Orochimaru-sama? Orochimaru looked one last time in the direction of now ruined Omegakur and said, now we will be on our way to our new home. Prepare for the time Akatsuki will come after me. At the same time wait for a good opportunity. Certainly. Kabuto nodded and followed Orochimaru to their new destination, that being, the Land of Sound, or more specifically Otogakur. On Suna unit's side, Pakura and Maki wrapped bandages over each other's injuries. At this time Maki suddenly asked, what now, sensei? What should we do? Should we check out the situation of Kazekage-sama or should we unite go towards Omegakur from where that golden light came? Pakura had a thoughtful look. Different from Maki, she knows exactly what that golden light means. It means that Kuroto-sama must have fought against the leader of Akatsuki. What is the outcome? Pakura then put her hand over her chest and thought, the cursed tag implanted inside my heart by Kuroto-sama has not disintegrated. It means that Kuroto-sama is still alive, so either the leader of Akatsuki is dead, or perhaps the battle resulted in no conclusion. Anyhow, I must meet up with the others and learn what exactly happened. Maki looked at Pakura's thoughtful look and asked, Sensei, what's wrong? Pakura shook her head and said, nothing, we must move forward and meet up with Chobasama and Ebizoji-sama, and then unite with the other villages. Maki nodded and then the pair of Kunoichi moved forward. And while Pakura and Maki went on their way, Hoshigaki Kisame was already far away from Omegakur and was on his way to Kirigakur. Kisame and Zabuza's mission assigned to them by Sukazan Fugiki was to stop the Umbu commander of Tsunagakur. So the two of them ended up fighting Pakura of the Scorch and her disciple Maki, who uses some kind of cloth-binding jutsu. In starting, both he and Zabuza fought the two Kunoichi, but Pakura's strength was much stronger than the two had imagined. It was only thanks to the fact that the weakness of Shakutan is sudden that the two managed to stay alive. But midway, the tide of the battle started to tilt towards the two Kunoichi at an extremely fast pace, and that was when Zabuza ran away. From beginning to end, Zabuza had no intention of confronting the Umbu commander and suddenly retreated and went towards the location where Sukazan and Udakata fought the Kaze cage. With him left alone, Kisame still fought the two Kunoichi alone, but the battle was one-sided and it was only thanks to his massive chakra that he somehow managed to keep them occupied until he received the retreat signal. And he did as he was ordered. Kisame instantly retreated, leaving the battle halfway finished upon reviving the signal. He was unable to kill either of the two, but it did not matter. He did complete his mission and that was what was important. Although he received many injuries, it wasn't anything that couldn't be treated. At this time, Mamakai Zabuza, who ran away from the battle with Pakura, was now walking to the place where Kaze Kage fought against Utakata and Fugeki. Looking around, he saw clear traces of the battle, but what surprised him was that no one was present here, neither Kaze Kage nor Fugeki or Utakata. Zabuza did see a circle inside which a triangle was drawn, and the strange thing was that the shape was drawn from blood. It was as if this was a ritual site. What the hell happened here? Some sort of bloody ritual or something? Zabuza thought in wonder when his eyes landed on a great sword wrapped in bandages lying on the battlefield. Zabuza's expression changed when he realized what exactly was that thing that is. Not believing his eyes, Zabuza walked closer to the place. He had to verify if what he is seeing is really true or not. This is the real thing, but if this is here, does that mean Fugeki is dead? Zabuza muttered in surprise. Then his eyes brightened and he started laughing. Zabuza then picked up the sword wrapped in bandages in his hands. Ha ha ha. From now on, the great sword Samehada, the strongest of the 7 swords of mist, shall be mine. Using this very sword, I shall become the next Mizukage, Godame Mizukage Mamakai Zabuza-sama, the one to rule the land of water. As he said that, his ambitions were clearly displayed, and while carrying Samehada on his back he started running towards the direction of Kirigakuer. A great revolution is awaiting us. Somewhere in the land of rain, a lone figure was slowly limping away from a Megakuer. This was none other than Utakata, the Jinchuriki Fo Rokubai. Because Akatsuki had to unexpectedly retreat, therefore, they did not have the opportunity to capture the Jinchuriki of Rokubai. As such, he too was left alone, similar to how Killer Bee was left. With everything over, Utakata left the battlefield alone, but not in the direction of Kirigakuer. He has no intentions of ever going back to that place anymore. Sometime later, Suna unit side. Under Hokage's order, Jiraiya led Hyuga Kuroto and Might Guy to check on the situation of the Suna unit. And when he reached the Suna side battlefield, specifically where Elder Cho and Elder Ebizo fought against the Akatsuki, he witnessed a messed up sight. It was filled with nothing but corpses, with only 3 people who were conscious, that being Pakura of the Scorch, her disciple Maki, and finally an Umbu who has lost both of his arms and a leg. Incredulous, Jiraiya can't help but ask, what exactly happened here? Pakura first looked at Kuroto for a second. He is not Kuroto-sama. Then she turned towards Jiraiya and said, our unit was assaulted by a combined force of Akatsuki and Kirigakuer. Wait, did you just say Kirigakuer? But what were they doing here? Jiraiya's expression changed immediately and he asked, where is Kazekage Dano? Kazekage-sama, he is missing, Pakura said with an expressionless tone. Missing? Jiraiya was taken aback, not dead or injured but missing. Pakura nodded, I would like to believe that he is still alive, but it's hard to say. Kazekage-sama fought against Sukazan Fugeki, one of the 7 swordsmen of Kirigakuer, and the Jinchuriki of Rokubai, Utakata, at Novel bin at. Jiraiya frowned, but even with that, Kazekage Dano should have been capable of fending his own against those 2. Pakura nodded, this is exactly what is confusing me. He should have been, yet he is missing, and neither Sukazan Fugeki nor Utakata is at the site of the battle. All that's left there is a site of destruction at the center of which a ritual circle made out of the blood is present, and nothing else. Might Guy muttered, a ritual circle made out of blood? Is there anyone in Akatsuki who uses such a jutsu? Or someone from Kirigakuer? Hyuga Kuroto shook his head, not that I can remember. Since Hyuga Kuroto here is actually Sandame Kaze Kage puppet, therefore, he is not aware of anyone with such jutsu. Had it been the real Hyuga Kuroto, he would have figured out who exactly this person is. Jiraiya questioned, and what about the others? Elder Cho and Elder Ebizo. Pakura said, both of them are alive, but their conditions are critical. Both Chobasama and Ebizoji-sama are injured and heavily poisoned, most likely by Sasori. My disciple is keeping them alive, but it is hard to say how long she can keep this up, whereas all the other Umbu are dead. No wonder Suna unit could not come to a Megakuer, fighting against 4 Kumo shinobi as well as Sasori, and Kakuzu as well as some unknown Akatsuki member. This is messed up. A Kage has died in the raid, this is no joke, the impact of this news is going to be too much. Jiraiya thought. Pakura continued, in total, only me, my disciple Maki, are alive and conscious and not so injured, while 1 shinobi is unfit to continue shinobi life. Chobasama and Ebizoji-sama are alive but in critical condition. Beiki is unconscious but he will recover soon enough. Kazekage-sama is missing or most likely dead. And based on your expressions I would say that nothing went good on your side. Jiraiya nodded sadly. Pakura sighed and said, this raid was a complete loss for the Tri-Alliance. With a sigh, he instructed Hyuga Kuroto and Might Guy, help her clear the battlefield, then we will move to the temporary camp and pass on the news of events here to Sensei and Reikage Dano. Kuroto and Guy nodded as per Jiraiya's instructions and helped Maki. After the battle site was cleaned, all the corpses were sealed inside the storage scroll. Everyone moved to the temporary base camp. At the temporary base of Tri-Alliance. The current atmosphere at the camp was heavy. Damn Akatsuki, damn Kiri, how dare Mizukage work with the Akatsuki? Reikage roared in anger. After learning what happened on Suna's side, especially the fact that the Kaze Kage is missing, of all things everyone was shocked and angered at the same time, more so at Mizukage who actually dared to step in and help the Akatsuki. Hokage muttered with a solemn expression, Kazekage Dano is missing. Jinchuriki of Nibi is captured by them and is being used by Akatsuki. 90% of the manpower we brought with us is dead. This result is too devastating. Pakura said coldly, our idea of raid this time was too reckless, especially our attempt of sending a team for pre-investigation. If we hadn't done that and went on with the approach as the shinobi from Konoha had said to launch a direct assault on the Akatsuki without any pre-investigation, perhaps the result would have been much different than what it is now. When Pakura pointed this out, both Hokage and Reikage had more guilty expressions. At novel bin at. True, if only we had followed that approach. The leader of Amatsukami would have fought with the leader of Akatsuki anyway, but we could have cut our losses to a very minimum, Hokage thought. Hokage questioned Pakura, and how will Suna now proceed? Pakura thought about Hokage's question, then said, I am not the one to decide here, those above me will decide and then the Elder Council of Suna will execute it. A new Kaze cage must be chosen, there is no other option. Well, that's all I can say for now. Hokage nodded and said, as allies, Konoha will give Suna and Kumo all the help that's needed. At times like these, it is better to give all the help other villages need to recuperate from their losses such that their alliance grows stronger and Akatsuki or Amatsukami cannot take advantage of the rift that may occur between them. Therefore, Hokage is willing to give out some monetary concessions if it can help Konoha in dealing with the enemy in the long run. Pakura bowed to Hokage, that would be very kind of you Hokage Dono, I thank you on behalf of Tsunagakuer. At the same time, Reikage also nodded gratefully to Hokage's kindness, then questioned, all that aside, for now, we have to focus on Akatsuki's objective. From what I am told, the leader of Akatsuki plans to collect all the Baijuyo to create a weapon of mass destruction. Akatsuki has already captured Yujito, which means that they already have Nibi in their hands. It's also possible that they have also captured the Jinchuriki of Rokubai as he is missing along with the Kaze cage. We don't know which Baijuyo will they go after next time, so we have to formulate plans to ensure the safety of Jinchuriki, while also a plan to rescue the Jinchuriki that have been captured by them. Pakura nodded and continued, at the same time, we have to also figure out what exactly has been going on in Kurigakure, and why exactly is Mizukage cooperating with Akatsuki. Hokage nodded and said, we have to also start forming a united alliance of all the shinobi village. The existence of Akatsuki is threatening the entire shinobi world as a whole, and we don't know the true depths of Akatsuki, so it is better that we plan ahead while keeping the worst situations into account. Reikage said, true, but first, we have to find a way to rescue the captured Jinchuriki. Hokage nodded towards Reikage then said to Pakura, Tsunagakuer need not worry about the lives of Cho and Ebizo, we will provide them with the best medical treatment. I will have my disciple Tsunade personally take care of it. Pakura again bowed towards Hokage and said, Suna will be very grateful. Hokage then stated, in conclusion, all three villages will use their own means to collect information on the location of Akatsuki's new base, and keep each other updated on that information to prepare directed countermeasures. Reikage and Pakura nodded, then Hokage stated, with that, this meeting is adjourned. When Hokage walked out of the meeting room of the three parties he instructed Jiraiya, find and bring Tsunade back to the village at the shortest time possible. This time she does not have any choice in the matter, it's an order from the Hokage, is that understood? Jiraiya nodded and disappeared. On Kuroto and Itake's side, both Kuroto and Itake were currently flying in the direction of Anchor Ventian that was hovering over the rain clouds of the land of rain. At this time Itake asked, Kuroto-san, are you alright? Kuroto said, it's nothing too serious, just the amount of natural energy in my body is much more than what I am adapted to. It would be fine after I wash it out completely with my own chakra, so it's nothing to worry about. After that, both of them were quiet until the air fortress came into sight. Landing on the air fortress, Kuroto asked Itake as the two walked deeper into the air fortress, Itake-kun, how much time do you have in your hand? Itake thought about it and said, as per your instructions, my Jonin sensei, as well as the two other members of my Genin team, are in a genjutsu of mine. A Karasokage Bushin is keeping them accompanied in the missions. I have also made sure to stretch the mission times as long as possible within a reasonable limit that wouldn't arouse anyone's suspicions, so I would say that I still have a week at my hand. In that case poof. Before Kuroto could say anything further, a crow appeared in front of him from a poof of white smoke. Kuroto raised his eyebrow and after taking out the small scroll from the crow he unfolded it and read the content. This is. He was taken aback by the information written on it. Itake was confused at Kuroto's shocked expression. What happened, Kuroto-san? Kuroto passed the scroll to Itake while saying, the Yondaime Kaze cage of Tsunagakuer is missing. Itake was also shocked. Kuroto thought a little and said, although it is stated that he is missing, but based on the additional information I can judge that he is most definitely dead. There is no otherwise. Based on this ritual circle made out of blood. Itake asked again. Kuroto nodded while he thought of Haiden. Haiden is literally too dangerous if used correctly. Just a drop of a person's blood and he can kill anyone no matter how far that person is. It's not strange if Yondaime Kaze cage Raza is already dead. Also, Kakashi did mention that he encountered Haiden while he was searching for the traces of Akatsuki. Damn, I never would have thought that Haiden would have been recruited into Akatsuki at such an early stage. At this time Itake asked, Kuroto-san. Kuroto shook his head and said to Itake, Itake-kun, I have a new mission for you. Itake nodded prompting Kuroto to continue. Kuroto said, there are two parts in this mission. Firstly, since the Kaze cage is missing, so there is a need of new Kaze cage, although I am certain that no one other than Pakura is currently capable of filling that position in Tsunagakur, but I want you to go to Tsunagakur and ensure that Pakura becomes Godame Kaze cage without any opposition. Itake nodded, alright, and what's the second? Kuroto said, for the second part, after Pakura becomes the Kaze cage, instruct her to investigate a religion called Jashin. This religion is the key to the death of Yondame Kaze cage. Jashin. Itake muttered thoughtfully. Kuroto nodded and explained, I am not sure as to what exactly this religion is, but this symbol is the symbol of Jashin. From what little information I have, a follower of Jashin is capable of becoming a living voodoo doll. Once that living voodoo doll ingests even a drop of blood from his target, he is capable of torturing and killing that person very easily. Moreover, the living voodoo doll becomes an immortal, as such killing him becomes too difficult. As far as I know, there is only one method, and that too is not certain if he is rescued by others. If that is the case, then how to deal with such a person? Itake muttered while analyzing. Every jutsu has its weakness, so there has to be something that can be used. Kuroto said, it's not that I don't have some theories about other methods, but we need more information. Without that, I cannot be certain, so investigating Jashin itself is really important. Itake nodded, it will be done. Then his body divided into hundreds of crows, which then flew outside the air fortress, in the direction of Tsunagakur. With Itake gone, Kuroto gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it. After Itake had gone, Kuroto moved deeper into the fortress and was soon greeted by Gaara and Karen, who have been staying here for a while now. Looking at Kuroto's pale look and struggle in moving, Gaara asked quickly, Kuroto-sama, are you alright? Karen also said, if you are injured, then you can take a bite, it should heal. Kuroto shook his head and said with a gentle smile, don't worry, I am not injured. The problem is something else and it wouldn't heal that way. Both of you can continue to do what you were doing. And by the way, Gaara, I have to talk to you about something, but it will have to wait some time. Karen had a disappointed look, while Gaara was worried and also curious as to what is it that Kuroto wants to talk to him about. However, for now, both of them did as Kuroto said and did not disturb him. Both the kids know that they are far too immature and lack knowledge and true understanding of a whole lot of things, so they have come to believe that if Kuroto is saying something, then it must be the case. After sending away the two kids, Kuroto reached his private quarters. Here, Kuroto took off all his clothes to check the exact status of his body and realized that the area of petrification this time was more than the last time. However, because his body is already somewhat used to natural energy, he was sure that it would only take him about 2 weeks at most to wash away all the extra natural energy. Unfortunately, I don't have 2 weeks at my hand. I will have to do the bare minimum that I can and then go back to Konoha around the same time everyone returns, because the impact that this news will bring to Konoha is too much, Kuroto muttered and then started to wash out natural energy from all his joints so that he can at least carry out all the basic movements. And while doing so, he also summarized this entire raid on Akatsuki. Benefits. To be honest, there were no benefits in this raid, but I can make myself feel optimistic by thinking that the information about Akatsuki and the true level of danger they represent can now be revealed to the shinobi world. The fact that the joint high-level force of Konoha, Kumo, and Suna couldn't suppress Akatsuki will cause a shock for the entire shinobi world. So everyone will start taking the threat of Akatsuki more seriously. Additionally, the fact that something is wrong with Kirigakur is also revealed too. From the Tri-Alliance, the death of Kaze Cage, capture of Jinchuriki of Nibi, injuries of Inoshikacho Patriarch, injuries of Elder Cho and Elder Ebizo, as well as death of 90% of combat personnel involved in this raid. And as for other losses, the information about Yama's power was revealed, although not completely, as things like truth-seeking balls, Tenseigan chakra mode, and other jutsu would still be a mystery for everyone other than Zetsu. Additionally, there's also a further decrease in Shisui's visual prowess, so he is only a few steps away from total blindness. In addition, there are a few other concerns too, and that is the fact that Nagato has finally decided to stand up, and for that, he even accepted Obito and Zetsu's help. He stood up with the power of a Zetsu clone. These two are very big things. It must not be forgotten that even though Nagato and Konan were working under the orders of Madara, both of them were still extremely cautious of him. Precisely because of this, Konan prepared 600 billion explosive tags in secret to kill Madara. Madara was also the same. He never revealed many truths to Nagato and Konan, especially the ones like Izanagi, other kinjutsu, juinjutsu, biotechnologies, and secrets that Madara left behind were never revealed to Nagato. Such differences continued until the very end. Their ultimate goal may be peace, but the meaning of peace differs for both of them, and the method to achieve their own definitions of peace also differs for both of them. One is a self-proclaimed god who believes that pain and suffering are the only way to peace, therefore he intends to create a weapon of mass destruction to achieve his own definition of peace, while the other person is a self-centered individual who has given up on everything in this shinobi world. As such, he wants the whole world to be covered in a genjutsu to achieve an illusionary peace. Both of them had their determinations to achieve their goals, and for that, they were unwilling to compromise. However, that's no longer the case here, at least partially. The existence of Amatsukami, more specifically, the existence of Yama who almost killed Nagato, is the main reason why they had to put aside their own barriers and cooperate. Now the most important question here is, can Nagato successfully fuse Hashirama cell in his body? This is a doubt lingering in Kuroto's mind. Kuroto carefully thought of all the known people who have been successfully transplanted with Hashirama cells, and found one common factor in all of them except for one. Except for Yamato, the lucky boy who survived Orochimaru's experiment, all other people had Uchiha's Sharingan as the common factor, although the degree of adaptation with Hashirama cells varied from person to person depending on their visual prowess. Uchiha Madara had a single eternal Mangekyou Sharingan at the time of cell transplantation. After successfully transplanting Hashirama cells, Uchiha Madara not only awakened Mokuton and was as proficient with it as non-Sennin Senju Hashirama, he also awakened the Rinnegan. Uchiha Obito also had only one Sharingan at the time of cell transplantation. He did survive and in fact, half of his body is made up of Hashirama cells. Uchiha Obito too awakened Mokuton, but perhaps it was because of his weak strength at the time of transplantation, or probably because of the lack of its Satsuki Indra's chakra. His Mokuton was quite weak in fact, at least weak compared to Uchiha Madara. The third known individual who survived the Hashirama cell transplantation is Shimura Danzo. He may not be a member of the Uchiha clan, but he did possess quite a lot of Sharingan, and therefore, he was also able to use Uchiha's Kinjutsu, Izanagi. As for Mokuton, Danzo did awaken Mokuton, but his control over Mokuton was even weaker than Uchiha Obito's. Be that as it may, he was only able to balance the Yin chakra that comes with Hashirama cell with Yin chakra of Uchiha's Sharingan. In conclusion, it wouldn't be wrong to say that theoretically, as long as someone can balance out the Yin chakra that comes with Hashirama cells, he can survive Hashirama cell transplantation. Nagato is inherently an Uzumaki, so his Yin constitution is predominant. Additionally, he also bears a pair of Rinnegan. Moreover, he also has Gadomazo with him. There is also Hiriko at his side, and most of all, he would have also gained all the knowledge Uchiha Madara had left behind that would help him out a lot at Novel Bin Adat. Given that Gadomazo can both give life force as well as suck on the life force, Gadomazo is a solution for both the problem that can come during the transplantation process. Extra life force can be sucked out and lack of life force can be provided, so if I think about it, at this point in time, Nagato has the most chances of surviving Hashirama cell transplantation. He would be facing the least amount of risk. Besides, Uzumaki Naruto did get his right hand made out of Hashirama cells, so the Uzumaki constitution shouldn't reject Hashirama cells to such a degree. Kuroto sighed, it's a shame that I was unable to kill Nagato, and if Hashirama cells are transplanted into him, then he would definitely avoid the deterioration of his body because of my attack. What's more troublesome is that once Nagato is transplanted with Hashirama cells, he might even awaken Mokuton, and if he does, it is highly likely that his Mokuton will be as strong as non-Sennin mode Hashirama's Mokuton because of his high amount of Yin chakra. Moreover, once the Uzumaki and Senju physique are combined successfully, his physical strength will also increase exponentially. It might even reach the level of Rakudo Sennin himself. His already massive chakra will gain another massive boost. There is also a possibility that he can learn to use Senjutsu perfectly, which would mean that he can use Senpo, Mokuton. He might even be able to further explore Madara's Rinnegan, awakening abilities that only Madara used. I really don't want to think about the possibility of him being able to use Susanoo. It's highly unlikely because he doesn't have Uchiha genes, but there is always an if, and this if is really too scary. If he is really able to use Susanoo too, then I am not even sure what would I do then, Kuroto thought as his face paled after realizing all of these possible ifs. Damn, did my actions just create the appearance of a monster who is a combination of full-powered Rinnegan Uchiha Madara and Sennin mode Senju Hashirama? But all of these if, depends on another if. Such things will only happen if Obito agrees, is willing to take the risk, and the question is, will Obito do so? At a Megakure. After the entire battlefield was cleaned up and all the clues that might have been left behind by Akatsuki discovered, the leftover of Tri-Alliance was ready to withdraw from a Megakure. In the cleanup process, the Tri-Alliance also found unconscious Samui. After Samui was found, the Tri-Alliance hoped that some sort of useful intelligence of Akatsuki can be obtained from her, but strangely enough, she never regained consciousness. She was alive, all her vital signs were normal, she was breathing, her pulse rate was normal, her body temperature was normal, yet she was unconscious, and it didn't seem that she would regain her consciousness anytime soon. Hokage even ordered Yamanaka Inoichi to check what exactly was happening with her, and see if he could find some memories of her of the time she was captured. But after probing inside her consciousness for a long while, Yamanaka Patriarch found nothing except for pure emptiness. It felt as if she was no longer there, or more precisely, it felt as if her soul was no longer present in her body. It was strange considering the fact that she was alive, yet it seemed that there was no soul inside her. Everyone was confused. Reikage muttered with a frown, what sort of jutsu can do something like this? She is alive and at the same time she is not. Yamanaka Patriarch added, in all my life as a shinobi, I have never seen something like this before. It seems as if she is completely brain dead, but it's different from brain dead. It's more like there is nothing inside her brain, no memories, no emotions, no awareness, and to be exact, no existence. I am not even sure if she will ever regain consciousness. Pakura questioned, is there any way she can be treated? Yamanaka Patriarch answered, I am not so sure, perhaps I can try a few things, but it will take time. How much time? Reikage questioned eagerly. I cannot say for certain, a few months at least, and even then I am not sure if it will work out. Yamanaka Patriarch answered Raikage's question. Raikage was silent upon hearing Yamanaka Patriarch's words. Yamanaka Patriarch's words mean that Samui will have to stay in Konoha so that he can try those few methods to see if they work. Staying in Konoha means she will be vulnerable to giving out Kumo's intelligence to Konoha. All eyes gathered on Raikage, it is his decision. In the entire shinobi world when it comes to the study of the human brain, Yamanaka clan is unmatched, so technically having Samui under the care of the Yamanaka clan is reasonably the best option, but it also concerns the safety of the village. Currently, Akatsuki is the common enemy. I suppose I will have to risk it. There is no other option, Raikage thought silently, then said, alright, Samui will stay in Konoha, but 2 shinobi from my village will also be staying with her to take care of her. Hokage nodded in agreement. That sounds acceptable, I have no problem with it. Raikage also added, additionally, I also want a regular report of her status. Yamanaka Patriarch nodded, I will make sure to keep her status in check and I will also relay it to the 2 Kumo shinobi on a regular basis. In that case let Samui stay in Konoha and find out all that she may have come to know about the Akatsuki for the time she was captured. Raikage said. Hokage nodded, certainly. With that agreement, the Tri-Alliance finally split into 3 units and each unit went on their way to their respective villages. The personnel of Tri-Alliance left behind at the site of the pre-war council meeting was still there and they united with their respective units. After all was said and done, Maki, Baki, as well as the leftover Suna shinobi, followed Pakura to Sunagakure. On the other hand, unconscious Elder Cho and Elder Ebizo along with 2 Suna shinobi and 2 Konoha shinobi, who were left behind at the place where the pre-war meeting was conducted, followed Jiraiya in search of Tsunade. Killer Bee as well as other Kumo shinobi followed Raikage to Kumagakure, while 2 other Kumo shinobi carried Samui and followed Hokage to Konoha as per Raikage's orders. On their way to Konoha, Sandaime specifically summoned Hyuga Kuroto for some inquiry. Kuroto, were you able to see through Tobi's mask and figure out his true identity? Hokage had hoped that Hyuga Kuroto with his Byakugan could have seen through the guise of Tobi at Novel Bin at. But Hokage has to be disappointed as Kuroto shook his head. Please forgive me Hokage-sama, but my Byakugan was unable to see through his mask, similar to the case with those of Amatsukami. If real Hyuga Kuroto was present here, he might have taken the advantage of this opportunity and revealed that Tobi is actually Uchiha Obito. However, Sandaime Kazekage Puppet is not aware of this information, therefore, he shook his head, as Byakugan's penetration really does not work on Tobi's mask because of many seals on it. Sandaime was disappointed, but he did not say anything more to Kuroto. The child had already done quite a lot and he cannot be blamed for this whatsoever. After all, it was Hyuga Kuroto who discovered Akatsuki's base and everything, even Samui was discovered by Hyuga Kuroto, so by no means. He is to be blamed. Traveling all the way, the unit led by Hokage soon left the land of rain and returned to the land of fire. After the 3 Kage returned to their respective villages, the news of the joint raid conducted by Konoha, Kumo, and Suna was announced. The news was still not made public due to many reasons but the higher management of each village was informed. When the 3 elders of Konoha Elder Council learned that Hokage had secretly led the elite Umbu unit to launch a raid on Akatsuki they were shocked. And upon learning the devastating results they seriously berated Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo was at the forefront of it all and angrily questioned as to why was such an important mission hidden from the Elder Council? Faced with the anger and questioning of the 3 advisor elders, Sandaime was speechless. The prestige of Sandaime was seriously affected by this failed mission. Even his control over the village was greatly weakened because of the heavy losses in the Umbu. Moreover, this mission indeed caused severe losses to Konoha so he had no way to argue with the 3. Fortunately enough, both Mitokado Homura and Yudiden Koharu are old acquaintances of Hiruzen and understand his nature and troubles very well. So after a while of berating, both of them finally calmed down and did not pressure Sandaime too much. Shimura Danzo is also not innocent. He had formerly teamed up with Hanzo to deal with the former leader of Akatsuki, Yahiko, so he knows that he has much involvement in making Akatsuki the way it is today. Therefore, he also chose to stay in moderation after venting a little and did not pressure Hiruzen too much for his failure. Because Danzo is growing more and more afraid as the true extent of Akatsuki's danger is being revealed and fears that the current leader of Akatsuki will definitely come after him sooner or later. Therefore, he does not want to lose his backing in the form of Hokage for the time being, until he is sure he can defeat the leader of Akatsuki and seize Rinnegan for himself. After all 3 elders calmed down, Sandaime also breathed a sigh of relief. Taking a deep breath he muttered with a tired expression, this time, the responsibility of this failure indeed falls on my shoulder. Yudiden Koharu said, that may be true, but I am really amazed that even the joint force of 3 villages could not confront Akatsuki on equal grounds, much less eliminating them. Mitokado Homura stated, moreover, such an Akatsuki was suppressed by Amatsukami, just what is going on with the shinobi world. Since the establishment of the shinobi village system, the 5 great villages have always been the leader of the shinobi world. They treat each other as somewhat equals while every other village or organization was looked down upon or used for their own benefits. But now the pattern seems to be changing. Sandaime sighed, however shocking it may be, it is the truth, and we have no choice but to accept this reality. 5 great shinobi villages that once stood at the top of the pyramid of power are no longer there. The likes of Akatsuki and Amatsukami now stand at the top. After speaking so, Sandaime further explained the entire raid in detail, although he omitted the part of Tobi being able to use Mokiton for now. Danzo's eyes flickered at a particular detail. Hirako was able to go toe-to-toe against the Reikage, both in terms of speed and power. Sandaime nodded with a solemn look. He was, in fact, he had the upper hand, in terms of both speed, reaction speed, as well as strength. Reikage himself admitted it. Chimera no Jutsu. I must obtain it from Orochimaru as soon as possible, Danzo thought. At this time Hiruzen also mentioned Amatsukami's proposal to the 3 elders and asked what are their opinions on this. Midokado said after some consideration, for the proposal from Amatsukami, since we cannot fight against Akatsuki, then it is best to use Amatsukami to confront them. By doing so we can make both organizations eliminate each other. Danzo nodded. It's the best decision for the time being. Koharu also nodded in agreement. I agree, it doesn't seem to be a bad decision, however we have to be careful when dealing with them otherwise. Koharu did not complete, and nor was there any need to. All the 3 elders understood the repercussions of playing with fire. Sandaime finally nodded. He has considered this a lot and this seems to be the only way to restrain the power of Akatsuki. At this time Danzo questioned, Hiruzen, what do you plan to do with Tsunagakur? Kaze Cage is missing, Cho and Ebizo are at death's door, only Pakura of the Scorch remains. Hiruzen frowned at Danzo's words. What do you suggest? Danzo said coldly, I suggest we take Tsunagakur under our full command. This way, Konoha's might will increase and we will stand a better chance against Akatsuki and Amatsu. No. However, before Danzo could even finish his words he was interrupted by Sandaime. Danzo frowned, and anger started to well up inside him. Why not? Suna is at its weakest right now. Konoha can easily take control of Suna. In fact, you don't even need to use Konoha's shinobi army. My root alone will be able to handle it. I said no, that means no. Hiruzen said coldly, I want no aggression between any shinobi villages at this point. If we make a move, Tsuchikage will not stay behind. Reikage too will not stay silent. Moreover, Suna will not easily accept it. And I am more than 90% sure that they will turn to Amatsukami and join hands with them. Neither will Konoha meddle in Suna's personal matters nor will we allow others to meddle in their personal matters. This decision is final. Is that understood? Understood. Danzo nodded, although begrudgingly. The other 2 elders nodded as well. Sandaime next said, next we will hold the Jonin Council meeting and relay the information to all the Jonins. We are in a serious need of manpower. Danzo sneered. After the Third Great Shinobi War, most of the senior Jonin, especially the ones who are part of the noble shinobi clans, have retired from active shinobi lives. What do you plan to do about them? Hiruzen was silent and looked at Danzo expecting him to continue. Danzo understood, and said, Konoha is already short on manpower. I suggest that you order them to return to active duty and have them train more recruits from the academy. This way, the majority of the shinobi will be under the orders of the Hokage faction and solve the problem of manpower. Agreed, both Koharu and Midokado nodded as well. As experienced politicians both Midokado and Yudiden can very well understand what Danzo intends to do here, and honestly, they have no problem with it. The noble clans have been enjoying their luxury for quite a while, and it is time that they get to work. Besides, as Danzo said, the current Konoha really does lack manpower. After pondering for a while Hiruzen nodded. Just as Danzo felt proud of himself, Sandaime glanced at him with a cold look and questioned, by the way, do you have something that you want to tell me about experiments related to Shodame-sama's cells? Questioned by Hiruzen, Danzo suddenly had a guilty look, although it was only momentary it did not escape Sandaime's sharp eyes. Hiruzen ordered with a serious look, Danzo, confess. Danzo has kept a lot of secrets from Hokage, especially related to the experiments on Shodame-sama's cell transplantation. Even after Orochimaru defected, he did not stop on these experiments and had continued them all this time. Therefore, in the face of sudden questioning from Sandaime, he was unable to parry it. Koharu asked with a frowned expression, Hiruzen, what happened that would prompt you to question on such a matter? Sandaime answered while his gaze was still fixated on Danzo, remember the shinobi named Tobi I mentioned? Midokado asked, the one who can use a space-time jutsu even superior to Yondaime's. Hiruzen nodded and continued, yes him, aside from a space-time jutsu superior to Yondaime, he also possesses Mokiton Kekii Genkai. Mokiton. Both Koharu and Homura were taken aback. Sandaime nodded and eyed Danzo to fess up everything he knows about this Mokiton user. Sandaime has made many speculations about the true identity of Tobi. In his opinion, Tobi being a Senju who awakened Mokiton is very less. This is because even among the history of the Senju clan, only Senju Hashirama is known to have awakened Mokiton. No one other than him has awakened Mokiton. Not even his younger brothers, children, or grandchildren who are closest to him genetically. This proves that Mokiton is not a simple hereditary Kekii Genkai. Therefore, the only possibilities that are left are self-awakening, which is completely unrelated to him being a Senju or Hashirama cell transplantation. Danzo sighed, and while pretending to be helpless, he said, it is probably because of my lack of careful supervision on your disciple Orochimaru that such a thing has happened. I never expected that your disciple will take advantage of my kindness. Sandaime did not interrupt and his gaze was still fixed on Danzo. Seeing Hiruzen's sharp eyes, Danzo had to continue. As you already know, great ambitions lurks inside your disciple. He managed to steal Shodame-sama's cells as well as the records of past experimentation from the restricted section because of the poor supervision of your Umbu. Afterward, he started bloody experiments on small children. When I got a hint of the deeds of your disciple, I immediately went to apprehend him, as you already know. But he is a shrewd one. He had caught wind that I was coming to apprehend him and managed to escape. Sandame still did not budge and spoke, and Danzo spoke with a bitter look. And your disciple had actually succeeded in this. One of the subjects your disciple chose successfully survived the transplantation of Shodame-sama's cells and awakened Mokuton. What? Both Koharu and Homura stood up from their seats in shock. Sandame's expression was gloomier upon learning Danzo's words. Originally, he was pretty skeptical about the second possibility. He believed that Tobi might have naturally awakened Mokuton just like he uses a uniquely superior space-time jutsu. Unexpectedly, Hashirama cell transplantation experiments were being conducted in secrecy without his knowledge. Not only that, there is even a child who survived and awakened Mokuton. Sandame suppressed his anger, and questioned, where is that child? Danzo sighed, when your disciple defected, he took that child with him. Blame me for being too weak to be able to stop your disciple from stealing away Konoha's future. Sandame said, I want all the information you have about that child, every last bit of it. Understand? Sarutobi Hiruzen undoubtedly believes that the child Orochimaru has taken away is Tobi. This also explains why he can use a space-time jutsu even superior to Yondaime Hokage. After all, Orochimaru was also a member of the Akatsuki. Although they are currently unaware of the exact status of Orochimaru, whether he is still part of it or has defected from Akatsuki because he did not participate or even appeared in any battle during the raid, he did join at some point and that's unchangeable. So, it is very reasonable that the child Orochimaru once took with him is also a part of Akatsuki. Seeing that the matter has been exposed, Danzo could no longer conceal it and relayed all the information he had about that child. After he had received all the information, Sandame's expression turned indifferent and he said, Shimura Danzo, for the crime of concealing valuable information from the village's leader, as well as conducting forbidden experiments without any permission from the village's leader, in the name of Sandaime Hokage, the leader of Konoha, I dismiss you from the leader of Root Subdivision. At the same time, the Root Subdivision will be disbanded and will be unified into a single Umbu unit under the command of Hokage. Danzo stood up in anger, Hiruzen, it was your disciple Orochimaru's doings. I tried my best to st. Before Danzo could finish his words, Sandame waved his hand without even looking at Danzo's face. There is no need to act innocent, you have as much involvement in this as Orochimaru. Some parts Danzo has said are indeed true, and Hiruzen does not deny it but Danzo is not fooling anyone here. If it was previously, Hiruzen may have turned a blind eye to this information, but the current situation is no longer the same. Both Elder Mitokato and Elder Koharu looked at each other and chose to remain silent. If Sandame had given such an order in normal times, they might have raised objections, but the current situation is not normal. The threat Konoha is facing currently is no longer normal, and concealing information from the leader of the village is a serious crime that Danzo has committed that has even given birth to a rogue Nintobi. As such, both the elders had no objection to Sandame's orders. Angered, Danzo immediately started walking towards the door of the room to leave even though the meeting was unfinished. Neither Sandame nor the other two elders stopped him. Just when he was at the door, he tapped his crutch on the floor, and said, Do not forget Hiruzen, Orochimaru's most likely and most capable spy, that is Hyuga Kuroto still lurks in the village. You mentioned that Orochimaru was not at the base of Akatsuki during the raid. Who is to say if Hyuga Kuroto did not give out the intelligence of the incoming raid on Akatsuki to Orochimaru? Who is to say if the very intelligence of Akatsuki's base being located in a megacore was found by Hyuga Kuroto himself, and not passed on to him by Orochimaru? Who is to say whether Hyuga Kuroto did not betray the village to Akatsuki just like Orochimaru? You should choose who you trust carefully. Watch you back Hiruzen, otherwise, who knows if your trusted Umbu might become the cause of your. Danzo did not finish, and left. From beginning to end, Sandame did not even glance at Danzo. Click. Shut. After Danzo had left, Elder Yudiden spoke, Hiruzen, about what Danzo said in regards to Hyuga Kuroto. Sandame thought about Danzo's words, at the same time he also remembered the shinobi named Hyuga Kuroto. If that is the case then I want to learn Yondaime-sama's raison. And after a long silence, he said with a mild smile, no need to worry. Hyuga Kuroto is a Konoha shinobi. I have observed him for the past few years, as well as taken regular input from Kakashi about Hyuga Kuroto. The child may share some similarities with Orochimaru, but, essentially, he is different from Orochimaru. Sometimes, he reminds me of Minato. I am not really sure as to why that is, but I have started to feel as such, therefore, I believe he will not betray the village to Akatsuki. As for his relationship with Orochimaru, I think there is no need to worry about that as well. Yudiden and Mitokato glanced at each other then finally nodded towards Sandame. If Hokage trusts him, then that's all that matters. Others can keep saying and thinking whatever they want, it is of little significance. Now, what do you plan to do Hiruzen? The Akatsuki plans to collect Baijuyu, so it is inevitable that they will attack Konoha at some point. Kirigakure's involvement with Akatsuki has to be investigated too. Sandaime nodded, and said, I have several plans in regards to these. And what are they? Both Elder Mitokato and Elder Yudiden were curious. After leaving the meeting halfway, Shimura Danzo came to the deepest section of the root base. Entering inside the Forbidden Laboratory 5, he questioned the researchers who were busy carrying out the experiments. Any progress? The head researcher replied while stuttering, we are still in the middle of it, although, the data we have is not enough, but, bang. Danzo knocked his crutch hard on the floor and said coldly, there is no time. If you fail to perfect the balance between Shodame-sama's cells and Sherinon in my body within a week, well then, I suppose I do not need to remind you of the result that would be awaiting all of you as well as your families. Be sure to keep this in mind while you continue your work here. After saying so, Danzo left the laboratory, while the researchers fell on the ground with a pale face. They understand full well what Danzo-sama meant, but they also know that 1 week is too short to achieve any significant progress. After he has left the laboratory, Danzo was walking towards the core area of the base as his lips arched in a cold sneer. Hiruzen, you are getting old, aren't you? You may try to not let it affect you as much as you can, but I see it full well, your strength is nowhere near as it used to be. Konoha needs a new Hokage, one who can lead the village to its most glorious days, and then further, and you are clearly not up to the task, never were, and never will be. As a former comrade in arms, Danzo is much aware of the rising frailty of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and because of this Danzo is more and more confident of taking the position of Hokage from Hiruzen. As for the disbandment of Root, if Hiruzen believes that he can just dismiss me as the commander of Root subdivision and that will be the end of it all, then he is sorely mistaken. The Root is not just a subdivision of Umbu Black Ops, Root is my personal force, and no matter what happens, they will only follow my commands. Besides, it's not as if he is aware of how deeper Konoha's foundation truly is, thought Danzo with a cold smirk. Danzo muttered, it's about time Uchiha Itachi stop playing those foolish shinobi games too. As he spoke, Danzo's figure disappeared into darkness. On Kuroto's side, after 2 days of rest and recuperation, Kuroto summoned Gaara to have a talk with him regarding what happened to Yondaime Kazekage. Kuroto-sama, how is your injury? The kid asked Kuroto with a worried expression. Kuroto replied, I am all right, there is no need to worry. As you can see for yourself, I can move quite perfectly now. Gaara nodded, he was relieved, then asked, so you mentioned that you wanted to have a talk with me. Kuroto nodded and after a while of silence he decided to break the news bluntly. Your father, the Yondaime Kazekage of Tsunagakuer, is now dead. Gaara's eyes widened. I see. He muttered ever so slowly, then he lowered his head in silence. Externally he was silent, but internally his mood is in turmoil. He did not know what to feel about the death of his father. The same father who has never cared about him, and viewed him as nothing more than a beast, and ordered Yoshimaru to kill him, and also attempted to execute him. Then why, what is this feeling? Am I feeling sad? Thought Gaara, then suddenly remembered. What about Temari, and Kankuro? Are they alright? Kuroto nodded, they should be fine, although I am not sure how they will take this news. Gaara was silent again, then asked, and what will happen to the village? Kuroto said, you don't need to worry about the village. I have plans for that, neither is there any need to worry about your siblings. I have plans for them too, what I want you to focus on is upon yourself. Gaara nodded silently as his thoughts wandered all over. Kuroto thought a little and said with an expectant look, Gaara-kun. Gaara lifted his head with a questioning look. Kuroto said, Gaara-kun, I have to go and take care of a few things, can I entrust you to protect this place and Karen-chan in my absence? Gaara was silent for a while, then nodded with a determined look. Kuroto ruffled Gaara's hair with a gentle smile then left Sky Fortress and quietly sneaked inside Konoha, specifically inside his secret laboratory. Here he met up with the Kazekage puppet that has been covering him for the past few days. First thing first, Kazekage puppet handed a scroll to Kuroto and said, as per your instructions, I sealed Samui's soul inside this scroll using Kanshinbutsurai no Jutsu, soul body separation technique. Kuroto nodded then took the scroll from Kazekage puppet, and observed the state of the seal. Well, that's right, the reason for Samui's brain-dead state is indeed Kuroto. He had previously ordered the Kazekage puppet to seal her soul. The soul extracted using Kanshinbutsurai no Jutsu will lose all their memories, and Kuroto has some plans of using Samui's soul. After he has confirmed that everything with the soul was alright, he put the scroll inside his shinobi bag then looked at the Kazekage puppet and asked, what all things happened in my absence? Kazekage puppet said, after the Konoha's Hokage returned from the failed raid, he held an elder council meeting. I am not sure how that proceeded, but there seems to be some tension between him and Shimura Danzo. Kuroto frowned, and the reason? Kazekage puppet shook his head and said, I am not sure. While the Elder Council meeting was being held, all the Umbu and other personnel who participated in the raid were summarizing intelligence then have gained about Akatsuki and Amatsukami. Kuroto nodded, while Kazekage puppet continued. After the Elder Council meeting was completed, Hokage held a Jonin Council meeting and announced the news to all the Jonin, although some key points were not revealed, like the exact death count, and the identity of Nagato and Konan being Jireiya's disciple, and so on, but even then it did cause a panic among the villagers, especially the missing status of Yondaime Kazekage. Kuroto nodded, this was within his expectation. The combined force of the three villages not only was unable to subdue Akatsuki but in fact suffered great loss. It would be strange if it did not cause panic among the villagers. Kazekage continued. After the Jonin Council meeting was held, Hokage dispatched 2 different squads on 2 missions. I was unable to find out what were the specific details of the mission, but I did confirm that one squad went to the land of Earth, while the other ventured to the land of Water. Kuroto nodded and thought, while the mission to the land of Earth might still be fine, but it would be surprising if the squad that is going to the land of Water will be able to find anything useful. The way it is currently, that country is not so easy to sneak it. Kazekage Puppet said. Firstly, there was intelligence summarization. Kuroto nodded. This part is obvious. Although the raid was a total failure, intelligence summarization is still very important. Corresponding countermeasure strategies will be formulated using all this intelligence. Kazekage Puppet continued. There have also been several changes internally. The first order he issued is towards the noble shinobi clans. All the retired shinobi who are in a position to continue active shinobi life will again start to work, as well as some of the other clan shinobi who are not registered in Konoha's shinobi directory will also register themselves. Kuroto was stunned, then nodded stiffly. This was unexpected, but if I think about it, it doesn't seem so strange either. Kuroto's own ninja registration number is 010842, which means officially there have only been about 010841 academy graduates before him. It wouldn't even be wrong to assume that of these 10,841, at least 50 to 60% have died in active duty. They may have died in some sort of simple mission or maybe during a war, or perhaps during the Kyuubi's attack on Konoha. These 50 to 60% also include disabled, traumatized, those who went rogue, or those who retired, and so on, at novel bin at. So, only about 30 to 40% of shinobi are left, who are still on active duty. In the canon, the ninja registration number of Uzumaki Naruto was 012607. And Sarutobi Konohamaru's ninja registration number was 012707. This means, there have only been about 12,707 official academy graduates by the time Sarutobi Konohamaru graduated from the Ninja Academy, which also included the deceased. The shinobi of Konohamaru's generation did not participate in the Fourth Great Shinobi War. And yet, despite all this, the coalition of 5 great shinobi villages was able to assemble a total force of 80,000 shinobi. If we assume that about 10,000 samurai from the Land of Iron participated in the war, then the entire coalition consisted of 70,000 shinobi. On average, each village dispatched about 14,000 shinobi, although this estimate is obviously incorrect because the strength of each village was not the same. For example, the number of Tsunagakuren shinobi and Kirigakuren shinobi was obviously less because of their weak strength. But even if we disregard this key point and use the ideal situation, there were about 14,000 shinobi from each village. Where did so many shinobi come from? The number of official graduates by the time of Konohamaru's generation was only about 12,707, which obviously included deceased and all. Even if all the official academy graduates are counted, Konoha couldn't have dispatched 14,000 shinobi. So where did so many shinobi come from? The answer to this question is very simple. Those numbers reached such a digit by including the unofficial shinobi, the unregistered ones. These unregistered shinobi are clan members that are not part of the official shinobi system that a village follows. Each clan has hundreds of unregistered shinobi, and these unregistered shinobi are under the command of the patriarch of the clan. They are not under Hokage's command. And the number of unregistered shinobi easily amounts to thousands. Therefore, they are not to be underestimated as they are a very powerful force. Take Hyuga clan as an example. Other than Hyuga Hayashi, the current patriarch of the Hyuga clan, almost none of the other members of the main house are registered shinobi. As a result, they rarely venture out of the village on official missions. Even many members of the branch house are also the same. They are unregistered shinobi. They carry out missions assigned to them by the patriarch, not by the Hokage. Of course, Kuroto's fiancé, Hyuga Yui, is also an unregistered kunoichi. And this is also why the existence of Uchiha Tsukii, who sacrificed herself in an attempt to defeat Shino, is not so unbelievable. This is also the reason why Uchiha Shinichi, Uchiha Obito, and Orochimaru were not so skeptical about her. There are hundreds of unregistered shinobi and kunoichi. It wouldn't be strange if Uchiha Tsukii was also one of those. Ordering these unregistered shinobi and kunoichi to take on active duty is obviously touching the personal interest of noble shinobi clans, but in the face of the great threat posed by Akatsuki and Amatsukami, he doesn't have much of a choice here. Hokage-sama has issued such an order. I wonder what benefits he will be giving to all the clans, thought Kuroto silently. After getting some more information from the Kazekage puppet, especially about the status of Team 11, Kuroto released the Shoten no Jutsu, shape-shifting technique, and sent Kazekage puppet back to Anchor Ventian. While he himself went into his house. And while Kuroto was trying to sneak into his own house, he noticed Yui being present at his house, and sighed, "Looks like I will have to walk in from the front door." Giving up on his earlier plans, Kuroto walked inside from the main gate. "I am home," Kuroto said, announcing his presence. "Kuroto-kun, you are finally back." As soon as Yui realized that Kuroto is back, she hurried towards him and hugged him tightly. Kuroto was surprised. He hurriedly caught her to prevent their fall, and let her hug him. After the two had stood in the same position for a few minutes already, Kuroto asked while rubbing her back gently. What's wrong? You seem unusually worried, Yui. Although he was being casual outside, internally Kuroto was really panicked. I just hope she doesn't realize my injuries. Please don't realize it. Please don't. Asked by Kuroto, she lifted her head and said with a gentle smile, there is nothing wrong, it's just that you haven't been home for the past few months. I missed you a lot so I got a little emotional, that's all. Kuroto nodded. He brought his head closer to her left ear, and whispered lightly, well, I am back now, aren't I? Yui nodded and was about to say something when suddenly she noticed bandages wrapped around Kuroto's back through the gap in his collar. Yui's face turned serious. Kuroto-kun, you are injured, aren't you? Kuroto panicked. Oh come on, how the hell did she realize it even without using the Byakugan? I am perfectly sure that all my body movements are perfectly normal. Kuroto hurriedly said, don't worry, these are just some skin injuries, will be healed soon enough. Yui gazed at Kuroto's face for a few seconds, then without saying much, she bit her lower lip and helped Kuroto walk inside. Kuroto sighed and did not resist her help. To be honest, he was really having some problem walking normally but made sure that it did not appear on his face until his facade was seen through by Yui. After seating on the chair, Yui said silently, I will call a medical nin. However, before she could go, Kuroto held her hand and said, Yui, my injuries are not serious, it will be fine in a short while, having a medical nin is not needed, moreover, they wouldn't be able to solve the problem in the first place. Yui said, but Kuroto did not allow her to reason with him and quickly said, trust me, this is not a problem that a medical nin can solve. Yui deeply looked at Kuroto's eyes, those eyes that were asking her to not call a medical nin. Yui is already aware of what happened to the Tri-Alliance in their raid against Akatsuki. She is not a jonin, but she is very much aware of the devastating defeat that Kana has suffered. She was really worried because Kuroto hasn't been home for the past few months. There was even no update in his status. She was really flustered. Especially considering how dangerous Akatsuki is and how high the death toll of Umbu in the recent raid is. Yui was obviously worried that something might have happened to him. Even after so much time had passed since the news of the raid was announced, there was no update in his status. Nor was there any news from him. Those working in Umbu generally die silently. She was worried that she might receive a death notice soon. Even if she trusts his strength, even if she believes in his promise, as a woman, she can't help but be worried. So when she noticed that Kuroto has come back safely, she was relieved. Also a bit emotional, she couldn't stop the urge to hug him tightly. Just when she thought that he has safely returned, she realized that he is seriously injured. Being seriously injured is nothing new for a shinobi, so she is worried, but also happy that Kuroto-kun has come back alive. She was glad that he is at least alive, and the injury can be treated by a medical nin. But he refuses to let medical nin check upon his situation. While Yui was busy in thought, Kuroto pulled her towards him, with the distance between the two very minimal. He said, I am sorry for making you worried. How can Kuroto not notice the worry in her eyes? He had realized it but chose not to bring it up. Yui shook her head and said, it's not a problem, Kuroto-kun. So long as you are safe, everything is alright. Kuroto nodded and said, don't worry, nothing will happen to me. Yui nodded and did not say anything more. At this time Kuroto asked, by the way, while I was coming home, I noticed that the atmosphere in the clan was a bit downcast. Did something happen? Yui nodded, and said, 4 days ago, Hyuga-sama passed away. Kuroto sighed. He wasn't much surprised, but asked nonetheless, was it a natural death, or? Yui replied with a sad expression, it was a natural death. Sensei's health had already started to decline even before her second pregnancy, and after she gave birth to Hanabi-chan her health deteriorated further. She was mostly on bed rests, and 4 days ago, she passed away. Kuroto nodded. I see. Both sat in silence. Hyuga Hyuga, name assumed, wife of Hyuga Hayashi, mother of Hyuga Hinata, and Hyuga Hanabi, and also Yui's sensei passed away. Huh. How is Hayashi-sama? Kuroto asked. Yui said with a bit of melancholy, he seems to be doing fine on the outside, but internally. Kuroto nodded. I will go to meet him after I recover. Yui nodded, and said, 2 days prior to her demise, Hyuga-sama asked me to be Hinata-chan's sensei. Kuroto nodded. It's not strange, I guess. You are her only disciple, so it is quite obvious that she would entrust you with this. Besides, your strength should have also reached the level of an elite jonin, so her choice is quite thoughtful. Yui nodded silently. At this time, Kuroto asked again, and where is Shin-chan? Yui said, she is living at my home for the past few months. You are mostly out on missions, Kuroto-kun, and well, Patriarch was worried about her safety, so she is living at my home. Besides, I have to also instruct Hinata-chan on these things, so it's better to have Shin-chan stay with me. Kuroto nodded gratefully. Sorry for causing you so much trouble. Yui shook her head and said with a smile, it's not really a problem. Well, Oka-san and Ota-san have taken a liking to her, and really spoil her. Ahahaha. I don't blame them. She is indeed kawaii, and also dash. Yui stopped midway as she suddenly remembered something that her Oka-san and Ota-san have started to pester her about. Kuroto asked in confusion, what's wrong? At novel bin at. Asked by Kuroto, Yui suddenly lowered her head as a visible blush appeared on her face. Well, Oka-san and Ota-san have been asking me for a while now. Kuroto asked with a frown, what are they asking? Yui raised her face, but she did not match her eyes with Kuroto and said, well, they have been asking when are we going to, going to, let them see, faces of their grandchildren. Cough cough, cough cough, Kuroto suddenly coughed. Yui hurriedly said, I have already told Oka-san repeatedly that even if I and Kuroto-kun have slept together a few times, it was just casual sleeping. We have yet to break the final wall. Besides, we are too young to have children, and we aren't even married yet, so having children is more of a distant thought, but she just wouldn't listen. Kuroto sighed and bowed his head in apology. It's my fault. I have been too busy with my goals, that I. However, Yui did not allow Kuroto to complete his words. She covered Kuroto's mouth with her fingers, as she brought her head closer to him, and now with their foreheads touching together, she said seriously, never apologize Kuroto-kun, never. It's not your fault, your goals are my goals, your dreams are my dream, your happiness is my happiness, you are my pride and joy Kuroto-kun, you are everything to me, we can have children when we feel we are ready, for now focus on accomplishing your dream Kuroto-kun. I may not have the strength to stand by your side, but I will always be watching you from behind. I will always be there whenever you need me, for I have always and will always love you more than anything in the world. After she finished speaking, she kissed Kuroto's forehead. After Yui had kissed his forehead, Kuroto held her, brought her face closer to his, eyes gazing at each other's without blinking, her lips closer to his, eyes closed in expectation, and lips gently touched. They felt soft, slight moist, and warm. Yui, do you want to learn Iryo Ninjutsu? Kuroto asked after some deliberation. Iryo Ninjutsu. Yui was surprised at the sudden question, and said, I am not sure. I have heard that Iryo Ninjutsu is very difficult to learn. Kuroto nodded and said, you should be able to learn it if you try. Yui was thoughtful, she was considering if she should learn Iryo Ninjutsu. Kuroto thought, one more push is needed. With that, he grinned slightly, and said in a painful tone, if you learn do Iryo Ninjutsu, and become a good Iryo Nin, then I wouldn't have to worry about my injuries. You can always treat me. Besides, having you treat my injuries is better than having some random person treat them, don't you think? Moreover, if you learn Iryo Ninjutsu your strength will also improve. After all, just treating wounds is not what a medical nin is only capable of. As an Iryo Nin, you will become much more strong than you are now. Tsunade-sama is a very good example, think about it. Yui's eyes lit, especially on the part where she can heal Kuroto's injury, and she nodded, okay, I will apply at Konoha Hospital tomorrow. Hokage-sama has issued those orders anyway, so it should be fine. Kuroto shook his head, and said, don't apply at Konoha Hospital, currently the village doesn't have a good enough Iryo Nin. Those that are available here do not have the real skills. Yui asked with a frown, but if I don't apply to Konoha Hospital, how am I going to be able to learn Iryo Ninjutsu? Kuroto said with a smile, I will find the best sensei for you. As Kuroto said this, he thought of a certain blonde kunoichi. In the face of the threat represented by Akatsuki and Amatsukami, Sandaime has been left with no choice but to order for the return of Senju Tsunade. Under Sandaime-sama's order, and because of the danger Konoha is facing, Tsunade-sama will also have no choice but to return. After all, no matter what she may say, she still loves this village, therefore she will return. At novel bin at. And Kuroto plans to have Yui learn Iryo Ninjutsu from Tsunade as well as her other jutsu. If Yui does manage to learn even 60 to 70% of Tsunade-sama's knowledge, then her strength will increase to the level of a cage. Kuroto doesn't care about much, he just wants Yui to be safe. Being able to protect herself is what he asks her, so that he can be at ease. After all, if by some off chance his identity is revealed, then she will become the first target of all his enemies. And in such a situation if Yui can't protect herself, then Kuroto will be in way too much trouble. So improving her strength under Senju Tsunade's tutelage is the best option. Yui excels at Hyuga Jutsu, then if she also masters many lethal jutsu of the Iryo Ninjutsu branch, she will be much stronger. After all, jutsu like Ranshinsho, body pathway derangement, Inyushimetsu, Yin healing wound destruction, chakra enhanced strength, Chakra no Mesu, chakra scalpel, Sozo Saisei, creation rebirth, Shozen Jutsu, mystic palm technique, Byakugo no In, strength of 100 seal, and their derived jutsu, can make up for almost all the weakness that a Taijutsu user may face. And once these jutsu are combined with Hyuga clan's Byakugan, then it is possible that Yui might even surpass Senju Tsunade. Even if not as an Iryo Nin, but maybe as the greatest kunoichi. To be honest, Kuroto would much rather help her awaken the Tenseigan. After all, this is the shortest and the easiest way. As long as she survives the genetic recombination, and awakens the Tenseigan, her strength will eventually rise to the level of a super cage. However, with the deepening of his knowledge of biotechnology, as well as exploration and development of his own Tenseigan, Kuroto has realized that surviving even a single gene combination is no joke, not to mention, to awaken the Tenseigan, many genes need to go through recombination. It's a matter of luck. At the same time, it's not just luck. Kuroto can't figure out accurately how, but he has come to understand that the reason he has survived the gene recombination and awakened the Tenseigan is not just a matter of luck, there is another reason behind it, but Kuroto has yet to figure out what exactly is that reason. Because the percentage of surviving through the gene recombination is as low, 1/33, x 100, which is almost equal to 0, Kuroto can no longer believe that it was just his luck that he survived. Therefore, he doesn't want to bet on such a small probability for Yui. After all, there is no guarantee that she will survive because he survived. And Kuroto doesn't want to risk it. Humans are strange, they, themselves are willing to risk it all, but when it comes to making their cherished individuals take the same level of risk, they are unwilling to do so. Alright, then I will wait until you find someone good enough who will be willing to teach me Iryo ninjutsu. Yui nodded after a little bit of thought. The same night, Kuroto's home. After doubly making sure that Yui was asleep, Kuroto got up from the futon and went to his study. When Kuroto walked into his study room, another figure came into sight. This was none other than Uchiha Shisui. As soon as Shisui noticed Kuroto, he asked with a slightly worried tone, "Kuroto-san, is your body okay now?" Kuroto nodded, and said, "It's all right now. I should be able to take missions after one more day of rest." Shisui heaved a sigh after learning that Kuroto's body was fine, then said with a sorrowful and doubtful tone, "Kuroto-san, this time, the losses were too much, so many people died, and we accomplished nothing. Did we do correct or?" Kuroto waved his hand to interrupt Shisui from completing his sentence. "What happened, has happened. There is no need to dwell on it any longer, whether we were correct or whether we were wrong. I, myself am not so sure, so berating yourself over it is pointless. Focus on what's to come ahead, be sure to learn from this experience, and to apply that in the future." Shisui nodded with a sigh, then asked, "Still, what are we going to do from here on?" "First thing on our list is obviously increasing our strength. Without that, we cannot face Akatsuki. From this raid, I have come to understand that I am still far from being strong enough to be able to kill the leader of Akatsuki." "The same goes for you," Kuroto said. Kuroto is indeed strong enough to restrain Nagato, but killing him becomes a bit difficult, especially with Konan, Zetsu, and Obito around. This matter was clearly proven this time. And with the possibility of Nagato being several times stronger than he was this time, Kuroto obviously needs to step up his game, else he might die. Shisui shook his head and said, "Even if you did not manage to kill the leader of Akatsuki, you were the only one who was able to restrain him, others are all helpless against him. He was even able to absorb the chakra of my Susanoo through one of his puppets, so all the jutsu we used against him were useless. Therefore, you are the very reason many still survived." Kuroto smiled bitterly. He may have had the advantage this time, but Kuroto is not sure for the next time. Kuroto has a feeling that it would be soon, very soon. And Kuroto is not sure if we will be able to restrain Nagato at that time. With a sigh, he said, "Anyway, all that aside, what is the state of your visual prowess? In the last fight, you were a bit reckless and used too much ocular power. I had reminded you several times that Mangekyou Sharinon goes blind per each use, even then." Shisui covered his eyes, and whispered slightly, "My visual prowess has decreased too much. I am having trouble even seeing regular things." Kuroto muttered, "Is it already so bad?" Shisui nodded silently. Kuroto immediately said, "Don't use your Mangekyou Sharinon anymore, for now at least, else you will become total blind." Shisui sighed, "How can I do so, given the current situation? With how much danger Konoha will be facing, Shisui doesn't feel that he can restrain himself, because he does restrain himself, and if people die, the same people he could have saved if he used his strength, then Shisui will feel sorrowful. With powers comes responsibility, and this a responsibility that he can never back away from." Kuroto noted Shisui's complicated mood, then said, "Don't worry. It will only be for the time being, don't worry. It will only be for a short while," said Kuroto upon noticing Shisui's complicated mood. Shisui was confused, and asked, "Kuroto-san, there is no source for me to acquire eternal Mangekyou Sharinon, so what do you mean when you say it will be only for a short while?" After a little bit of thought, Kuroto explained another method of acquiring a permanent Mangekyou Sharinon, that is through Hashirama cell transplantation, along with its other benefits as well as corresponding risks to Shisui. Shisui was silent upon hearing this, then questioned, "Is it really possible to gain permanent Mangekyou Sharinon after transplanting Shodame-sama's cells?" Kuroto nodded. Theoretically it is possible, but Kuroto did not guarantee it. After pondering for a while, Shisui asked, "And what is the rate of success?" After understanding the benefits and risks involving Hashirama cell transplantation, Shisui is concerned about the success rate. Kuroto replied, "For an Uchiha, especially an Uchiha who has awakened the Mangekyou Sharinon, I would say that the success rate is high as 50 to 60%. This is because the yin chakra in Uchiha's Sharinon can help in keeping the yang chakra of Shodame-sama's cells in check." Hearing Kuroto's assurance, Shisui had some hope on his face. As they say, a drowning man will grasp at a straw. No one wants to be a blind man for the rest of his life, especially someone like Uchiha Shisui who has a very strong sense of responsibility for his clan and village. Kuroto continued, "And this probability will further increase, the higher the ocular power is. This has been clearly proven by Madara. His ocular power was very high, and he transplanted Hashirama cells very easily, without any backlash." Kuroto has even checked the previous records of Hashirama cell transplantation that the village conducted from the archives stored in the forbidden sections, and according to the data, Kuroto can confirm that in the previous Hashirama cell transplantation experiments conducted by the village, no Uchiha shinobi was a subject. The majority of subjects were the volunteers of the Senju clan. Some Uzumaki were also there, but no Uchiha. This is probably because the village authorities feared that if someone from Uchiha clan awakened Mokuton, then suppressing Uchiha clan will become impossible. Moreover, the arrogance of the Uchiha clan wouldn't allow them to volunteer to participate in the experiments involving the transplantation of Shodaime Hokage cells. Because if they do participate, then they would be admitting that Sharinon is inferior in comparison to Mokuton. Otherwise, why else would an Uchiha already having Sharinon will risk his life by participating in an experiment with a 0% success record? Shisui nodded, and said, Kuroto-san, I am willing to take the risk if it will help me regain light. Kuroto said, don't be too hasty, the success rate of cell transplantation is indeed high, but you must not forget that I have very little knowledge or experience when it comes to dealing with Shodaime-sama's cells, therefore, take your time and think about it for the next few days, then give me an answer. At novel bin at. Shisui shook his head and said with absolute seriousness, I am partially responsible for the losses the village has suffered. In such a scenario, if I can't even be of use to the village, if I can't even help the village resist the enemy, then I would never be able to forgive myself. I would rather die trying than live with such a guilt. Looking at Shisui's resolved expression, Kuroto sighed. Convincing him seems to be impossible. Shaking his head helplessly, Kuroto said, all right, if you are so resolved then I will start the preparation, but the preparation itself will take quite some time because there are a lot of testing required. I will match the adaptability of your cells with Shodaime-sama's cells, so give me some time. Shisui nodded. Okay. Then Kuroto asked, now tell me which division have you been transferred to? There have been several changes, one of which is the dissolution of the Umbu Team 11. All 4 members of Team 11 have been transferred. Shisui said, Special Tactics Division 4, I am the captain of Division 4. Kuroto nodded, then asked again, Division 4? And who is the target? Although the raid resulted in failure, however, a lot of intelligence was obtained, and therefore, special tactical divisions have been created. Each division has been created while keeping in mind the abilities of their target and possible counters to it. Kuroto does know that both Kakashi and Shisui have been transferred to special divisions, but which special division, the identities of the specific members of the team, and who is the specific target is unknown to him. This information is only known to the specific member of the division and Hokage-sama. Not even the members of the elders are aware of this information. This measure was taken to eliminate all the possibilities of intelligence leakage from any source. Shisui said, target of our team is Hirako. Kuroto nodded, then questioned, Hirako, I guess I understand the reason. Tell me the composition of your team. Shisui answered, other than me, there are 3 more members in Division 4. First is Yamanaka Santa, a jonin from Yamanaka clan. He is very apt with Yamanaka clan jutsu, good at taijutsu, is an extremely proficient sensor nin, and also has some degree of knowledge of Iryo ninjutsu. Additionally, he also has a mastery of futon. Second is Sarutobi Ase, a jonin from Sarutobi clan. He is proficient in Katon and Raiden, but his specialty is Funjutsu, Juinjutsu, and Kenjutsu. He is also a sensor nin, so that's a plus point. Then the third is a former member of the Root subdivision. He calls himself Rai. His strength easily reaches the level of a jonin. He is a skilled Kenjutsu user as well as a master of using many weapons. He also has a variety of kukiyos at his disposal. And these kukiyos can spit out different types of fluids, that being glue, acids, slimes, poisons, oils etc. The good thing is that these are naturally produced body fluids, so they cannot be absorbed by Hirako using his Maiden. After hearing the description of the 3, Kuroto nodded. The Division 4 is strong enough, and covers all aspects of battle. With this team, it might even be possible to kill Hirako. In the entire village, perhaps only Shisui, other than Kuroto, has the speed to match Hirako's Jinten. Coupled with the insight of his Mangekyou Sharinon, Shisui can easily keep up with Hirako's movements. Therefore, Shisui is perhaps the best candidate to target Hirako. Then adding the support of the team, it might be possible for him to indeed kill Hirako. Shisui nodded. The team assigned by Hokage-sama to me is indeed good. Kuroto said with a serious expression, but still, be vigilant of this Rai person. If he is a former member of the Root subdivision, then his loyalty is directed towards Danzo. I suggest you keep him under a genjutsu. Also temper with Sekkaken Zetsu no In, Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal, on his tongue. I will give you the scroll of this Juinjutsu, or you can also use any other measure that you can think of, but make sure that he does not betray you to Shimura Danzo. From his previous failed attempt, Shimura Danzo is already aware of the Funjutsu I have used on your Mangekyou Sharinon. He may not understand what exactly that Funjutsu does, but he might try to steal your Mangekyou Sharinon, and in no way do I want that to happen. Shisui nodded. The last time Shimura Danzo did try to steal his Mangekyou Sharinon, although nothing major punishment was given to him because of the implication Shisui had upon him at that time. And because Shisui was unconscious at that time, therefore, he was unable to say anything either. Later when he regained consciousness, Shisui decided to not reveal Shimura Danzo being able to use Izanage. There was a reason behind it and that was, Kuroto-san, you mentioned that you plan to deal with him. When do you plan to do so, and how do you plan to do so? Shisui asked with a bit of hesitation. Kuroto said in a vague manner, very soon. I have one use of him, after that, he will be dealt with. Shisui was silent. He did have some thoughts but chose not to speak them. Kuroto is both a friend, an elder brother-like existence, as well as the person Shisui has sworn his loyalty to. Kuroto's wish is his command, and if Kuroto plans to deal with Shimura Danzo, then even if Shisui has some thoughts, he will keep them to himself and follow the order. At this time, Kuroto questioned, and do you have any information of who is Kakashi's target? However, Shisui shook his head, no, only Kakashi-san knows that. Kuroto nodded, understandable. Out of all the members of Akatsuki, Kuroto can only think of one person who can be Kakashi's team's target, and that is definitely Tobi/Obito/Madara. Simply because Kakashi can also use Kamui, so it makes sense. As for whether Kakashi has given this information to Hokage-sama, or whether he himself is aware of this or not, Kuroto has no idea. Only, Kakashi and Hokage-sama can know the answer to it. Kuroto muttered, and since Guy is promoted to a Jonin, so he is not targeting anyone specific, he will become a Jonin commander. Shisui nodded, then asked, what about you, Kuroto-san? Kuroto said with a bitter smile, well, I have yet to meet my team, all of them were out on different missions and will be assembled 2 days later. Till then I am sort of free. But the thing is, my team will not be specifically targeting any member of Akatsuki or Amatsukami. My team will most likely have completely different duties. Shisui had a frown, most likely, meaning you are not sure. Kuroto nodded and continued, I am not so sure. What I do know is that the Umbu team I will be in charge of is called Team Ro. Team Ro, Shisui muttered. Team Ro? Shisui muttered thoughtfully. Kuroto nodded. In the original story, Team Ro was an elite or perhaps the most elite Umbu unit of Konoha. It housed some of the best Konoha Umbu of that time including Heitake Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi, Tenzo/Yamato, Yujeo Uzuki etc. Heitake Kakashi was the captain of Team Ro, and after Kakashi officially left the Umbu, it was probably Tenzo who took on that role. But here these roles have changed, Kakashi and Shisui have become part of Special Tactical Forces, while Kuroto has become the captain of Team Ro. As for who will be the members of Team Ro, Kuroto doesn't know that yet, but considering that they are going to be part of Team Ro, Kuroto does hope that they are some talented shinobi, otherwise, it will be really hard for him to keep that team alive. Anyway, becoming the leader of Team Ro also puts him a step closer to becoming the Hokage. At this time Shisui asked, Kuroto-san, do you think the various divisions that are being created to specifically target Akatsuki members will be effective? Kuroto said, without knowing the accurate composition of teams, it is really hard for me to judge, but I don't really think that they will be much effective. Sure, teamwork and targeted strategies might prove to be effective, but when it comes to the matter of showing significant result, the chances are quite less, because, in the face of absolute power, strategies, preparations, planning, tricks, teamwork, along with other similar things are all pretty meaningless. This is a hard and proven fact. Just take Uchiha Madara's example. Everything was useless in the face of Uchiha Madara's power after he became the Jinchuriki of Jubi. If it hadn't been for Kurozetsu, the entire shinobi world would have been covered in an eternal genjutsu. Moreover, even if these targeted strategies are being created, the enemy too is getting stronger and figuring out tactics they can use to deal with us, so making a guess over such a thing is very difficult. Kuroto himself is a little worried about this because many of his jutsu has been exposed. Others may not perfectly understand them, but Kurozetsu should understand them well enough. Although, Kuroto doesn't think that Kurozetsu would give out that knowledge so easily, you never know. If Kurozetsu starts to feel desperate in the face of Amatsukami's strength, then he might start spitting out all the intelligence he has. And even if Akatsuki does not perfectly understand his jutsu, it won't stop them from making various strategies. Kuroto thought, I do hope that Shinichi will be able to provide me with some sort of useful intelligence. The timeline of this world has completely shifted from the canon version of the shinobi world, and with this complete deviation, much of Kuroto's knowledge of the plot has become rather useless, as such Shinichi's importance as a spy in Akatsuki is more than ever. Whether Nagato has really transplanted Hashirama cells, whether Nagato has succeeded, what actions are being planned by Obito, what will be Akatsuki's next move in response to Tri-Alliance, which members of the organization will be going after which Baijuyo, who will be their next recruit, where is Akatsuki's new hideout. Shinichi is the source of all this information. But the thing is, Shinichi hasn't contacted Kuroto for quite a while now. It is possible that he has been too busy, or maybe because the entire organization has been collected at the same place that he has been unable to contact him in others' presence. There is also a possibility that Shinichi's cover is blown and he has been eliminated, so Kuroto is also worried about that. If Shinichi's is eliminated, then that source of inside information will be gone, and if that happens, Kuroto can only have Itaka play the role. Seeing Kuroto lost in thought, Shisui said, does that mean it will all be a wasted effort? Kuroto said, regardless of whether they work or not, Amatsukami will have to make their own side preparations. And Shisui nodded, all right, I will keep that in mind. If there is nothing more to discuss, I will be taking my leave. Kuroto nodded, and with that Shisui disappeared from the room. After Shisui had gone, Kuroto moved to another room on the upper floor, and after making sure that no one was spying on him, as well as that Yui was still asleep, Kuroto took out a storage scroll and unsealed the contents stored inside it. Poof! What appeared before Kuroto was a set of sealed test tubes, each of which contained a greenish liquid. These test tubes were marked from 1A to 1Z. This green liquid substance inside all these sealed test tubes is processed by Hashirama cells, each with a different potency. Now I have to check which of these samples have the best match with Shisui's cells, thought Kuroto at novel bin at. The possibility of success is obviously close to zero here. This is because no one will be directing the fusion of Hashirama cells and Shisui's cells, but even with that, the fusion sample will stay active for the most amount of time can be considered a success. This is because the Hashirama cells in that particular sample will be most docile and easier to fuse with the body. With the objective of finding out the most docile sample, Kuroto started to carry out the next series of preparations and tests. The evening of next day. Knock. Knock. The door was opened by Yui. Who is it? It's Kakashi-san. It has been a while. How have you been? Kakashi nodded lightly. Fine, thanks for asking. Is Kuroto at home? Yui nodded with a cheerful smile. Of course, he is. Come on in. Kuroto-kun is in his study. Kakashi nodded, and after wearing house slippers given to him by Yui, he went to the upper floor where Kuroto's study is located. Kuroto had of course noticed Kakashi's arrival, and made sure that nothing he does not want to show to Kakashi was out in the open. After welcoming Kakashi to his study, Kuroto folded the scroll he was studying, then said, I heard that you have been extremely busy these days, Kakashi. Kakashi nodded with a droopy expression. Compared to Guy, who mostly has an energetic expression, Kakashi always looks downcast. Although Kakashi nodded, he did not touch the matter of tactical division or anything even remotely related to it. Neither did Kuroto ask. After a while of casual discussion, Kuroto asked, How is your condition now, Kakashi? During the raid, Itachi had used Tsukuyomi on Kakashi to neutralize him, but Itachi also made sure to not torture Kakashi too much, just enough to stop Kakashi from interfering. Kakashi was silent upon hearing Kuroto's question. Then after a while, he said, Tsunade-sama has returned to the village. She helped in curing the psychological damage. Although the damage done to me was not that serious, it could have been worse. If Homuseubi truly wanted to kill me, he could have killed me with little ease. The genjutsu he used had no counter. At novel bin at. Kuroto nodded. Even in the Naruto plot, it was Senjutsu Tsunade who healed the psychological damage done to Kakashi and Sasuke by the use of Tsukuyomi. As for the matter of there being no counter to Itachi's Tsukuyomi, it is debatable. During the battle between brothers, Uchiha Sasuke managed to break free of Itachi's Tsukuyomi. Itachi had once stated that only someone with Sharingan and Kekkai Genkai can break free of Tsukuyomi, but is that really true? Kuroto doesn't think that's true. The only reason Sasuke managed to break free of Tsukuyomi was that Itachi never had any intention of killing Sasuke. Moreover, Obito also said to Sasuke that if Itachi had truly wanted to kill him, then he would have been dead by now. Therefore, just having Sharingan and Kekkai Genkai is not enough to break free of Tsukuyomi. But it's not that it cannot be broken free. Perhaps with Kota Amatsukami, it is possible to break free of Tsukuyomi. After all, ultimately Tsukuyomi is a genjutsu, and a genjutsu can be overwritten or reflected by another genjutsu. The other genjutsu needs to be strong enough, and Kota Amatsukami is in fact strong enough. There are also other methods. A perfect Jinchuriki might also be able to break free of Tsukuyomi. This is because the amount of churka a perfect Jinchuriki has access to is way too much. And if the Tsukuyomi plane is flushed with a very high amount of chakra, then it might indeed be possible to break free of Tsukuyomi. Someone with much higher ocular power than the caster should also be able to break free of Tsukuyomi. So, it is possible to break free of Tsukuyomi, but there are a few various requirements for it. Only someone who can fulfill those requirements can break free of Tsukuyomi, others cannot. Kakashi cannot. But Kuroto doesn't care about that. What Kuroto cares about is the other news Kakashi gave him just now. That is, Tsunade-sama has returned, and hearing this news, Kuroto's eyes lit up. Tsunade-sama has returned, huh? Kuroto muttered. Kakashi nodded. The main reason for her return is the treatment of Elder Cho and Elder Ebizo. Not many people are aware of her return, and there is also no guarantee if she will stay in the village for long enough, or will she leave again. Kuroto said, since she has returned to Konoha, so I don't think that she will leave. Moreover, it will be dangerous for her to stay out as she can be targeted by Akatsuki or Amatsukami, so I don't think that Hokage-sama will allow her to leave even if she wants to. Her return was obviously inevitable. Under Hokage-sama's order, she has to comply. Now what Kuroto cares about is how to persuade Tsunade into taking Yui as a disciple. There are countless talented shinobi who want to be trained by a Sannin, but not everyone has that advantage. Especially in the case of Senjutsu Tsunade, because of her trauma. Tsunade has only ever accepted Shizune as her apprentice, and that too because of her being Dan Kato's niece. If not for that, then there are chances that even Shizune might not have been accepted as a disciple. If I remember correctly, Tsunade-sama advocated the inclusion of Irionin in all 4-man shinobi squads after her Otauto Senjun Awake's death. Although Sandaime-sama agreed with her, he couldn't dedicate resources for this purpose. The situation is still the same, so what happens if Hyuga clan were to support her in this matter? Konoha needs Irionin now more than ever, and if in such a situation Hyuga clan supports her, then I don't think she would refuse to take Yui as a disciple, and this will also increase Hyuga clan's influence in Konoha. At least, Tsunade-sama will support the Hyuga clan. This was Kuroto's thought. And if even this approach doesn't work, there is always the option of gambling. Against someone being called the legendary sucker, Kuroto has 100% confidence that he can win the gamble. There is also the approach of bribing her. Despite being filthy rich, I don't believe she will be able to refuse the temptation of millions of ryo in hard cash, because, for a gambling addict who always loses, there is always a shortage of money no matter how rich she might have been born. Money has always been against the legendary sucker. Kuroto even wonders if the reason why Tsunade decided to return to the village is because of the countless debts. At this time Kuroto asked, "By the way, where is Guy?" Kakashi answered, "Guy is on a mission to Kyusagakur." Kuroto muttered with a frown, "To Kyusagakur." Kakashi nodded. Hokage-sama has sent 2 shinobi teams, one to Kyusagakur and the other one to Takigakur. The reason for sending the team to Takigakur is to warn their village about Akatsuki's intention of capturing all Baijuyo, as well as forming an alliance with Takigakur. Kuroto nodded. This is a natural thing to do, then questioned, "And what about Kyusagakur?" At the mention of Kyusagakur, Kuroto's face sank. According to the secret intel we have received, Kyusagakur has been divided into 2 factions, and the situation has become rather tense. Among them, one of the factions wants to cooperate with Akatsuki organization to subvert the 5 great shinobi villages to eventually rule over the shinobi world, while the other faction is in opposition to this, but the second faction has been unable to suppress the radical faction, thus they have asked for support from Konoha and wants to establish an alliance with us to resist the Akatsuki and their radical faction. So Guy is leading the mission to support the moderate faction and capture or eliminate the radical faction. Kuroto asked. Kakashi shook his head, and said, "That was the mission initially. The recent intel is that the rebel faction has completely disappeared, as if not even a single trace was left of them. The leaders of Kyusagakur think that the radical faction has been secretly planning something big for a very long time. As for what that something exactly is, it is yet to be known. And since the radical faction has disappeared, therefore no clue of them is left. So Guy's mission now is to figure that something out if he can, else complete the matter of alliance and escort the representatives of Kyusagakur to Konoha for a discussion with Hokage-sama." Kuroto was silent upon hearing this news. The radicals of Kyusagakur wants to subvert the current pattern of shinobi world and want to rule over it. And they have the confidence to be able to cooperate with the Akatsuki organization? There could only be one thing that can give them enough confidence. And it has to be Box of Ultimate Bliss. Box of Ultimate Bliss is a mystery. Even in the Naruto canon, there was not much information about it. The only thing that is known was that the Box of Ultimate Bliss can grant any and all wish of the caster, but it was later confirmed that this was just a myth. In reality, the box simply corrupts whatever enters within its confines. It was said that the Box of Ultimate Bliss has such powers that it once allowed its previous users to take over the entire world during the era of Rakudo Sennin. Aside from that, who is its creator? How it came to be? What exactly is that thing? Why was it created? How was it created? Etc. is unknown. It requires an immense amount of chakra to open the box, and once opened, a monster comes out of it that is very difficult to defeat, as even Uzumaki Naruto while using Sennin mode, along with the rest of Konoha, 11, Godame, Yamato, and others with their power were unable to defeat the monster named Satori. Since the Box of Ultimate Bliss requires a very large amount of chakra, therefore, sources of obtaining such large chakra are very limited. Baijus are the best source. Kyusagakur doesn't have a Baijuyu in their village, but Akatsuki does, then have Nibi in their hands. But can Kyusagakur really control the monster Satori? Kuroto doesn't think that they can. The past users may have been able to control the monster Satori, but Kyusagakur shouldn't be able to. In fact, they did not even know what the Box of Ultimate Bliss truly was, much less control it. Kuroto sighed. It's going to be troublesome. Akatsuki alone is too much, now others are working with them. I have a lot of work to do. After some more discussion about various topics, Kakashi left. At night. Yui, what do you think about learning Iryo ninjutsu from Tsunade-sama? Kuroto suddenly questioned Yui. What? But Tsunade-sama is not in Konoha, so how will she teach me Iryo ninjutsu? Yui asked in confusion. Kuroto said, "Oh, about that. Kakashi informed me that Tsunade-sama has returned to Konoha." What? Is that really true? Yui was surprised. The return of Tsunade-hime means a very big thing. Kuroto nodded. She has returned. Tell me, what do you think? Yui hurriedly said, "Of course, I would love to. Is that even a question? But will she even accept an apprentice? Is there a single kunoichi in Konoha who doesn't idolize Sunin Tsunade-hime? Who wouldn't want to learn from her?" Kuroto said with a smile, "Don't worry, she will accept you." Yui asked with a frown, "What gives you so much confidence, Kuroto-kun?" Kuroto said, "I will have a talk with Hayashi-sama, it should work out. Besides, the village is in need of better shinobi and kunoichi, so Tsunade-sama shouldn't refuse without any good reason." Yui mumbled, "If you say so." The next day early morning, Kuroto was summoned to the Hokage office. Knock, knock. "Come in." An elderly tired voice came from the other side of the door. "Hyuga Kuroto, code name, Eagle, a former member of the now disbanded Team 11 has come as per the notice." Kuroto said with a bow. "Ah, Hyuga Kuroto, you have come, good. I will keep it short, so do pay attention. As you are already aware, many things have changed in the last week. For your duties and excellent performance in the recent events, and keeping in mind your record for the past few years, it has been decided that you are to be promoted from an UMBU member to an UMBU commander. You will take charge of a newly created UMBU team called Team Ro. Your team members have arrived and are currently waiting at UMBU training field, R3. Your team consists of 5 members with you as the commander. One of them is a new recruit in UMBU, but there is nothing to worry about. He is quite the capable one, so I don't think you will have any complaint about him. Get acquainted with the team as soon as possible. Soon you will have a mission to set out on. Sandaime said to Hyuga Kuroto. Yes, Hokage-sama, Kuroto nodded. It wasn't surprising that he would be sent out on a mission soon. Let's focus on the team for now. I do hope they are not some weak-some bunch. Kuroto thought. Sandaime continued. Here, this will be your new mask. Your identity is already known to Akatsuki, so some necessary precautions have to be taken. From now on, your identity is no longer Eagle. Kuroto again nodded, and after removing his current Eagle UMBU mask he passed it on to Sandaime, then wore a dragon-shaped mask. Sandaime-sama said, you can choose the new code name for yourself. Kuroto thought about it a little, then said, Waditsumai. I would prefer the code name, Waditsumai. Sandaime raised his eyebrow at the mention of the term Waditsumai, and questioned, any specific reason? Kuroto nodded and said, when a snake evolves it takes the form of a dragon, that is what I wish to be, Hokage-sama. Is that so? Sandaime was a little taken aback by Hyuga Kuroto's mention of such a thing, but after a while of consideration a smile appeared on his lips and he nodded, so be it. Kuroto bowed to Sandaime gratefully, then Sandaime said while passing on 2 scrolls to him, take these 2 scrolls with you. One of them is the scroll of the A-rank jutsu, Raise Non, that you had wished to learn, while the other one records the information of the 4 UMBU who will be under your command. Kuroto nodded, and after taking the 2 scrolls, he said to Sandaime, thank you for your kindness, Hokage-sama. Sandaime then took out another scroll and said, and this one too. This scroll records all the details of the first mission Team Ro will be performing. As you had suspected back then, Kirigakure was indeed involved with Akatsuki. We have confirmed this, and several new changes are happening in Kirigakure. Team Ro will set off to Kirigakure as soon as possible. Kuroto had long expected that the most likely place where his mission would be assigned will either be Kirigakure or perhaps Iwagakure. After all, Kirigakure is as much of a dangerous village as the former Amegakure, so it's not strange that Hokage-sama needs a master infiltrator. But it's not that easy. Kuroto said tentatively, Hokage-sama, the team is new, I need to get familiar with the members and devise a few strategies that we will be working upon. And since there is also a fresh UMBU member in the team, therefore, he needs to be made familiar with all the things. Sandaime sighed, I am afraid I can't give you much time. 2 days at most. Complete all the preparations within these 2 days, and set off as soon as possible. Yes, Hokage-sama, 2 days should be enough. Kuroto nodded. Sandaime nodded with an amiable smile, and said, good luck, I expect good things from you and Team Ro. Yes, Hokage-sama, I will not let you down. After speaking so, Kuroto turned and left the Hokage office. After Kuroto had gone, Sandaime kept looking at the place where Hyuga Kuroto was kneeling and muttered, a dragon, huh? So, you intend to surpass your master. I do hope that you will not make me regret this decision of mine, Hyuga Kuroto. At novel bin at. On Kuroto's side, after having left the Hokage office, Eagle, now Waditsumai, was on his way to the UMBU training field R3. As soon as Kuroto was closing to the place, Kuroto frowned as he noticed a figure he did not want to see in the UMBU, not to mention in the same team as him. I guess I need some answers. I don't think he would have joined UMBU without a good reason. Moreover, what is she doing in the UMBU? She shouldn't have been part of the UMBU either. Suppressing his thoughts for later, Kuroto finally arrived before the team. His arrival was also noticed by 4 shinobi, each of whom was wearing an UMBU mask over their face. 2 of them are females while the other 2 are males. After landing on a tree, Waditsumai said to the 4, I am the UMBU commander of Team Ro. Let's start with your UMBU code names. The one sitting on the boulder, the Kunoichi with the black mask. Let's start with you and follow a clockwise pattern. The Kunoichi nodded, and introduced, UMBU code, Akame, reporting at duty. The next one nodded, and introduced himself, UMBU code, Rabbit, reporting at duty. The third one nodded, and introduced, UMBU code, Hana, reporting at duty. The last one also nodded, and introduced, UMBU code, Weasel, reporting at duty. One by one, all 4 of them introduced themselves and took off their masks while quietly looking at their UMBU commander. Because Kuroto is also dressed in UMBU gear, and because his mask has been changed, therefore, the 4 only knew that the person standing on top of the tree is their UMBU commander. Neither of the 4 is yet aware of the true identity of their commander. With an amused expression, Kuroto took off his mask, and said, Takubitsu Jonin, Hyuga Kuroto, UMBU code, Waditsumai. Commander of Team Ro, pleased to make your acquaintances. Kuroto-kun. Akame was taken aback. She did not expect her UMBU commander to be Hyuga Kuroto, a person she had known for quite a few years now. Rabbit and Hana were also a little surprised, but because they are of a younger generation than Kuroto, they remained calm. While Weasel sighed, the person Danzo-sama ordered me to keep an eye on turned out to be Kuroto-san. I haven't even told him about this yet. Kuroto said to Akame, I am surprised that you had joined the Umbu, but I suppose it doesn't matter. From now on I will be commander of the 4 of you. I expect all 4 of you to follow my commands unconditionally, is that clear? The 4 nodded together. The rules of the Umbu division are far more strict than anywhere. While on a mission, the commander is even allowed to execute a member should his order be violated by any member of the team. With his main point made clear, Kuroto said with a smile, no need to be so serious for now, let us further introduce ourselves, the area we specialize in, our abilities, and the things we like and dislike. Let's start with Akame again. Akame nodded, and after taking off her mask, she said, name, Hyuga Kuroto, shinobi rank, Takubitsu Jonin, I can perceive chakra, somewhat good at taijutsu, and ninjutsu, whereas my master, and main form of combat style lies in genjutsu. Perhaps it was because of being defeated by Kuroto in the past. Kurone's confidence at the mention of her specialty being genjutsu dropped and her voice became as low as a mosquito. If not for the fact that the 4 people being trained shinobis, none of them might have been able to hear what Kurone was saying. Kurone may have been defeated pretty badly at that time, but her strength is still a Jonin class in the canon, so she is a good addition to the team. All she needs is a wider vision, as well as high pressure to stimulate her growth potential, and perhaps she will be able to surpass her canon version. Kuroto questioned, no likes and dislikes. Kurone lifted her head, and said lightly, I like Sake, and I hate a certain someone I don't want to mention. Alright, don't mention if you don't want to. Kuroto nodded towards Kurone then looked at Rabbit. After taking off his mask, Rabbit stepped forward and said, name, Gecko *****, shinobi rank, Takubitsu Jonin, I excel in tracking and stealth, *****, I specialize in Kenjutsu and Taijutsu, I am also capable of using, Totonjutsu, transparent escape technique. My likes, Heiei looked at Hana while speaking of his likes, then said, I don't have anything I dislike. Rabbit or perhaps Heiei introduced himself amidst his usual coughs. At this moment Hana said with a worried expression, didn't you take the medicine just about an hour ago? Is your condition? However, Heiei shook his head, and said, I am fine. After a bit of thinking, Kuroto said to Heiei, Tsunade-sama has returned to the village, let her check your body Heiei-kun. Maybe she can find a solution to your chronic illness. I do understand that you are a technique type, but for a shinobi, especially for those who excel in taijutsu and kenjutsu, body condition needs to be optimum if they want to display their peak combat power. Heiei nodded politely, understood captain. After that, Kuroto turned towards Hana, and said, it's your turn next. Hana nodded, and after taking off her mask, she said, name, Uzuki Yujeo, shinobi rank, Takubitsu Jonin, I have some bit of knowledge of Funjutsu, and Iryo Ninjutsu, I am also a sensor nin, my main ability lies in Kenjutsu. I like Kenjutsu, pleased to meet you, captain. Kuroto nodded toward Yujeo, and then finally turned towards Weasel, and said, you are the last one left. Weasel nodded, and took off his mask, then said, name, Uchiha Itake, shinobi rank, shinin, I am average at taijutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu, shurikenjutsu, kenjutsu, and funjutsu. I love dango and peace, and I don't like wars, please take care of me, captain, senpais. Ever the modest one, or perhaps I should say careful one, isn't he? Kuroto thought about Itake's introduction. Now that the introduction part was over, Kuroto thought about the composition of his team, Kurone, Heiei, Yujeo, Itake, and finally me. I must say, this team is quite a capable one indeed. This also means that the first mission that is going to be assigned to us will be a very big deal. Well, I am certain that as long as it's not a prime member of Akatsuki, Nagato and Obito, there is hardly anyone in the shinobi world I can't defeat/kill, so there is not much I need to worry about. But I suppose I must enhance their skills so that I personally do not have to be part of all the missions. And perhaps I should be grateful that Itake is also part of the team, at least, I can leave him in charge of the duties unless it's a very difficult mission. While Kuroto was busy in some thoughts, Kurone spoke, Kuroto-kun. I want to ask something if that's alright. Kuroto said, refer to me as captain, and as for the matter question, ask whatever you want, although I am not guaranteeing that I will answer your question. If I don't want to, then I will not, is that acceptable? Kurone pouted, but spoke nonetheless, alright, Captain-kun, I wanted to know if the Akatsuki organization is really as strong as they say. Kuroto sighed, if I am being honest Kurone, much of the information about Akatsuki was not announced publicly even at the Jonin Council. That organization is way too dangerous. This is not public information and is only known to a select few, but I want you all to know that only 10% of us, including Konoha, Suna, and Kumo, who went on the mission returned. So the amount of danger should be much clearer. Also, not even a single one of them was killed by a Matsukami, each died at the hands of an Akatsuki member. Kurone did not know what to say and bent her downwards. She is no longer the child she used to be a few years ago, during the night of Kyubai's attack. While Yujeo, Heiei, and Itake were silent. I will say this only once and I want each of you to be very clear about it. If you were to encounter any Akatsuki member during a mission, then you will only choose either of two things. First is to run, do not fight, just run, because currently none of you is strong enough to be able to face any member of Akatsuki. Second is suicide. If you feel that you would not be able to escape and are about to be caught, commit suicide, blow yourself and make sure to destroy your brain as well as your body to not give out any intelligence. There is no third option, is that clear? Kuroto said with an extremely serious expression. Heiate, Yujeo, and Kurane gulped. They are shinobi and are willing to die while fighting for their village, so it is not that strange to them, but to be spoken in such a way, either run or commit suicide, with no third option, it feels horrible. On the other hand, Itake did not have any change at novel bin at. After some more discussion, as well as appointing some tasks, Kuroto disbanded the team and ordered them to be present here tomorrow around the same time. Then he returned home. Coming home, Kuroto immediately unsealed the mission scroll given to him by Sandame-sama. Each village has some source of intelligence inside other villages. Konoha is no different in this regard, so, therefore, Konoha had managed to obtain the information about the current situation of Kirigakuer, and this intelligence indicates the surge of some undercurrents. Of the 4 elite shinobi of Kirigakuer that Yondaime Mizukage sent to a Megakuer, only one returned, and that is Hoshigaki Same, while the rest including Sukazan Fuguki, Mamakai Zabuza, as well as Yudiden, the Jinchuriki of Rokubai, all disappeared. The disappearance of the Jinchuriki of Rokubai caused an uproar in Kirigakuer, but Mizukage doesn't seem to care and did not do anything about the disappearance of the Jinchuriki of Rokubai, nor did he do anything to recover them, which again caused major dissatisfaction among the populace of Kirigakuer. Kuroto sighed. It does seem as if the Yondaime Mizukage is being manipulated by Obito. The cage of a village has become a puppet in the hands of others. This is the biggest shame for a shinobi village. After all, being manipulated by some is much worse than dying at their hands. Anyway, people of Kirigakuer have begun to suspect that something is wrong with Kirigakuer, and the intelligence recorded here shows that the flames of a coup d'etat are being lit in Kirigakuer. Who will it be? Mamakai Zabuza, the demon of Kirigakuer, or Terumime, the Godaime Mizukage in the canon? At what point did Terumime take the position of Mizukage? Kuroto doesn't remember this, but he does remember that Mamakai Zabuza once launched coup d'etat that resulted in a failure, leaving him with no choice but to run away from Kirigakuer and become a rogue nin and mercenary so that he can collect enough funds to launch another coup d'etat. After reading more information given to him, and knowing the exact details of the mission, Kuroto had a thoughtful expression. Village of Blood Mist has never been a peaceful place, and with the rising possibilities of a coup d'etat, the village has become much more dangerous. Not to mention, Kirigakuer is under Obito's control. Even a little bit of spark might start a full-scale civil war in the village. Kuroto thought, if it's just me alone, it shouldn't be a problem to sneak inside Kirigakuer and carry out the mission, but if take team, row with me, then that's another thing. Aside from me and Itake, the chances of others surviving will be quite difficult. What to do? Kurane, Heiate, and Yujeo are undoubtedly genius shinobi, but there's only so much they can face at this point. Not to mention, neither of the 3 has reached the level of a jonin yet. Considering the possibility of Akatsuki organization's new hideout being somewhere in Kirigakuer, if we were to be exposed, then it would be difficult for me to ensure their safety. Normally I wouldn't care about them, but this matter is also related to me becoming a Hokage in the future. After all, if I were to become Hokage, I would need more people loyal to me who are not just being controlled by Kota Amatsukami. Kuroto thought. This is going to be a bit troublesome. Kuroto sighed, and after folding back the scroll, he disappeared from his room. Backyard training forest of Uchiha clan. In the forest, 2 young figures could be seen practicing shuriken jutsu. The elder of the 2 jumped from tree to tree and threw several shurikens in one after another. Whiish, 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 whiish. And finally, he did a high backflip and threw the last shuriken at the moment right before he was about to land on the ground. Whiish. The last shuriken collided with the second last, which further collided with the third last and started a chain reaction. Each of the 8 shurikens that were previously through were precisely deflected at certain angles and stuck the shuriken practice board. Tuck, 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 tuck. After he had landed safely, he turned around and looked at the 8 shuriken practice board and noticed a shuriken each at the center of each target board. Clap, clap, clap. The younger of the 2 who had looked at the entire process and then at the 8 targets was extremely excited. His eyes were shining in admiration. After the elder one has landed to the ground, he hurried to the elder one. Nii-san, I want to learn this too. Please teach me. The elder one flicked the younger one's forehead, stopping in the middle of his track, then said with a gentle smile, Sorry Suzuki, this technique can only be used in cooperation with the Sherinon, so after you awake your Sherinon I will teach you. Ouch, Suzuki held his forehead and said with pursed lips, You always say this Nii-san. Okasan said that you were able to use it even without the Sherinon when you were younger. Can't I learn it without the Sherinon? Sorry, Suzuki, but what Okasan said was another simpler version of this technique. To be able to use this technique you need to have the Sherinon, otherwise carrying out all the calculations and determining the accurate trajectory and throwing power in the fraction of a second is quite the tedious task, and will be too much for the human brain. Itake said with a helpless smile. Suzuki sighed. No matter how much he trains, Suzuki has never been able to match up to his brother. And there is nothing strange about it, as there are several factors involved here. Suzuki may have suffered some trauma due to the past 2 experiences of being exposed to Amatsukami and Akatsuki, but all those times, he was given a psychological treatment to not develop a deeper shadow of those experiences so that his growth and the mental state does not get affected negatively. But the same is not the case with Itachi. It can be argued that there was no need to give Suzuki the psychological treatment if Itachi was not given, but the decision to do so was based on the mentality of Suzuki, and the difference in their experience. Suzuki has never been as mature as Itachi, so such a thing was considered to keep his mental health safe. The second reason is teaching. Itachi is being personally trained by Shisui and Kuroto. Moreover, with such in-depth exposure to the secrets of the shinobi world, his vision and understanding have far surpassed anyone. Therefore, the increase in his strength is tremendous, especially since his growth spurt has started. While this is not the case with Suzuki, who is heavily sheltered and protected to not get kidnapped by Akatsuki and Amatsukami. And finally, the matter of age is an obvious one. Being the elder one, Itachi is obviously much stronger compared to Suzuki, who is nothing more than a kid at the moment. Kuroto, who was silently watching the scene unfold before him while being hidden, muttered with a hint of pity in his tone, "I don't know if having Itachi as an elder brother should be considered a blessing for him or a curse." Very few can hope to shine in the face of Itachi's talent. Suzuki may have the potential to grow into a god-class shinobi because of being Satsuki Indra's reincarnation, but perhaps Itachi also holds the same potential despite not being anyone's reincarnation. Sighing slightly, Kuroto released a bit of his chakra that was instantly perceived by Itachi. The very next moment, Itachi ruffled Suzuki's, and said, "Sorry Suzuki." Suzuki was confused. But that was all he could mutter before he lost his consciousness and fell on the ground. After Suzuki was asleep, Itachi carried him towards a tree, and it was at this moment Kuroto walked out, and said, "I am sorry for interrupting your time with your otauto." Itachi shook his head, and said, "It's alright Kuroto-san, we were just about to head home anyway." Kuroto nodded, and said, "Your original is still in Sunagakure right now, correct?" Itachi nodded, "Yes, I am a Karasukage Bushin, Crow clone. The original is in Sunagakure as per your instructions. Investigate things about Jashin with the help of newly assigned Godame Kazekage." Kuroto nodded. So Pakura was successfully elected as Godame Kazekage. Itachi nodded. There were a few people who were opposing because there is still a possibility of Yondaime Kazekage being alive, but the next day, information and records about the symbol of Jashin were presented before the members of Suna Elder Council, which resolved the issue of Yondaime Kazekage still being alive. But there were still a few who were in opposition to her becoming the Godame Kazekage, but considering that no one else in Suna was strong enough, so things were not that difficult. It took my original only one night to change the opinions of those. There is no use of Kota Amatsukami here. Itachi did it on his own, and the next day, after another meeting of Suna Elder Council was held which lasted for several hours, Pakura of the Scorch was finally elected to be the Godame Kazekage of Sunagakure. Alright, with Pakura as the Kazekage, many of my problems will be resolved. Kuroto muttered, then questioned, "And what about you joining Umbu?" Itachi bowed to Kuroto and said, "I am sorry Kuroto-san. I know that you instructed me to not join the Umbu to be able to freely move at any time, but, when I came back from my last mission in the early morning today, I was directly summoned to Hokage-sama's office. Hokage-sama, Otsusama, as well as the other 3 elders were also present in the meeting. I am not aware of exact particulars, but the Uchiha clan and Hokage faction have had some negotiation, the exact details of which perhaps only Otsusama is aware of within the Uchiha clan, and me joining the Umbu is one part of these negotiations. I was in no position to refuse the recruitment for the second time. Moreover, this time it was an order from both Hokage-sama and the Patriarch of Uchiha clan. Fugaku instructed Itachi in the name of Patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and since I was in presence of them all, I couldn't inform you of this in advance." Kuroto sighed. This makes a few things difficult. Honestly, Kuroto wasn't much surprised. He had a feeling that something of this sort has happened. Otherwise, Itachi wouldn't have joined the Umbu. Under the pressure of those 5, Itachi had to give in. Even Kuroto would have been the same if he was in Itachi's shoes. "Please forgive me." Itachi again apologized. Kuroto shook his head, and said, "It does change a few things but you don't have to worry. The good thing is that you have been appointed to my team. So, it's still not that big of a problem." Itachi nodded gratefully. "Thank you for your understanding Kuroto-san." Kuroto nodded, and after a bit of thinking, he said, "Since Pakura has become Godame Kazekage and Suna Shinobi are working in order to find more about Jashin, therefore, you can send a message to your original to come back. The mission that Team Aro will be going for will need your full strength." Itachi nodded then asked, "What is the mission?" Asked by Itachi, Kuroto looked around his surroundings to make sure that no one was watching them, then said, 2 days from now, Team Ro will be setting out to the Land of Water. The mission Hokage-sama has given to Team Aro is the assassination of Yondaime Mizukage. What? The assassination of Yondaime Mizukage. Even Itachi was taken aback, and can't help but think, are these Umbu missions? Starting straight off with the assassination of a kage of a village. Kuroto nodded, and said, "Well, it is what it is. Kirigakure is in collusion with Akatsuki, and there are many strange things happening in Kirigakure, so this mission. I will reveal the particulars of the mission to you tomorrow, together with the other 3 of the team, and we have only about 2 days until we set out, which is obviously not enough for your original to come back. So, make sure to instruct your original to meet up with us along the way. Itachi nodded with a serious expression. Yes, I will do so immediately. Kuroto nodded, then took out 3 scrolls and said while handing them to Itachi, pass on the black and red scroll to your original, and the green one to Shisui, and make sure to coordinate yourselves accordingly. Also, this red scroll records the development process of a katon-based Kekkei Genkai that I think you will be able to learn, so try putting your thoughts into it. Itachi was surprised. A katon-based Kekkei Genkai. At novel bin at. Kuroto nodded, and said, it won't go exactly as written in the scroll, and you will have to figure a lot of things out for yourself, but I think you will be able to do all of that if you put your mind into it, but whether you want to learn it or not is totally up to you. You don't necessarily have to learn it if you don't want to, but I would suggest that you do consider it. If you do manage to learn it, then your base strength will increase. Itachi nodded, alright. I will think about it. Thank you again for entrusting me with such a valuable thing. No big deal. Kuroto nodded, then said, alright then, I will be going. I have a few other things I must take care of before we set out on the mission. See you tomorrow at the R3 training ground. After saying so, Kuroto disappeared. With Kuroto gone, Itachi thoughtfully looked at the place where Kuroto previously stood, even if what he said might have some truth to it. I don't think that's exactly the case here. After separating from Itachi, Kuroto rushed towards the second floor of a particular izakaya. And here he found the sight of a beautiful blonde old hag drinking sake, while a black-haired kunoichi of the same generation as Kuroto was taking care of the blonde hag with a helpless expression, and at the side sat her pig. These 2 or rather 3 are none other than Sunin Tsunade, Shizune, and the emergency pork tauntaun. The kunoichi noticed Kuroto's arrival and waved her hand signaling Kuroto to come in. After taking the seat in front of the 2 kunoichi, Kuroto said with a bow, I am sorry for making you wait Tsunade-sama, Shizune-chan. Tsunade said with a bored look, look who it is, the pesky little brat who used to be Orikimura's running dog. You sure have grown up. I never would have imagined that the weak kid of back then would reach where you are now. Kuroto was not offended by Tsunade's rude manner of speaking, and said politely, being praised by one of the legendary Sunin is nothing short of an accomplishment for my weak self. Weak self? Sure, so what did you want to talk to me about? Hurry up and out with already. I don't have much time. This is a short break I have. I would rather put it to good use while gambling somewhere than just wasting time with a kid here. Tsunade said while folding her arms under her chest. Shizune smiled awkwardly upon hearing Tsunade's words. Ahahaha, please don't mind her Kuroto-san. Tsunade-sama has not taken a rest for the past 7 days, so she is a little tired. Shizune, I am sitting right here. Tsunade berated Shizune. Sorry Tsunade-sama. Shizune apologized. Kuroto said with a sigh, I never expected that you would remember me Tsunade-sama. Tsunade continued with her bored look. I never would have expected either, if not for the fact that I met up an old acquaintance on my way to Konoha. Kuroto said in a confused tone, you mean? Tsunade took a sip of sake, then said while shaking her head, I mean nothing. I am not in the mood of reminiscing those days. Now speak, what do you want to talk with me about? I am running out of time. After thinking a little, Kuroto said, alright, I wanted to ask if you would be willing to take a disciple who wants to learn Iryo ninjutsu from you. Kuroto's words made both Tsunade and Shizune frown. You want to learn Iryo ninjutsu? Kuroto shook his head, and said, not me. Yui wants to learn Iryo ninjutsu. Tsunade asked with a confused expression, and who is this Yui? Well, she is my fiancée, a kunoichi from Hyuga clan, Kuroto answered. Tsunade said, whatever, if she wants to learn Iryo ninjutsu, she can just go ahead and apply at Konoha Hospital. There is no need to come to me. Moreover, why are you the one asking me? If she wants to learn Iryo ninjutsu, then why is she not the one asking me? Kuroto said with a light smile, I will be honest with you Tsunade-sama, it's because she has never known or met you personally. I am not saying that I know you too well either, but at least I have met with you a few times back when I was still a fresh genin under him. Tsunade took a sip of sake, then said, figures, but if she wants to learn Iryo ninjutsu, then she can just go ahead and apply at Konoha Hospital. Kuroto said, she was ready to apply at Konoha Hospital, but I want her to personally learn from you Tsunade-sama. Under your guidance, her real talent can bloom. However, Tsunade shook her head, look kid, you might be Orikimura's disciple, but I am not interested in teaching anyone anything. If she really wants, she can just learn from Konoha Hospital. Kuroto sighed, figures it wouldn't be this easy. If a Sunin were to accept just about anyone as their disciples, then people will never stop coming. Tsunade nodded with an impressed expression, look, you aren't too shabby at figuring out things. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to go and take care of a few things. Also mind paying the bill for me. I did not bring my wallet. After taking the last sip of the sake, Tsunade noticed Kuroto's silence and noting that he had nothing else to say, she got up and started to leave. Shizune kept looking in turn at Kuroto and Tsunade. She was about to walk away when Kuroto suddenly spoke. Tsunade-sama, I will make you a deal. No, 2 deals. I will make you 2 deals. Would you consider listening to me? Tsunade stopped in her tracks and asked with a bit of curiosity, what kind of deal? Kuroto said, someone once told me about the proposal you once made during a Jonin Council meeting after the Second Shinobi World War. The proposal was about assigning an Iryo nin to each 4-man squad. Although your proposal was indeed a brilliant one, unfortunately, it was never accepted because it was rather unfeasible. Tsunade frowned upon suddenly being reminded of the past memories, and let me guess, that someone was Orochimaru? I am again surprised that he would share such things with you, but then again, it did seem that he valued you quite a lot, be that as it may, what are you trying to say here? Kuroto said, valuable or not does not matter to me, and my point is that your proposal may have been a very good one, but it was a bit unrealistic because of its unfeasibility at that time due to war. The current situation is not any better with how severe the losses have been during the Third Great Shinobi War, immediately followed by Kyuubi's chaos, then several small-scale wars, and conflicts with Akatsuki and Amatsukami. In these years, people have died one after another. I am sure Tsunade-sama must have been aware of the correct records of the recent death toll in the combined raid the three villages performed against Akatsuki. Tsunade nodded and prompted Kuroto to continue. In such a situation, where every life is very important to resist Akatsuki and Amatsukami, the need for Irionin, who can keep shinobi and people alive, is more than ever. Yet, your proposal is still unfeasible. The main reason being shinobi themselves, especially the ones from the major shinobi clans. In particular, these shinobi are unwilling to become Irionin. The reason is that an Irionin does not fight in battle, so there is no glory attached to it. As such, people don't want to become Irionin. But what if this changes? Naturally, changing this is not so easy. There are several variables involved, but let's assume this thing changes, and what if one of the noble shinobi clan were to support this endeavor? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Her expression stated that she was a bit interested. So basically you are trying to say is that the Hyuga clan will support this endeavor. Kuroto nodded. I will convince Hayashi-sama to support this endeavor. At novel bin at. Tsunade was now more interested. She walked back, took her seat, and ordered more sake, then said, and are you sure that you can convince Hyuga Patriarch? Kuroto said, I can say so with absolute certainty. Tsunade was more surprised at Kuroto's bold use of the term absolute. What gives you the confidence? Kuroto shook his head, and said mysteriously, I have my own methods. Tsunade-sama does not need to worry about that. What I want to ask is what happens after Hayashi-sama supports this endeavor. Tsunade said after a while of consideration, it could change a few things, but one clan alone is not enough for this. Hyuga clan may as well be one of the two major shinobi clan. It is still not enough. The major composition of shinobi comes from the civilian class, and civilians are somewhat unwilling to become Irionin, because, as you mentioned, there is no glory involved in it. Therefore, they are unwilling to put too much effort into becoming Irionin. This thing changes when people truly understand the threat Akatsuki and Amatsukami pose. Pausing here, Kuroto looked around, then said in a light whisper, the strength of leaders of both the organization is not something that any cage can match up to. I know this is not something to be happy about, but what is true, and we need to accept it and act accordingly to it. Perhaps only someone like Shodame-sama might be able to match up to them, others cannot. What do you think will happen when people of the village come to realize this hard truth? Kuroto said. Tsunade had a realization. You mean to say people's faith in their Hokage will dwindle? Kuroto shook his head, and said, it could, maybe, but that wouldn't be the case for very long, and it can easily be manipulated into something productive. Tsunade nodded, and said, that is true, I guess. Kuroto continued, so, as I was saying, when people are manipulated into changing their opinions, they need to be directed into doing something productive, else it will all be pointless. So out of all the options, the option of becoming a shinobi is the best one, as it will give them some degree of power, and along with power some hope. Faced with the threat of Akatsuki and Amatsukami, more and more people would also want to become shinobi, to be able to protect themselves, their families, and friends, and this village they love so much, plus this will also give the village more manpower to work with. Yet, we also know that not everyone can be a shinobi because being a shinobi requires more than just being able to throw shuriken or do tree walking. Not to mention, that even then, there is hardly anything most would be able to do against the likes of Akatsuki and Amatsukami with their strength. Even Konoha wouldn't have enough funds to train so many of them, only to send them all on their deaths. So, they will need to be given something where they can make some difference. And that something will be Iryo Ninjutsu? By becoming Iryonin, people will have a real chance at saving their loved ones or other fellow villagers. Tsunade muttered thoughtfully. Kuroto nodded, and said, exactly. After a while of thinking, Tsunade said, what you are saying is indeed correct, but Sarutobi-sensei must agree to this as well. Kuroto nodded, and said with a smile, Sandaime-sama may have found this proposal to be somewhat unfeasible back then, but he will have no choice but to accept it now. And what happens if Sandaime-sama supports your proposal, Tsunade-sama? Are you trying to say that you have a method to convince Sarutobi-sensei as well? Tsunade questioned more curiously. Kuroto nodded, and explained, I don't but Hayashi-sama does. Hokage-sama has ordered for the non-registered clan shinobis to register themselves in Konoha military. Naturally, all shinobi clans are somewhat resistant to this order, as it will greatly weaken the individual power of each clan. It is obvious to both of us that these clans can't resist this order for very long and will have to agree to it at some point, as they don't have any other choice. In such a situation, if the patriarch of one of the major shinobi clan were to propose a negotiation in exchange for the agreement, and as per the negotiations, Iryonins have to be standardized in each four-man squad so as to increase the chances of survival of their clan members. And obviously, the patriarch of that major clan will propose such a negotiation during a Jonin council meeting, or perhaps during a meeting where the patriarch of each clan is also present, so as to increase the weight of his words. Faced with such a situation, will Hokage-sama be able to refuse this proposal considering all the things? Tsunade was silent, she was left speechless when everything was said and done. Obviously Sandaime-sama cannot refuse, because doing so will have a negative effect, it will cause the clans to back away, which is something Sandaime-sama can't afford at such critical times. Kuroto said in conclusion, so all the three major problems you were facing back then will be solved at once. So, your proposal will be accepted once all three problems you were having back then are resolved. Tsunade had a contemplative look on her face as she weighed all Kuroto had said, and after a long pause, she finally added, and what is the second deal you mentioned? When it came to the second transaction, Kuroto had a dubious expression on his face, should I really do it? Should I or shouldn't I? Tsunade scowled when she noticed Kuroto's reluctant expression and said, out with it. Sigh, okay, he said. So, I heard that Tsunade-sama owes quite a bit of debt to various gambling houses in the Land of Fire and its surrounding countries, Kuroto said after a brief pause at novel bin at. Huh. Perplexed, and what of it? Tsunade assumed it was a terrible situation, but debts? Why, of all things, would he bring up debts? Kuroto paused for a moment before ultimately saying, the second deal I'm offering you is that I'll pay off your debts. Huh. Tsunade took a few seconds to comprehend Kuroto's comments, but she believed she had misheard him and inquired, what did you just say, again? I stated I was willing to pay off your debts, Kuroto reiterated. Did he say I believe what he said, Shizune? Tsunade inquired about Shizune's confirmation. If Kuroto-san said something about paying our debts, then, I believe he said it. Shizune smiled and nodded. Care to repeat that? Tsunade asked, nodding. As I previously stated, I am willing to repay your debts. Kuroto said it again, this time for the third time. This time she heard it louder than ever before, but when she did, she had a strange smile on her face, as did Shizune. So, to clarify, you're saying you're willing to pay off the obligations I owe to numerous gambling houses throughout the Land of Fire and its surrounding countries. As long as it's not too much, I'm willing to d-dash. Kuroto nodded. Shizune. Tsunade exclaimed. Yes, Tsunade-sama, Shizune responded hurriedly. Add up the total and give it to the brat, along with a list of all the individual gaming establishments to which we owe money. Tsunade gave Shizune instructions with a solemn gaze. Yes, Tsunade-sama, I'll go ahead and do it. Shizune nodded and reached into her kimono for a black diary, which she began to tally up. How much debt does she owe? Kuroto wondered, as the speed at which the two of them worked convinced him that he had made a mistake here. All I ask is that it be something I can afford. Kuroto had to wait 5 minutes for Shizune to complete, and at that time, Tsunade kept ordering sake after sake after sake. Sigh, as long as Yui can learn under Tsunade-sama's instruction, it will be worth it, Kuroto thought as he felt more and more that he had made a foolish decision here. Tsunade-sama, here you go. After adding up the total, Shizune handed the document to Tsunade, who checked it over to make sure nothing was missing. It was no issue to add 2 or 3 more, but none should be left. All right, the list is spot on. Here you go, brat. Tsunade nodded and handed Kuroto the list. I proposed it, and I can't back out now, Kuroto thought as he nervously grabbed the list from Tsunade's grip. Then he turned the page to see the total. Huh. Kuroto was taken aback at the sum. What exactly is it? You won't be able to back out now, kid. Tsunade remarked, with a look on his face that stated, I'm not going to let you back away here. Well, this is an unexpectedly lower amount. Kuroto grumbled. It's less, she muttered in surprise, are you sure? Tsunade inquired to confirm. It's only 85.345 million ryo, Kuroto said, nodding. This sum isn't excessive, Ryu. With the legendary sucker's fame, I estimated that the sum may reach several hundred million ryos. Surprisingly, you appear to be rather moderate. Tsunade and Shizune exchanged puzzled looks, and they both wondered aloud, how wealthy is the Hyuga clan? Cough cough. Anyway, as I previously stated, I am also willing to pay off your debts. Now that both deals have been proposed, Tsunade-sama, it's your turn. I give you my word, Tsunade said with a nod. If you manage to keep your half of the bargain, I'll accept the Kunoichi Hyuga Yui, your fiancé to be exact, as my disciple. Thank you very much, Tsunade-sama. Kuroto exclaimed, relieved. But before everything, there's one thing I want to make clear with you, Tsunade continued, nodding. Regardless of how much work I put into training her, it'll all come down to the girl herself. It will be up to her if she can learn everything or not. Ryo ninjutsu has the same depths as funjutsu and other high-end kinjutsu, so it all comes down to her perseverance and talent. If she can learn, I'll keep teaching her everything I know. If she can't, there's nothing I can do. I understand, Kuroto said, nodding. I have faith in Yui, she will not only maintain but even surpass you, Tsunade-sama. Tsunade chuckled. If that's the case, I guess I'll be looking forward to the day it happens. With that decided, I will be taking my leave now, Kuroto said as he stood up after placing some ryo bills on the table. I'm sorry for having to continue, please forgive me, but I need to attend to some business. Goodbye, Tsunade-sama, it was a wonderful talk. As Kuroto walked away, Tsunade nodded and said nothing further. Tsunade-sama, was it really all right? Shizun asked after Kuroto had left. You stated before we arrived in Konoha that you have no plans to accomplish anything. Even when Jiraiya-sama delivered Hokage-sama's command, you consented on the condition that you would simply assist with Chiyo-sama's therapy and thereafter do nothing else. And now, Tsunade remained silent until she took another sip of sake and replied, I don't know, Shizun. When I saw Orochimaru a few days ago, he told me about some of the finer nuances that have been going on in the shinobi world, facts that most people are unaware of. Orochimaru has determined, based on all he has theorized thus far, that the current direction of the guiding winds is more unpredictable than it has ever been, and that a new era awaits us. But even for someone like him, predicting what that new period would bring is incredibly difficult. It's difficult to say whether this will be a brighter and more tranquil era or a darker and more chaotic one than ever before, especially since Amatsukami's current intentions remain unknown. But one thing is certain, this new period will only come after horrific conflicts, and one of those wars, in particular, will be more dangerous and devastating than anything ever seen or known. I'm not sure what type of drivel he was spewing, but the things he said reminded me of Jiraiya's child of prophecy, and at the heart of it all is the concept of change. Whether it's Orochimaru or Jiraiya, they're both saying it. So, I've reached the conclusion that there may be some truth to it, and that Konoha will need all the support it can get if it is to survive these changes. My mission as an Irionin will remain unchanged, to save as many lives as possible. But Tsunade-sama, Shizun intended to bring up Tsunade's aversion to blood. A shift is upon us, time waits for none, Tsunade stated. I'm afraid I won't be able to continue to wallow in my anxieties and despair. As Senju Hashirama's only living descendant, I must do everything in my power to guarantee that his legacy carries on. Tsunade stood up after finishing the last sip of sake and said, Come on Shizun, we can't keep wasting our time here, we have a lot of work to do. Shizun was taken aback by Tsunade's resolute expression, the same determined expression Tsunade had been missing for almost a decade. However, she appears to have undergone some change since her arrival in Konoha. Shizun was overjoyed to the point of crying, but since she didn't have the time, she nodded to Tsunade, stood up, and followed her with a determined expression. There is a shift in the horizon. We must do everything possible to ensure Konoha's survival. Kuroto was on his way to the Hyuga clan after leaving Izakaya. Now that Tsunade has been persuaded, he must complete his part of the bargain. The issue of cash to pay off Tsunade's debts is entirely his responsibility, and Kuroto would not engage the clan in it, but for the first deal, the Hyuga patriarch must be persuaded. Kuroto's belief in his ability to persuade Hyuga Hayashi is based on two factors. Shisui's Kota Amatsukami is clearly the first. Even if all of his previous efforts to persuade the patriarch fail, he can always use Kota Amatsukami, which is guaranteed to work. The second is Konoha's current state, which is complicated by the fact that no clan can oppose the Hokage's order, therefore the clans will have to make the most of it. Sandaime-sama's defeat has had a significant impact on his political influence, therefore the notion of electing the next Hokage is on everyone's mind. Of all the candidates the village has at the moment, Senju Tsunade is the best fit in terms of status, reputation, fame, and ability. And if the Hyuga clan assists Tsunade-sama in a project that will greatly benefit Konoha, and if one of their clan members becomes a disciple of the next Hokage, the clan's reputation and authority will greatly improve. As a result, Kuroto believes the Hyuga patriarch will not refute the subject. Kuroto's brows pinched and a glimmer of doubt flickered across his face as he approached the Hyuga clan compound and walked in the direction of the patriarch's residence. This is because he noticed that clan members' gazes were oddly following him. Clan members were courteous and greeted him one by one with respect and admiration, as is customary. It appeared that they all admired and respected him, and perhaps they did, but upon closer inspection, it was easy to see that there were traces of fear in their eyes as well, and as a result, they were all keeping a safe distance from him. I wonder what the reason is. Kuroto pondered. He didn't seem to mind because there were no signs of hatred in their eyes, only worry. Fear fueled by hatred should not be taken lightly, but fear fueled by worry is a different story. I believe it's due to Asahi-sama's assassination. Kuroto muttered towards the end. Hyuga Asahi's killer was never apprehended. Kuroto was also considered a suspect because he expressed his displeasure with the Hyuga clan's rigid stance toward Gentle Fist, as well as a few needless rituals, only a few days before the murder. Of course, nothing was confirmed, and since Hyuga Hayashi insisted that it couldn't be Hyuga Kuroto, Kuroto was never involved in the situation, but there was still some displeasure. Kuroto, understandably, is unconcerned about what everyone else thinks, and as a result, he is uninterested in the situation. Kuroto arrived at the Hyuga patriarch's residence after a long walk and was immediately met by one of the maidservants, who said, Kuroto-sama, the patriarch is waiting for you in his study, please follow me. Kuroto currently holds a position in the Hyuga clan that is second only to the patriarch, elders, and Hisashi. As a result, the patriarch was immediately informed of his visit so that neither of them wasted time. Kuroto politely nodded and trailed behind the maidservant. Kuroto quickly arrived in the patriarch's study after following the servant. I am happy to see that you returned safely from Omegakure, Kuroto-kun, the patriarch said, looking at Kuroto up and down to check on his well-being. Please have a seat when you come in. Thank you for your concern, Hayashi-sama. Kuroto nodded and sat in front of the patriarch in the traditional Seiza stance. The maidservant brewed tea for the two and passed the teacups as they sat in silence for a while. Kuroto was the first to break the silence after the maidservant had excused herself, saying, "Yui told me about Hyuga-sama. Everything has to end one day or another, the same goes for a human's life. I am only grateful that Hyuga-san passed away quietly with a smile, even during the last minutes of her life. She was touching our girl's sleeping head," Hayashi remarked after a brief pause. "If she had a regret, it was that she wouldn't be able to see our daughters grow up, but she had enough faith in them to know that they would both grow up to be powerful kunoichi the Hyuga clan could be proud of." Kuroto nodded, and the room was silent once more as the two people sat quietly. "It's strange that people can find serenity even when they're dead. It makes me wonder what the point of life is," mumbled Hayashi, then asked Kuroto, "What is your opinion of life, Kuroto-kun?" Kuroto pondered the subject for a moment before responding, "I believe that life itself has no significance. Each of us has meaning in our lives that we bring into it. The meaning we bring into our lives is derived from our beliefs and ideologies, which are shaped by our experiences and knowledge, and our experience and knowledge are derived from life itself. So life is a never-ending loop in your opinion?" Hayashi inquired after interpreting Kuroto's words. "Death is only the end of our bodily forms, our souls remain on and may reincarnate. So, sure, I believe in a never-ending cycle of life." Kuroto agreed with a nod. "Ha ha ha, that is a truly unusual notion. I'll think about it while I think about stuff." Hayashi-sama stated with a nod, then added, "I am truly delighted that you have returned safely, Kuroto-kun, and I also want to congratulate you on your promotion to Umbu Squad Commander. YR and Yui's elevation to Jonin will be decided by a vote of the Hyuga clan. You won't be promoted formally while you're in Umbu, but you can be confident that you're already an unofficial Jonin. On the other hand, in a few days, Yui will be promoted to Jonin rank. Kuroto is important to Hyuga Hayashi since he is one of the pillars who can help the Hyuga clan in the future. And this concern stems from the fact that the child has done a lot for the clan. Even if unwittingly, the clan has benefited from Hyuga Kuroto's efforts. Therefore it is normal for him to be concerned about Kuroto as the patriarch. I am appreciative for the gift," Kuroto said with a bow at Novel Bin Adat. "No need to worry," Hayashi remarked, nodding. "Now that that's out of the way, what brings you here, Kuroto-kun?" Kuroto nodded and firmly stated what he had previously discussed with Tsunade. Hayashi remained deafeningly silent after hearing all of the data, particularly Tsunade's plan to make Irionin a requirement for each four-man squad. "I understand that we cannot oppose Hokage-sama's command, given the gravity of the situation," Hayashi stated after some thought, "but I want to ask you personally, are the leaders of Akatsuki and Amatsukami really as strong as the rumors make them out to be? I'm afraid that no one in Konoha, nor in other villages, is capable of fighting those two right now," Kuroto said solemnly. "Even if all of the villages pooled their resources, they will be up against individuals who are gods in human form. A blade that can cut through clouds, and another that can create stones large enough to cover the horizon, both powerful enough to render Hakusabi, Susanoo, and Jiraiya-sama and his giant Kukiyos absolutely useless. When all we can hope for is to find ways to survive, such power cannot be readily rejected, and Tsunade-sama's proposition does just that. As a result, I believe that using these strategies is in the village's best interests." Hayashi was deafeningly quiet at the meeting where the details of the raid were disclosed. At first, he couldn't believe such power existed, but after further consideration and listening to the evidence, Hayashi had no choice but to believe. In such a condition, the Hyuga clan's future appears gloomy. What good will Gentle Fist do if even Uchiha Susanoo, known for its ultimate protection and great power, can't do anything? True, the Byakugan can see Chakra pathway, but what good does that do when you aren't even strong enough to approach the enemy? Sigh. I sincerely hope that Hokage-sama can work out an appropriate solution for the village's protection in such a situation. Hayashi said with a sigh, then nodded to Kuroto. "I will put forward Tsunade-san's suggestion in the next meeting," and added, "Before that, I will have some discussions with Tsunade-san, and decide on a few things to have a better grasp of her proposal. You can rest easy knowing that Hyuga Yui's apprenticeship with Tsunade-san will be completed. I would support her studies under Tsunade-san's supervision because it is advantageous to the Hyuga clan as well. I am grateful, Hayashi-sama," Kuroto stated as he bowed before the patriarch. "This is the least I can do for the Hyuga clan's future," Hayashi said, nodding. Kuroto nodded and went on to explain a few possibilities. Kuroto opted not to get into the Hyuga clan's traditions and such for the time being. When old fools realize the true face of this shinobi world, their ideals will crumble. Kuroto doesn't have to spend any of his valuable time with them. Kuroto left the mansion of Hyuga Patriarch with an evident smile after discussing a few more points about Sandame's order and what other alternative tactics Hyuga clan can utilize to benefit from it. Yui's development will be assured as a result of this. There's only one more thing to do now, and then I won't have to worry about her safety, he thought with a smile. Kuroto observed an inconspicuous bamboo tube at his house's gate as he arrived home. "Did Yui by chance drop it here?" Kuroto asked, frowning. "That isn't possible. Byakugan. There is no evidence of chakra in or around it," Kuroto said after activating his Byakugan and scanning the bamboo tube, "and it appears to only have a single piece of parchment inside. Could it be?" Kuroto was now intrigued because neither Shisui nor Itaka nor anybody else in the Umbu, at least not that he could recall, used such a method of communication. Kuroto picked up the bamboo tube to see what was written on the parchment, and after double-checking that it wasn't rigged with any form of trap, he opened the bamboo tube and took out the piece of parchment as he walked into his house. The densely scrawled language on the piece of paper detailed some tiny hidden acts that members of the main house had been trying to conduct against Kuroto for the past few months. Attempting to inspect his residence, for example, was futile because either Yui was present, or when she wasn't, they found nothing that might have proven his involvement in the killing of Hyuga Asahi, or anything that could be used against him. Those same individuals are also preparing a few additional Hyuga children for entry into Anbu Division. There are also indications that Shimura Danzo has been contacted, and so forth. Kuroto saw the last phrase after reading all that was going on behind his back. Your well-wisher was put on the last line, implying that whoever delivered it wants to show that he is on Kuroto's side. Kuroto smashed the piece of parchment after reading everything and mumbled mockingly, haha, it's quite intriguing. Is someone attempting to deceive me? Kuroto can only think of 3 people who could be the perpetrators of this crime. The first is Shimura Danzo. Given Danzo's character, it wouldn't be surprising if he did something like this. Kuroto has some theories as to why Danzo may do something like this, but they are just that. Danzo may be hoping to enlist Kuroto's help in one of his political battles with Sandaime. After all, Sandaime's power and status are eroding, and several people are developing their own plans to select the new Hokage. Kuroto is a powerful shinobi with a high status in the Hyuga clan, so it's only logical that Danzo would try to draw him from Sandaime's faction. Furthermore, given Kuroto's meeting with Tsunade today, Danzo may be concerned that Kuroto, as well as the rest of the Hyuga clan, are intending to assist Tsunade to become the next Hokage, which is something he does not want. The second alternative is Orochimaru, but this was only a passing idea at the time. Orochimaru is not the type of person who would engage in such games with him, especially because Orochimaru is familiar with Kuroto's personality and recognizes that such tactics are useless on Kuroto. The third and final choice is, of course, the Hyuga clan traitor. Kuroto may be dissatisfied with the main house's treatment of him, as well as the Hyuga clan's rigid customs, in the eyes of the traitor. So, by motivating Kuroto by providing him with information on the covert movements of members of the main house, the traitor may seek to incite hatred between Kuroto, one of the strongest shinobi of the current Hyuga clan, and the Hyuga clan's main house, in order to harm the Hyuga clan. The traitor, on the other hand, does not appear to comprehend Kuroto's mental process. Kuroto's vision is not restricted to the Hyuga clan's main and branch families, nor is it limited to the Hyuga clan's main and branch families. It doesn't matter what Danzo does if it's Danzo. I'll get rid of him soon enough anyway, but if it's the traitor, then I should be grateful to him. Kuroto kept walking towards his study, thinking, I didn't have time to find and dispose of him, but the individual has jumped out on his own. Does someone like to play with me? He muttered. All right, I'm all in for it, he said with a frigid smirk as he entered his room at the last second. If they think they can amuse me, I'll let them do so for a time. Kuroto's room at 12 a.m. All right, the medication has taken its toll. Yui is fast asleep. Kuroto woke up and started making some preparations after making sure Yui was dead sleeping and wouldn't be waking up anytime soon at novel bin at. He began by activating a deep funjutsu network around his room, and then around his entire house. With this, Byakugan's X-ray vision won't be able to see through the house, and no one will be able to perceive or sense the chakra fluctuations originating from my house. Kuroto grumbled as he approached Yui, who was fast asleep. Then there's Tenseigan. Kuroto utilized Bansho Tenin to raise Yui in midair after activating his Tenseigan. Kuroto wove hand gestures while concurrently brewing visual prowess in both of his Tenseigan while Yui slept in midair. Kuroto pulled Yui's forehead closer to his own and touched it with his own when he was pleased with the amount of chakra he had spent in brewing the visual prowess. Their thoughts, and, by extension, their subconscious planes, were now linked as a result of this action. The subconscious plane of Hyuga Yui. Kuroto descended deeper into her mental dimension. As to be expected given her temperament, the environment here was quiet and serene. Kuroto arrived at a valley full of white carnations after a long walk. The flower white carnation is supposed to represent purity, innocence, and pure love. And a valley bursting with these flowers in and of itself reveals her personality. Kuroto wasn't surprised. After all, he knows her like no one else. Now to find out where she is. Kuroto wondered as he observed a lake in the valley's middle. The lake itself is very clear and unpolluted. Although there were a few flowering white water lilies floating on the lake's surface, Kuroto was uninterested. There. What caught his attention is the girl lying on the bank of the lake. This girl is none other than Yui, who is peacefully sleeping on a bed of flowers. Kuroto stepped ahead after finding her and soon arrived close to her. Kuroto made no attempt to rouse her from her slumber because he has no intention of presenting himself to her. He merely went about his business. Kuroto weaved hand signs and put his palms against Yui's closed eyelids, murmuring, "Let's start." Kuroto's room a few seconds later. All right, it's finished. Kuroto lifted his brow back after completing his mission, breaking their subconscious connection. Yui was now back on the bed after releasing the gravitational pull that had been operating on her. Kuroto crouched next to Yui as she lay back on the bed, checking her status to ensure that everything was in order and that neither she nor anybody else could detect anything. Now your safety will not be a concern, so, I can rest assured, Kuroto muttered as he kissed her forehead and tenderly rubbed her head. Of course, having her study under Tsunade offers Kuroto a lot of comforts, but it's not enough. Given that someone from the Hyuga clan could be an adversary as well, Kuroto must ensure that the effect of caged bird Junjutsu is reduced on her. After all, if the enemy turns out to be someone from the main house, that person now has Kuroto's vulnerability in his hands. As a result, Kuroto has added something additional, which will protect her not only from the harsh instructions issued by caged bird Junjutsu but also from other moments of great desperation when her life is on the line and no other source of support is available. Kuroto then went back to sleep after deactivating his Tenseigan and the Funjutsu network that had spread throughout his residence. The next day's early morning, Wadatsumai arrived at the training field, R3, where the newly formed team, Ro, was to be assembled for some combat training and to receive the basics of their first mission. Wadatsumai took a quick look around and noticed that the other 4 members of Team Ro, i.e. Akame, Rabbit, Hana, and Weasel, are all present. Captain. The 4 members of the Team Ro greeted Wadatsumai. Good, you're all here on time. There are 2 reasons for calling the 4 of you in the early morning, Wadatsumai said after a brief pause. First, we need to figure out what combat methods we'll use on missions. Each of you has told me about your skill sets and areas of specialization. As the captain of Team Ro, I now need to know your skill level and the current strength of the 4 of you in order to design appropriate fighting strategies. How are you going to do it, Captain? Weasel inquired as he raised his hand. Of course, by direct combat. Wadatsumai responded to Weasel's query. It makes sense. Rabbit and Hana exchanged nods. And what is the second reason? Akame inquired. I'm glad you inquired. Here is a scroll in my hand. It records the second reason for calling out the 4 of you. As the captain of Team Ro, I am assigning the 4 of you a mission, and the mission is to steal this scroll from me, Wadatsumai said, pulling a white scroll from his shinobi bag. Use any and all methods necessary, or better yet, I'm ordering you 4 to use every means and tactic available to you, from the brightest and most clever to the dirtiest and most deceiving. Everything is permissible. Even critical damage or killing me is permitted, but you must steal this scroll from me within the 24-hour time restriction. Please keep in mind that if the 4 of you fail to perform this duty, you will all be expelled out of the Umbu department. Understand? Are you serious, Captain? Hana inquired, surprised. Yes, even if you're the team's captain, and even if you're stronger than all 4 of us, you'd be battling all 4 of us at the same moment. Akame frowned as she spoke. Not to mention ordering us to use any and all means during practice, says the narrator. Rabbit added his 2 cents. Only Weasel remained mute, and he began to plan some counter-strategies against Wadatsumai. He didn't challenge Wadatsumai's comments because he was well aware of Wadatsumai's strength. And he realized that defeating Wadatsumai would require them to employ all of their might and more. I am incredibly serious, come at me with everything you have, Wadatsumai warned, because anything less would be uninteresting. Isn't he staring down at us? Hana asked. It's not about looking down on you, Wadatsumai remarked, shaking his head. There's just that much strength disparity between us. Try it for yourself if you don't trust me. One of the goals of this test is to provide each of you with a wake-up call. I have gone over each of your records to see what missions you've done so far. However, believe me when I tell, the operations that Team Ro will be doing from now on will be on a whole other level. Hearing Wadatsumai's statements, the 4 exchanged glances before nodding. All right, if you say so, Akame nodded blankly. However, don't blame us later. Anyway, Tsunade-sama is in the village, so you won't die, Captain, even if you get harmed. We'll see about that, Wadatsumai joked. Sure, we'll do it. All 4 said at the same time. All right, now that that's decided, one thing I want all of you to know is that I won't attack until you 4 launch an attack. So you can be patient and plan your strategy, but keep in mind the time restriction. Now that we've clarified everything, the present time is 4:32 and 29 seconds AM. This test will begin at 4:33 AM and end at 4:32 and 59 seconds AM tomorrow. Understand? Wadatsumai expressed his thoughts. Yes. The 4 nodded and prepared themselves. All right, 20, 17, 15, 11, 7, on the count of 3, 3, 3, 2, 1, start. All 4 of them vanished from their positions and hid away in an instant. They weren't hidden from his Byakugan, but he did give them the time they needed to prepare. Wadatsumai retrieved another scroll from his shinobi bag and thought to himself, I suppose I should start learning the Raisnon as well. Raisnon is the apex of shape transformation, according to Yondaime Hokage, and learning it isn't easy, but it isn't impossible. There was a clear 3-step process given in the story for learning the Raisnon. Rotation, the chakra must be spun in several directions at the same time. Power, to enhance the degree of damage, the input chakra's density and volume must be raised. Containment, the powerful spinning chakra must be contained in the shape of a ball in this step. Individual approaches for learning these 3 processes include churning water in a water balloon until it explodes, exploding a rubber ball, and lastly spinning chakra inside an air balloon without allowing it to pop or move for steps 1, 2, and 3, respectively. That is a basic strategy that can assist in the mastering of Raisnon when combined with hard work. Kuroto, on the other hand, does not need to devote so much time to it. Kuroto's chakra control is excellent as a Hyuga, so he believes that mastering Raisnon won't be too tough for him. After making that decision, Kuroto studied the scroll containing the mechanism and an in-depth explanation of the Raisnon according to Yondaime Hokage, and then began the three-step process by removing a filled water balloon and twisting his chakra to churn the water inside the water balloon. POV shift. What is he doing? Akame inquired of Hana. Well, Hana explained, he's just standing there and doing something to a water balloon with his chakra. It's a little aggravating that he doesn't seem to take us seriously. With a groan, Rabbit said at novel bin at. Anno, what good is it for us to be hiding here? He has the Byakugan, after all. I'm confident the captain is aware of our exact location, Weasel remarked. I understand, but we must design a strategy. Moving away won't help. Instead, let's plan a strategy. It's possible that if we convince him that we're under his watch, he'll let down his guard a little. So, in order to design a strategy, we'll need to bring out all of the information we have on his skills, Akame stated, and took the charge as she is the most senior of the four. He has approximately 360-degree eyesight with Byakugan. He is obviously very proficient at gentle fist-style taijutsu, as he is one of the strongest Hyuga. I've heard he's also a master of strong fist-style taijutsu. He wields that sword as well, and there are whispers that he is currently Konoha's best kenjutsu user. I've heard he also utilizes poisons and venoms, so we'll have to keep an eye out for that. He's also skilled in shurikenjutsu. He's also a funjutsu master. I heard a story that he knows practically all of Konoha's funjutsu. Does he employ any basic chakra nature's ninjutsu? He doesn't appear to. I'd never heard of it. He also doesn't appear to be a genjutsu practitioner. Yes, but genjutsu doesn't work on him either. How are we going to beat him? The captain stated that we must steal the scroll. We do not have to defeat him in order to steal that particular scroll. That is correct, but we must also prepare for the struggle. Getting close to him without alarming him is nearly impossible now that he possesses Byakugan. What if we take advantage of the Byakugan's blind spot? He's a branch house member. That might work. So, we'll do this, and then that, and we do so based on his response. Splash. Wadatsumai nodded in appreciation as the water balloon in his hand burst. It hasn't even been a few hours since he started with the first step of the Raisnon practice, and it has already been perfectly completed. Now on to the next step, Wadatsumai thought, and took out a rubber ball from a storage scroll. But before he could start with the next step, suddenly he felt a fragrant odor. Then suddenly vines started to sprout out of the ground from behind him and entangled around his left calf, then the right calf, then the wrist, and then the other wrist, and finally around his neck. Akame's genjutsu. Wadatsumai thought with a calm expression. He doesn't plan on using the Tenseigan, as such genjutsu did affect him, albeit only slightly. And since this is a test, he has to give them enough opportunity to be able to show their capabilities, otherwise this will all be pointless. The sight of the beautiful cherry blossom trees, the sound of the wisp of wind, the sense of touch and pain from these vines trapping me, the fragrance of the falling sakura petals, and the sense of balance because of my movements being restricted. Her genjutsu proficiency has improved drastically from the last time. It is affecting all five senses as well as the sense of balance. This was Wadatsumai's thought. Let's end this, Captain. Akame suddenly appeared on the tree binding Wadatsumai and lunged her kunao at him. I can't deny that you have improved greatly since our last battle, but if you think that this alone would be enough, then you are sorely mistaken. It wouldn't be this easy, Wadatsumai said and disrupted his chakra flow. Instantly the genjutsu tree binding him disappeared and the scenery changed, but instead of returning back to the forest, Wadatsumai found himself falling through the clouds. A two-layered genjutsu. And I have to admire their skills for giving me the feeling as if I am really falling from such a height. Wadatsumai again disrupted his chakra, but again, instead of returning back to the forest, he found himself somewhere else. This time it was a closed room filled with thousands of Chinese red-headed centipede, and Wadatsumai was at the center of the room, his arms and legs bound on a metal chair with metal bearings, and those thousands of red-headed centipede crawling all over him, some going inside his mouth, inside his nose, inside his both ears, pinching his eyes, legs, stomach. Overall, it was way too disgusting and painful for Wadatsumai to keep ignoring it, as these centipedes had even entered inside his body and were crawling and biting him all over. Again, instead of returning back to the forest, Wadatsumai found himself in an acid hot spring, where something, probably a hand, was constantly pulling him inside, to drown him in the acid lake which was also burning his body. Tied on a large stake, bare feet with salted water pouring over it, then a few goats appear and started licking his feet. And again, being eaten by chimera ants. Again, his body turning something akin to a monster. Again, bound in shackling stakes. Again, crows turning into shuriken and impaling him. Body turning into paper. Drowning in the depths of the ocean and unable to breathe. Nothing except for darkness. Nothing except for whiteness. Burning to death with black flames of hell. Freezing eternally. In a small room with no exit and all the six walls converging inside. At novel bin at. Witnessing Yui's death. Damn it to all to hell. POV change. Did it take effect? Rabbit asked to no one, but he did hear a voice in his ear. The multi-layered cyclic genjutsu that both I and Akame worked together to cast on Captain wouldn't be able to hold him for very long. He has already broken free of over 77 genjutsu. He is affected somewhat, but it's not to such an extent. We don't have enough chakra to keep up with his pace of freeing himself. Hurry up, we don't have much time. This is the best opportunity for us to steal that scroll from Captain. Got it, X2, both Rabbit and Hana nodded, and from two sides rushed at Watatsumi, but what's strange is that only Hana's figure was visible, Rabbit's figure was invisible. Cough, spurt. Akame coughed out blood. Be careful, he has freed himself from all the genjutsu. Hana said, don't worry, from the looks of it, it did have some mental trauma on him, it should take him a moment to regain his sense of balance, at that moment I will fight him. Weasel, mess with his vision, make it difficult for him to find the real rabbit. Akame ordered Weasel, on it. Weasel nodded, and the crow sitting on the tree branch started to work. On one hand, Hana had already reached close to Watatsumi and jumped into the air. She then swung her sword in a circular motion, leaving a trace of afterimages behind. Then she rushed at Watatsumi to deliver a blow. Abarozukiyo. Hazy Moon Night. On the other hand, there were also several invisible rabbits closing in on Watatsumi. Maizaku's no Mai. Dance of the Crescent Moon. P.O.V change. Huff 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 huff. I have to say that was way beyond what I had initially expected, and I am seriously impressed, but it's all pointless. Watatsumi spoke in a cold tone. Hakusho Kaiten. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Instantly, a protective shield of spinning chakra appeared around Watatsumi which repelled both Hana and the invisible rabbit, as well as destroyed the 2 invisible cage bushin of rabbit. Poof, poof, plop, plop. The moment, spinning chakra around Watatsumi disappeared, Weasel made his next move. Katon, Gukaku no Jutsu. Fire release, fireball technique. Instantly a large fireball rushed towards Watatsumi. Akame and Rabbit also used that opportunity to cut off his escape route. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Watatsumi noticed the fireball, and he also noticed the several shurikens coming towards him. Instead of resisting them, he flickered from his position at a speed faster than that of shuriken and kunao and appeared on the other side. Tuk 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 tuk. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Instantly more shuriken kept coming at him. Watatsumi also took out a few shurikens from his sleeves and started a shuriken jutsu battle with Weasel. Akame and Hana also rushed at him with a kunao and sword in their hands in order to overwhelm him with their numbers. Ding, ding 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 ding. A battle of shuriken jutsu, kentutsu, and taijutsu started. Whoosh 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 whoosh. With Watatsumi now in a fight against Akame and Hana, Weasel made his next move. 8 shurikens were thrown by Weasel that after a series of precisely guided collisions, one shuriken managed to cut the strap of Watatsumi's shinobi bag. Cut. Plop. Slash. Smash. The next moment, Hana's swords that had been cut into several pieces fell on the ground, and the next moment, Akame who had been kicked in the gut by Sujin flew out and collided with the tree. Rabbit said while taking out the scroll from inside of Watatsumi's shinobi bag, alright, Captain Cough asterisk, here's the scroll, I have it in my hand. At some point during the battle he had managed to sneak up near Watatsumi by using his invisibility, and Weasel's genjutsu on him to his advantage. I guess you did manage to take my shinobi bag, but are you sure that the scroll you hold is the right one? Watatsumi questioned with a smirk. Weasel, Akame, and Hana instantly realized it. No, that's a trap. Poof. But it was already too late, as Watatsumi weaved the hand signs, and instantly white smoke covered Rabbit's figure. When the smoke cleared, it revealed Rabbit's body tightly bound by a snake. The very next moment, a scroll fell down from the sky and was caught by Watatsumi with his left hand. Holding the scroll in his hand, Watatsumi said, well then what now? Still want to continue or would you like to retreat and make another attempt? Damn it, the gap between us has not only decreased but has increased several times over the years, Akame cursed inwardly, but she still issued the order, retreat. With her order, the 4 instantly retreated, and Watatsumi started to walk away from this place. I wonder how long will it take for them to realize the real meaning of this test, or will they even realize it? I guess I am going to play around with them for some time. Let's see what they are going to do in their next attempt, it's fun. Fast forward to several attempts later, which included several battles, poisoning his food, use of disguise to sneak up on him while he was walking through the village, even the use of seduction to make him lose his guard much to their own embarrassment, and various other attempts they could use which all proved to be fruitless. We are now at this scene. Huff 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 huff. Just what are you? Rabbit said while lying on the ground drenched in sweat. Similar was the case with the other 3. Monster, he is nothing short of a monster. Whistle. Well, the 4 of you failed to steal the scroll from me, so as per the, Watatsumi said. Wait Captain, there are still a few minutes left. Hana hurriedly interrupted him. Yes, moreover, every time we do manage to take the scroll from you, it is either rigged with some kind of trap, just complete blank, or has nothing relevant in it, while the original scroll is pulled out by you from out of nowhere, each time. I have started to feel that you have been cheating this whole time. You have a lot of those scrolls and each of them is just a trap, even the original one is just a trap, there is no original one. When one scroll comes in our hand, you bring out another scroll and make it the original one, Akame said. Weasel was silent, even he started to feel the same thing. Pointed out by Akame, Watatsumi turned his face to the side. Humph, I don't know what you are talking about. Clearly, you have failed the test, and now you are just making up excuses for your failure. What to do now? Hana questioned Akame. Akame is the most experienced of the four, and thus she has been leading them all this time, but nothing seems to be working. Should we give up? Was her thought, but then she remembered her reasons. I can't give up. And stood up. I am not going to give up. Seeing Akame's determination, other than Weasel, both Hana and Rabbit also stood up. Anyway, we still have a few minutes left before the end of time limit. We might as well give it a last try. Watatsumi raised his eyebrow, and thought, failed, except for Atake. The other three failed to see what the true test was. Disappointed, Watatsumi questioned in a heavy tone, is that so? Do you really plan to not give up? No, was all he heard. Is that so? With a mutter, Watatsumi said, in that case, come at me. And then instantly released a very heavy chakra pressure. Boom boom. Crack 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 crack. Hwala 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 hwala. The chakra pressure was so heavy that it cracked the ground and caused strong winds, even particles, and pieces of stone started to hover in the air for a moment. But be prepared, this time I won't go easy anymore. And next extreme bloodlust oozed out of Watatsumi. Bearing the direct burn of this chakra pressure along with bloodlust, the four members of Team Ro couldn't even bring up enough courage to move a single step. What's wrong? Don't you want to continue? Watatsumi questioned in a disdainful tone. I did not even have enough strength to make out a response. Their hair was tingling, and sixth sense screaming them to run away. What will it be? Watatsumi questioned again. At this moment, Weasel took the initiative to speak. Captain, I give up. I am not yet skilled enough to be able to complete this mission. And what about the three of you? Are you coming at me or should I be the one to take the initiative this time? Watatsumi questioned the three again. I give up. Akame worded out ever so slowly. I do too. Hana said with her head down. As do I. I give up. Rabbit also accepted. With their acceptance of defeat, and accepting that neither of them is capable of completing the task, Watatsumi nodded, and the chakra pressure disappeared, as did the bloodlust. With the chakra pressure disappeared, and bloodlust is gone, their legs gave away and all three instantly collapsed on the ground, covered in sweat and ragged with breaths. Watatsumi waited for three to recover their breaths, then said, so the three of you failed. Three of them had their head down in disappointment, their thoughts so jumbled up that it took them a few seconds to realize that Watatsumi only said, 3. Wait 3? What do you mean, Captain? Did someone pass? Hana asked in confusion. As I said, the three of you failed. Weasel passed the test. Watatsumi repeated. What do you mean? Why did he pass? He too failed to steal the scroll. Akame questioned at novel bin at. Watatsumi said, according to the task I gave you four, the four of you had to steal the scroll from me within the 24 hours time limit which neither of you managed to complete, but, you three are forgetting something, that is something which I told you on the first day. Learn to give up. When you realize that you are not capable of completing the mission even when you have tried everything you can, you have to give up, but neither of you did in the fear that you will be kicked out of the Umbu department. It is true that Weasel did not steal the scroll, but he chose to give up the first and accepted his defeat, while neither of you did, and insisted on continuing. Normally this is something to be looked down upon and heavily frowned upon, but do remember that we aren't living in normal times. Here if you don't know when to give up, then you will never get the second chance. A shinobi is taught to never give up his mission even if it means death, but I am teaching you, learn to give up when necessary. If you have exhausted all your means and the result is still the same and won't be changing with anything that you do, then give up. I know what I am teaching the four of you is not correct for a shinobi, and not something we Konoha shinobi have been indoctrinated to follow from our academy days, but this is extremely necessary for us to stay alive given the current situation. Of course, you all could go ahead and sacrifice yourselves for the greater good of the village, but that sacrifice should at least mean something to the village, to those around you, and to yourselves. Else what is the point of dying a meaningless death? While alive we can accomplish much more than if we die midway in doing something that is not worth it and we simply aren't capable of doing. Now, this does not mean that one should always give up. There are times when one can't back down, but not giving up just so you don't get kicked out of the Umbu department, that's something unacceptable. The four of them were silent upon hearing Watatsumi's words, and thought, did Captain really say something like on the first day? Why can't I remember? Watatsumi sighed after lecturing them, then he took out 4 scrolls from his shinobi bag, and passed each one of them to the 4 members. The 4 were confused. This is, Watatsumi said, these scrolls record some basic details of the mission that is assigned to Team Ro. Of course, it does not state what exactly is the mission but it does record the location we will be performing the mission at. As for the further details I will reveal them on our way to the location. Wait, cough asterisk, haven't we failed the test? Rabbit asked with a frown. Watatsumi said, yes, the 3 of you failed the test, no doubt about that, but my objective was just to make the 4 of you understand my point more deeply, and I have made that point clear. As for the matter of kicking out of the Umbu, that was just a rational deception to draw out your upper limits. Huh. Akame, Hana, and Rabbit muttered in a daze, while Weasel chuckled a little. Don't be in a daze, make sure to prepare everything thoroughly and meet me here at 11 p.m. tonight, here we will depart for the mission. Watatsumi said. Hana tried to say something, Capt. But Watatsumi interrupted him, now scramble before I change my mind. Ordered by Watatsumi, the four looked at each other helplessly then flickered away. Each of them had the same thought, this guy is a total bastard. Watatsumi smiled then he also started to walk towards his home. On the way a crow landed on his shoulder. Kuroto-san, was that all right? Kuroto said, yes, I just wanted to give birth to a thought in their minds. When I order them to retreat by saying that they are not yet ready for something, then they retreat without any questions asked. Else Matsukami's movements will be hindered. All right. The crow nodded and then flew away. In the office of the Hokage. It has been verified, someone is actually preparing a coup d'etat in Kirigakuer, and this someone is Mamakai Zabuza, the demon of Kirigakuer, Sandaime remarked, handing Kuroto a paper containing intelligence. Kuroto couldn't help but laugh internally as he heard Sandaime's comments and read the intelligence imparted to him. Konoha has already confirmed the forthcoming coup d'etat in Kirigakuer and the mastermind behind it. In such a situation, if the coup were to succeed, it would be remarkable and nothing short of a miracle at novel bin at. Mamakai Zabuza has obtained the great sword Same Hada. Kuroto grimaced as he continued to study the contents. This is a bit of a shock, but I suppose it isn't. Kubikaraibasho is in the hands of Baiwajuzo, who is still alive, and Sukazan Fugiki is dead, so Zabuza may have gotten his hands on Same Hada in some way. But what about Hoshigaki Same if Mamakai Zabuza has Same Hada? The preparation time granted to Timaro is already complete, any additional time cannot be given, thus Timaro must race to the land of water, Sandaime explained as Kuroto pondered a few things. I'd like to learn more about Kirigakuer's circumstances, as well as the current Mizukage's position. Take advantage of the coup d'etat and assassinate the Yondaime Mizukage Karatachi Yagura if it is determined that anything is amiss with him, as the rumors imply, and if he is the one cooperating with Akatsuki. Understood Hokage-sama, it must be done, Kuroto said with a nod. Timaro will be acting alone, and given that Kirigakuer is in some sort of alliance with Akatsuki, an encounter with members of Akatsuki or Amatsukami is possible, Sandaime said after a moment's thought. Should it become necessary, you can contact Marino Ibiki and the team under him, and act accordingly as per the situation. And then he passed another scroll with Marino Ibiki's contact information on it. Kuroto accepted the scroll with a nod. All right, now that everything is figured up, set off, Sandaime remarked. Kuroto walked out of the Hokage office with a nod. I wonder what move Amatsukami should make in this, Kuroto mused on his walk to the training field R3. Should I, like Pakura, utilize Mamakai Zabuza as a puppet cage? Or should I hire Terumi Mei for this job? Or is there a third possibility? Kirigakuer is likewise a good country to take control over, therefore Kuroto's feelings towards the country are similar to Madara's and Obito's. The land of water is the smallest of the 5 major nations, consisting of several islands with varying habitats and customs. Because of its isolated location from the rest of the continent, this country tends to stay out of most political matters. Furthermore, the land of water is bordered on all sides by the sea, which has engulfed the land in a dense blanket of mist. The land of water's natural atmosphere also benefits Kirigakuer shinobi in the usage of Sudden-based jutsu as well as specific Kirigakuer assassination jutsu. As a result, taking on the Kiri shinobi at home is a challenging task. The duel between Mamakai Zabuza and Heitake Kakashi in the Land of Waves arc exemplifies this. Kakashi was an elite Jonin class shinobi with the alias Copy Ninja Kakashi at the time in the Naruto narrative, and few people could match his strength. However, when he faced Zabuza of the misty environment, Kakashi fell into a pensive state and nearly perished. Because of their increased combat effectiveness owing to home advantage, Kiri shinobis who have learned Sudden extensively and specialize in silent killing are especially tough to deal with in the misty environment. Kuroto, in fact, understands this better than others. After all, when battling near a water source, his Sujin clone becomes considerably more effective and powerful. As a result, Kuroto intends to make the next Mizukage a puppet who will be loyal to Amatsukami, as this will provide him with numerous benefits. That said, this task may need numerous large fights, and since I am currently unable to employ the full strength of my own body due to a variety of factors, it would be preferable to use Tsukii clone. The Tsukii clone is only second to the original body in terms of strength, and the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon will offer me an unrivaled advantage in fight against the Mizukage, who is a Jinchuriki. Fighting is also the best way to enhance soul body adaptation, so that's one thing, plus I'd like to put Anton, Ashihamamai to the test against Sudden. As he approached the gathering area, Kuroto gave a final nod. You're late, Captain, Akame exclaimed. And he was, of course, late. The reason for this is that Sandaime summoned him immediately before the departure. Don't worry, I'm not that late, Watatsumi replied nonchalantly. It's just 15 minutes past the set hour. Sandaime-sama summoned me for some last-minute briefing. Oh, all right. Akame acknowledged with a nod. Have you all been thoroughly prepared for this mission? Watatsumi inquired of his 4 teammates. Yes, exclaimed the 4 in unison. All right, now that the dust has settled, the Team Aro will embark on its first assignment. Watatsumi expressed his thoughts. Yes, Captain, said the squad. Watatsumi's lead was followed by Akame, Rabbit, Hana, and Weasel, who all nodded. The Team Aro then took a hidden passage out of the village and set off in the direction of the Land of Water. The Team Aro then took a hidden passage out of the village and set off in the direction of the Land of Water. In a gloomy environment where there is little or no light. Where am I? Someone muttered in confusion. What place is this? How did I get here? I wonder how long has it been since I have been here? I can't remember. Where was I before I got here? I can't remember anything, and just who exactly am I? Perhaps I should try to find a way to get out of here and maybe then I will get answers to my questions. But, how should I get out of here? This place doesn't seem to give me any sense of space or direction. Everywhere I look there is only pitch black darkness. I cannot even feel any sense of balance. What is up? What is down? What is left? What is right? What is forward and what is backward? Do these concepts even exist here? Neither is there any sense of time. It feels as if I have been here for eons. At the same time, it also feels that I was here just an instant ago. Yawn. I am feeling tired and sleepy. I should probably sleep. Maybe I will remember something after I wake up. The person fell asleep with these thoughts in mind, and didn't notice the change. The pitch black blackness transformed into pitch purple/violet darkness when the person fell asleep, with a few traces of light and quiet echoes traveling through, similar to what one would hear inside a deep sea. Perhaps if this person hadn't fallen asleep too early, she might have noticed the changes around her, as well as the two pairs of golden eyes that appeared, or perhaps she wouldn't have noticed at all. After all, these alterations might not have happened if she hadn't fallen asleep, and the two pairs of golden eyes might not have appeared if this person hadn't fallen asleep. It won't be long Toyotamahime-sama, the two pairs of eyes close, and just a light murmur can be heard. It won't be long Toyotamahime-sama, taking into account the urgency of the matter. The members of Team RO traveled fast. It wasn't that of a problem considering that each of them had the strength at the level equal or high to that of Takubitsu Jonin, and maintaining this speed they soon reached the eastern coast of the Land of Fire. Pointing at the map spread on the ground before him, Watatsumi said to the four members of Team RO, "Right now we are now at the Land of Whirlpool, and to travel to the Land of Water, we will need to travel through the sea." Rabbit asked, Captain Cough **, which mode of transport should we use to sneak into the Land of Water? Hannah said with a frown, "What do you mean by which mode of transport? We have to cross the sea, so what else can it be other than a boat?" Rabbit said, sorry, I did not phrase my question correctly. I meant to ask, which type of boat should we use? Passenger boats, fisherman boats, merchant ships, or pirate ships? Watatsumi said, "All the passenger boats, fisherman boats, and merchant ships going to the Land of Water will be thoroughly inspected by the Kirigakuer shinobi, and the security will be especially high, so directly using these methods to sneak inside the Land of Water is very risky and will definitely alert the enemy." Akame questioned, "In that case a pirate ship?" Weasel said, "But I have heard rumors that some shinobi of Kirigakuer disguise themselves as pirates and roam all over the sea to keep track of intelligence that normal shinobi miss. Now that you mention it, I have heard these rumors too." Akame nodded, then said, "In that case, which option do you suggest, Captain?" Watatsumi thought a little, and said, "We will start with a normal passenger boat, or maybe a merchant ship, and when we reach closer to the Land of Water, we will change to other methods. Either we will swim to the Land of Water, or maybe we can just row a simple small boat." Akame said after a bit of thinking, "But if we use that option, we will have to abandon the ship at least tens of kilometers before the port in order to not get detected by any sensor nin. Swimming such a large distance would be very dangerous. There is also a possibility of encountering pirates." Watatsumi nodded. "It can get dangerous, yes, but this is our best bet, and don't worry, with my Byakugan keeping track of our surroundings, things will be very easy. I can detect pirates approaching much earlier and thus we can prepare following countermeasures, or avoid them. So, it wouldn't be that much of a problem." "All right." The four nodded and followed. The captain always has the final say, and nobody can oppose that. As so the Team RO disguised themselves as common civilians and traveled to the Land of Water using a simple passenger boat used by the common civilians. At Novel Bin At. 4 days later. On one of the islands of the Land of Water. While studying the map of the Land of Water and determining the route the Team RO should use to sneak inside Kirigakuer, Watatsumi said, "Currently we are on one of the islands that is part of the Land of Water, which means that we have already entered the sphere of influence of Kirigakuer, so everyone will be at their utmost vigilance. We will camp here for the next few hours to adjust ourselves to the environment of Kirigakuer and then venture further inside the Land of Water." "All right." The four nodded and got busy. The four of them are trained shinobi. There was no need for the captain to give further instructions and they started doing all the tasks one by one. Weasel was responsible for setting up traps and alert barriers. Akame took out rations that they will be eating. The rations mostly include dried meat and bread. Rabbit and Hannah were responsible for keeping watch over the surroundings. After everything was arranged, they ate the meal and were now resting. A team of alternating 2 members was responsible for keeping watch over the surroundings. While looking at the sky, Watatsumi murmured, "Today is a moonless night." At this time, a flock of crows appeared in the forest, but there was no cawing, and the crows silently sat on the tree branches, neither alerting anyone nor interfering with anyone. But Watatsumi had a smile when he noticed the flock of crows. "Finally here, huh?" There was no reply, but Watatsumi did not need any reply. He just closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Let's see how it will play out. Half an hour later. Suddenly, the surroundings started to become chilly and the amount of mist in the surroundings slowly increased. The amount of mist is increasing. Although the speed at which the mist increased was very slow, it was instantly noticed by Akame and Rabbit, which meant that the enemy is nearby and they plan to increase the amount of mist in the surroundings and then use it to their advantage. Both Rabbit and Akame looked at each other and instantly devised the plan of action. The rabbit turned himself invisible and took the lead in finding the location of the enemy. Meanwhile, Akame was responsible for passing the message to the other 3 members of the team. Captain, wake up, enemy is nearby. Akame whispered in a low voice to wake up Watatsumi. One whisper was more than enough to wake up Watatsumi, Byakugan, and the first thing he did was to activate his Byakugan to locate the enemy. Meanwhile, Akame also alerted Weasel and Hana. By the time the other 2 were awake, Watatsumi instructed, prepare to fight. We are surrounded by over a dozen Kiri shinobi. Not even a single one should be allowed to escape, as that would be detrimental to our mission. Kill them all except for one, for intelligence extraction. Yes. The 4 nodded and instantly prepared for the fight. Externally they did not let it show on their faces, but internally the 4 can't help but sigh. It hasn't even been a full day since Team Aro has sneaked inside the Land of Water. The infiltration mission to Kirigakure hasn't even started yet, and the whereabouts have already been exposed to the enemy? This is obviously a very blow for them who were performing an S-Class Ambu mission for the first time. Watatsumi just said, act in the teams of 2, Akame and Rabbit, 7 shinobi at 2 o'clock, Weasel and Hana, 5 shinobi at 6 o'clock, I will act alone at 10 o'clock. Now split up and show them hell. Also, don't die on me. After giving them a few words of a pep talk, Watatsumi disappeared from his position with a body flicker. Yes, Captain. The other 2 teams also nodded at each other and went in the direction assigned to them. By now, the cover of mist was very thick and it got to the point where even one couldn't even see anything below his/her neck. But nobody panicked, as they are exceptional shinobi. Akame and Hana were responsible for sensing through the cover of mist. Weasel for some reason can also see through the cover of mist, while Rabbit's invisibility became more of a threat in this thick cover of mist. Not long after, sounds of metal collision, explosion, wind cutting, water crashing, vapor forming could be heard throughout the forest. However, the crows neither panicked nor cawed, but nobody knew that, as these crows were hardly visible in the moonless night covered in mist. At this moment, these crows converged into the shape of a human silhouette and appeared behind Watatsumi, who had just killed the last Kiri shinobi on his side by blasting a mini Rasengan/finger Rasenon in the forehead of this Kiri shinobi. You are here, Itake, Watatsumi said as he inserted his left hand enveloped in chakra inside the brain of the only alive and unconscious Jonin and took out a ball of light from it. What is that ball of light, Kuroto-san? Itake, who was covered in a black cloak, curiously looked at everything Watatsumi was doing, especially at that ball of light in Watatsumi's hand. Watatsumi said, oh, this? It's a memory ball. In simple terms, it's a recording of this shinobi's memories from the moment of his birth to the moment of his death. And I am reading it to gain a complete understanding of Kirigakure's exact situation from this shinobi's point of view. That is a very good and practical jutsu to extract intelligence out of someone, Itake said in appreciation. Watatsumi nodded as the memory ball in his hands faded away. It is. Its only weakness is that it doesn't work on those who are dead. Which means that anyone alive is vulnerable to this jutsu, Itake said while looking at the positive side. Watatsumi nodded, and said, anyway, now that I have gained a good level of understanding of Kirigakure's situation from this shinobi's point of view, let's go and see how the members of Team Aro, including your Karasukage Bushin Crow clone, is doing against the enemy. Itake nodded. His body again split into hundreds of crows, out of which one crow landed on Watatsumi's shoulder while the rest dispersed in the forest. Watatsumi and the crow on his shoulder moved towards, then jumped on top of a tree, silently observing the battle. The whole battle lasted for about 50 minutes and finally ended with the victory of Team Aro. However, the state of the 4 did not seem very good as they incurred some injuries. The most injured is Akame because she acted as bait to draw out enemies for Rabbit to kill, therefore, she was the first target. Aside from various cut wounds, poison is also present in her body, therefore her combat effectiveness is greatly reduced. Fighting is another thing she is having trouble even walking. Then next are Hana and Weasel. Their injuries are also not that simple. On their side was a Jonin leading the team. As such, they also suffered, albeit less than Akame. The one to suffer the least injuries among the 4 is Rabbit. Thanks to his invisibility, he was a difficult target. But considering that his body is weak, therefore he seems to be tired after such a long fight. Since the enemy was defeated, the fog soon cleared up, and Watatsumi alone returned to the group. He had, of course, killed the few escaping Kiri shinobi. Seeing the captain return uninjured, the 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Captain. Watatsumi glanced at everyone's state, then after a bit of mulling he said, there is a change of plan, we will be meeting someone, the 4 of you will be staying in his command for the time being, and I will perform the task alone. There has been a change of plans, Team Ro will be meeting with another Ambu team hiding in the Land of Water, the 4 of you will remain under the leadership of that team's captain, and I will complete the mission on my own. Watatsumi stated to the team's 4 members. Wait, you can't do this, Captain. Akame protested as soon as Watatsumi's voice fell silent. Don't be stubborn, Watatsumi groaned, you can't even stand or walk properly due to your injuries and poisoning, how are you going to complete the mission? These injured Akame tried to respond. Watatsumi, on the other hand, refused to let her finish. Kirigakure is apart from other shinobi villages in that its shinobi are known for their brutality. Apart from the fact that the mission assigned to us by Hokage-sama is not straightforward, the 4 of you will only pull me down with your current injuries. It's better if you all stay under the direction of another Ambu squad while I complete the mission. Akame slumped to the ground, unwilling and disappointed, after hearing Wadetsumai's comments. Both Rabbit and Hana exuded a despondent demeanor. They were pronounced incapable of continuing their mission even before they traveled deeper into the land of water. The mission's risk was regarded so great that they were deemed incapable of continuing? What exactly is the goal of this mission? They haven't yet been briefed what the task entails. Their captain has advised them to learn to let go of things now and again, but it's frustrating. Only Weasel, like the excellent boy he is, was quiet and obedient. Don't be too disappointed, Wadetsumai replied, casting a glance at the battlefield. This is your first S-class Ambu mission, and even if the 4 of you didn't manage to kill all of the Kiri shinobi, as I had intended, each of you survived against them at their home turf, albeit with a few wounds, which isn't a bad start. But the challenge will increase from here on out. There was only one Jonin among the 2 squads the 4 of you confronted, and even he could have escaped if I hadn't caught up to him in time. But that will no longer be the case. None of you performed up to the standards I had hoped, which disappointed me. Wadetsumai did not say exactly, but his message was plain to them. You even let a Jonin almost get away, and I had to clean him up to keep any intelligence from leaking out. However, I will not have time to clean up the mess you leave behind from now on. So please do as I say and stay behind so that you don't drag me down. Was there really only one Jonin among them? Akame whispered doubtfully. This group only had 2 Jonin, one on my side and the other on Weasel and Hana's side. The rest were all regular Chunin or Genin class, Wadetsumai said, nodding. The reason for their superior performance is due to their home advantage and the type of growth they have experienced as shinobi of the Village of the Bloody Mist. The long-running civil war and dangerous environment of the Village of the Bloody Mist may have sapped much of this village's potential, but it has also remarkably honed their surviving shinobi, who must constantly face life and death situations not only against other shinobi but also against themselves. Hearing Wadetsumai's affirmation and recognizing they couldn't continue their task any longer, Akame and the other 3 stopped insisting and nodded. All right. Don't worry, Wadetsumai replied. You will be continuing a few things even under his supervision, and it will also be a diversion for me to sneak inside Kirigakure, so indirectly the 4 of you are still participating in the operation. It's okay, Captain, Hana responded. You don't have to console us. Wadetsumai did not respond, instead waved hand signs to imitate Kage Bushin. Poof, at novel bin at. Since time is of the essence here, my shadow clone will escort the 4 of you to his Ambu team, Wadetsumai remarked, tapping the back of his shadow clone, which created a seal on the clone. Also, if Akame takes this antidote, the poison's effects should be reduced to a bare minimum. Wadetsumai handed the antidote to Akame, who nodded. All right, now that I am leaving, you should also depart, and make sure that the 4 of them securely meet up with Marino Ibiki, Wadetsumai remarked, passing a scroll to his clone. I'll take care of it. The clone nodded and walked out with Akame, Weasel, Hana, and Rabbit to see Marino Ibiki. Good luck, Captain, the 4 members of Team Aro remarked to Wadetsumai before leaving. Wadetsumai nodded, and the 4 of them, along with his clone, left. As the swarm of crows gathered back into Itaki, Wadetsumai removed his mask and inquired, Kuroto-san, why did you not want them to participate in this mission? Itake had delivered Team Aro's formation to one of Kirigakure's shinobi, and Itake had done so on Kuroto's orders, which is why the Team Aro was discovered by Kiri shinobi. The reason for this is that Kuroto did not want any other member of Team Aro to participate in this mission, which is why Itake feels perplexed. Tell me your view, Itake, do you think Team Aro is capable of completing this mission? Kuroto asked. Team Aro is absolutely capable with you in the team, Itake stated, but if your full combat power is not taken into account, I am afraid it will be an almost impossible assignment for Team Aro, given the parameters that must be followed. Infiltrating a shinobi village to specifically assassinate the village's leader without letting a single soul discover oneself is exceedingly tough even for a squad of Sunin, let alone a team of Ambu. Furthermore, there is a strong possibility that the Mizukage is in contact with Akatsuki, so it wouldn't be surprising if Akatsuki members are present in Kirigakure, raising the difficulty of this mission from extremely difficult to impossible, at least for Team Aro, even if they plan to exploit the upcoming coup d'état. Itaki is aware of Kuroto's actual strength, therefore he did not find it weird that Team Aro was given this job, yet, now that he thinks about it, it is strange that Team Aro was given this mission. There is no need to think too much about it, Kuroto stated. The reason Sandaime-sama assigned such a mission for Team Aro is due to the village's scarcity of manpower. He can only hope that Team Aro will be able to exploit the coup d'état. After all, Sandaime-sama is aware of my ability to perform chakra suppression jutsu. So it's not so strange that he's assigned me this mission. Collecting intelligence on Akatsuki and Amatsukami's recent sightings and movements, probable new hideouts, planning Akatsuki's retaliation, protecting the Kuwabai's Jinchuriki, dealing with the reaction of all the shinobi clans, and so on. Don't leave him with a lot of cards to play with. Fortunately, this task was given to you, Kuroto-san. If it had been handed to any other Ambu squad, fulfilling this mission would have been impossible. Itake sighed. My subordinates have the potential to become exceptional shinobi, Kuroto explained, and I don't want them to die young doing something they can't accomplish. I agree, Itaki answered, but now that they're out of the picture, and it's just the two of us, what's the plan? Have you finished all of the directions I provided you? Kuroto inquired. Yes, Itaki said with a nod. Sneak inside Kirigakure following one of the secret routes marked on this map, make yourself a civilian of Kirigakure, since you can also use chakra suppression jutsu, so it wouldn't be that difficult, then observe the state of the village, especially the movements of Mamakai Zabuza, and wait for further order, Kuroto said, passing another scroll from his shinobi bag to Itaki. I understand, Itaki said with a nod. If there is no contact from my side for the next 1 week, and if you meet someone from Akatsuki or if the situation in Kirigakure grows too chaotic, Kuroto said, then you can act accordingly or retreat as per your judgment. All right. Itaki nodded once more. Also, Uchiha Tsukii might come into contact with you, Kuroto added again. Will Tsukii-san be in the cast this time? Itaki inquired since neither he nor Shisui had heard from Uchiha Tsukii after the fight against Shino, and she did not even appear in the combat against Akatsuki, which perplexed them. Due to certain circumstances, I am unable to employ my full strength, so I will delegate this assignment to Tsukii. In the meantime, I have other matters to attend to. Kuroto nodded. All right. Itaki nodded and stopped questioning. Since there are no other questions, so set off, Kuroto stated once everything was apparent. Itaki nodded, and his body transformed into a flock of crows, which swooped away toward Kirigakure. Kuroto also cleaned up the battlefield after Itaki left, before flying in the direction of Anchor Ventian. Kuroto had promptly commanded the Kaze Cage puppet to transfer the Sky Castle from the boundary of Land of Rain to the shore of Land of Water after learning the details of the mission entrusted to him by Sandaime a few days ago, and it did not take him long to arrive at Anchor Ventian. Kuroto-sama. He was received with a bow by the Kaze Cage puppet, Gaara, and Karen when he arrived at the air fortress. It appears that your etiquette education is going quite well, Kuroto observed thoughtfully, looking at the kids bowing politely to him. They exchanged nods. It seems Karen's presence has rapidly helped him get over his father's loss. Kuroto also noticed Gaara's demeanor is considerably more cheery than usual. But, on the other hand, his father didn't really play the role of father for him, so it's not so weird. Anyway, since Kuroto is rarely present at the aerial fortress, it has become their playground. Aside from basic training and academics, the two spend most of their time playing some type of game, which Kuroto, of course, organizes to hone their shinobi talents. For young children, mental training is essential, and the best way to build their interest in them is to use activities that are ultimately fun. At Novel Bin at. Kuroto arrived at his laboratory after a few more brief chats with the two children. He then used Tenseigan Soul Descent to transfer his soul into Tsukii clone as quickly as possible and then fled the air castle after getting clothed. Kirigakure. The figure of a young girl with black hair and ebony eyes, dressed in a wet ragged old grey cloak, tough clothes with bandages underneath, can be seen going through the silent streets of Kirigakure in the low light of early dawn. Her walking speed is very slow, and she appears to stagger every 2 steps as she takes in the views of the village. Kirigakure's environment is extremely different from Konoha's prosperity for a variety of reasons. There are few shops in the village, and the number of customers visiting these shops can be counted on a single hand. The residential area is gloomy, with all the windows shut, and the streets are lonely, but not too lonely, with a few beggars or inebriated guys spotted here and there. A few starving orphan children can also be found wandering the streets. The woman spotted someone surreptitiously glancing at her as she crossed a few streets. Sigh. The woman turned and wandered down a dark alleyway with a helpless sigh. A few seconds later, a group of men appeared on both sides of the passageway, encircling the hapless woman. What do you people want from me? She inquired, her voice weak and terrified, especially after seeing those swords. The one in front of them drew his sword from its sheath and took a step forward. The woman panicked as she sensed the men's danger and staggered a few steps backward. At that point, the ragged fabric covering her face slid down, revealing her stunning look to the men in front of her. Whistle. The man in charge of these soldiers whistled in awe of her beauty and grumbled, such beauty. A wonderful candidate for courtesanship. Heck, she would even be a good fit for becoming a geisha, or even a concubine, if properly educated. Given her beauty, aristocrats would be prepared to pay a high price to spend even a single night with her. It's unfortunate that she appears to be physically crippled. We'll have to make some plans to address that issue, or perhaps we won't. I suppose, given current trends and high-class society's priorities, her impairment could be an advantage as well. Yes, Banshu, one of the goons at his side said. I heard the upper class is into this kind of thing lately, so having her amuse the nobles will be rather beneficial for us. I had expected them to be Kiri shinobi targeting me for being a suspected spy, but I never thought such a circumstance to emerge. I guess women have to deal with these kinds of problems too. The woman said, her face awkward as she realized what these men wanted to use her for. It's no surprise that many of them get violent. It is only natural for someone to become violent if they are considered as nothing more than an object, a potential candidate capable of fulfilling the need of other men, or if they are continually scrutinized by lusty eyes wherever they go. Young girl, your beauty is inhuman, the leader remarked, coughing. It would be a pity to let you die of hunger on the streets, he continued, therefore I am offering you a bargain, and of course, you have no right to refuse it, else a destiny worse than death will await you. Banshu-sama, what's the deal? The woman inquired, her voice tinged with apprehension. Come with me, and I'll help you discover your true worth, the leader offered. True worth. But the woman was about to say something when the Bancho interrupted her. Look, girl, you just have two choices. Either you come with me voluntarily and without resistance, or we break your legs totally and take you with us violently. Which will it be? Your choice. Then, the third option. The woman exclaimed, summoning all her bravery. Huh? What about the third? Didn't you hear what I said? I only gave you two options, there is no third option here. The leader remarked, frowning. I know, that's why I said the third option, the woman responded, nodding. Bancho, aside from being physically crippled, I believe she also appears to have some brain or hearing problems, one of the goons speculated. I believe. But before the Bancho could accept, he overheard Lovely Demon whispering, the third option is to turn around and walk away. Make a U-turn and walk away. Turn around and walk away. All of the thugs' eyes, both those in front and behind the woman, went dark the next minute, and they, too, muttered, turn around and walk away. They then followed instructions, turned around, and went away. The defenseless woman standing in the middle of the lonely dark street had vanished by the time the last of them went away, leaving no evidence of her presence behind. Phew, said someone in a dark alley in Kirigakura at the same time. If my Kage Bushin had battled or killed them, there's a chance I'd have been spotted by other Kirigakura shinobi, but with Genjutsu, things are a lot easier, murmured Tsukii as she encased a Kirigakura Umbu Kunoichi's body in a storage scroll. This Umbu Kunoichi is the younger sister of the Jonin Wadatsumai had killed earlier, and since his memories were retrieved, the sister's identity as a Kirigakura Umbu was also revealed. Using her as obvious, Uchiha Tsukii sent her a message informing her of her brother's injuries. Despite Kunoichi's vigilance, love for her brother won over, and the worried Kunoichi arrived promptly. As a result, she died. With her body imprisoned inside a scroll and her memories read by Tsukii using her eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, Uchiha Tsukii donned the Umbu Kunoichi's garb and used transformation jutsu to transform herself into the Kunoichi. Because this Kunoichi is currently off duty, Tsukii took advantage of the opportunity to visit an izakaya that this Kunoichi frequents when she feels like drinking sake. She went to the second floor and sat at the window, where she could enjoy a good view of the Mizukage building after ordering her usual. She had a strange gleam in her eyes when she looked at the Mizukage building. According to the reports sent to Sandame Hokage by Marino Ibuki's team, a coup d'état in Kirigakura might occur at any time, resulting in a civil war. Tsukii, on the other hand, discovered that the security of the Mizukage building is fairly casual, in contrast to the security of the Hokage office when the Uchiha clan was organizing a coup. Mizukage does not appear to be making any preparations for coping with the coup d'état, based on his relaxed security. If our spies have heard of the coup, it's unthinkable that Obito, with Zetsu's intelligence-gathering powers, are uninformed of such information. Is he planning to leave the Kirigakura? Tsukii pondered, then shook her head. I don't think he'll quit the Kirigakura that easily, especially in light of the fact that, aside from Suna, Konoha, and Kumo, even a Matsukami is on the hunt for Akatsuki. Kirigakura might be more useful to him than it has ever been. So, what exactly does he plan to do? Is there anything he's planning in order to deal with the coup? I'm curious as to what he's thinking right now. Is he planning to leave the Mizukage and Kirigakura? Or does he aim to make a fool of Mamakai Zabuza by taking this occasion to put an end to everyone's notion of a coup d'état? Or does he have a third option in mind? Inside a mansion on the outskirts of Kirigakura, with an ambitious look in his eyes, Mamakai Zabuza sat in the heart of the action, the great sword Samehada behind his back, and he stared at the gathering of minions in front of him. Zabuza has a large following in Kirigakura since he is one of the most accomplished shinobi of his generation and is renowned as the demon of the hidden mist. These loyalists have assembled in this residence under his command and are waiting for detailed instructions. Their number exceeds 60 on a single count, filling the entire room. Tonight is the night when Kirigakura will change. Tonight is the night when we rewrite history. Tonight is the night of revolution. Zabuza declared after calming the unrest of all his followers and saying a few more lines. Yes, Zabuza-sama, we swear upon our Nindo to obey your instruction until the bitter end. We swear to follow you on your quest to change Kirigakura, all the shinobi exclaimed in unison. Zabuza gave a satisfied nod. Yondaime Mizukage, Karatachi Yagura has recently become a thorn in the side of all Kirigakura shinobi, especially since Rokubai's Jinchuriki, Utakata, defected. When the news of Utakata's desertion reached Kirigakura's upper ranks, practically everyone who had previously backed the Yondaime Mizukage despite his brutal deeds, irrational decisions, and unexplained conduct turned against Yagura's leadership. One of the reasons Mamakai Zabuza has the bravery to stage a coup against the Yondaime Mizukage is because of this. Zabuza believes that as long as he raids the Mizukage building and beheads the thorn in the hearts of the Kirigakura shinobi by assassinating the Mizukage, the Elder Council's higher UPS will accept him as the next Mizukage in a matter of time. After all, there aren't many other candidates who are suitable for the role of Mizukage, or at least none who can compete with him right now. Be prepared. It could happen at any time, so spread out in all of your allotted places and act as soon as you get the signal. Zabuza remarked, commandingly. Yes, Zabuza-sama, by your command. All of the shinobi nodded and walked away to their designated locations. Zabuza clutched the handle of same hada hard and gazed in the direction of the Mizukage building now that he was alone. While Zabuza was looking in the direction of the Mizukage building, a mansion across the street had an eye on him. Zabuza, on the other hand, was completely unaware of this eye because the person staring at him was so well veiled. With Zabuza's subordinates dispersed over Kirigakure, the individual spying on Zabuza closed his eyes. Terumime, who was sitting next to him, questioned, "Are you alright, Ao-san?" "Just a little fatigued from overusing Byakugan," Ao said as he staggered a few steps, sweat pouring through his entire body and his breath heavy due to usage of chakra. Although the Byakugan is not as taxing as the Sharingan, it still consumes a lot of chakra for individuals who do not have Hyuga clan DNA. "Take a pause to recover your chakra," Mei said, nodding. The number of shinobi present inside the mansion a few seconds ago equals 60, minus Mamakai Zabuza, Ao stated, taking a few relieved breaths while consuming military ration pills. "According to our intelligence, nearly all of the main subordinates were present, despite the fact that I was unable to hear their exact exchange. However, based on their ardent attitude and actions, I believe they aim to act tonight or, more likely, tomorrow morning." Mei appeared to be deep in contemplation when she heard Ao. Although Mamakai Zabuza's activities are covered and hidden, they cannot be fully hidden from those who are interested. Mei feels that if she has seen these movements, the Mizukage has as well. But here's the thing, Yondaime Mizukage's reaction is entirely inexplicable to her. Yagura doesn't appear to be interested in stopping Zabuza. Is the defense of Mizukage office Sama's still the same as yesterday? Mei inquired after some thought. Basically no changes, Ao sighed, simply 3 Umbu squads on the periphery protecting against the dark, and the bare minimum of guards on the bright side. There have been no modifications in the enchantments since Mamakai Zabuza was in the Umbu, and our Umbu mole has confirmed that Mizukage-sama has not given them any new instructions. That's what's getting me so puzzled, Mei whispered. Is it really conceivable that Mizukage-sama didn't notice Zabuza's activities at all? How long has it been since Mizukage-sama made a public appearance? Ao said, his face sad. I have started to doubt whether the person sitting in the Mizukage-sama's seat is truly him, or someone else. Because, like other cage offices, the Mizukage office is covered in funjutsu, which negates all forms of sensing jutsu. Even the Byakugan in Ao's eye socket is unable to see past the deep funjutsu network. And Ao has a suspicion that the Mizukage in the chair isn't the genuine Mizukage, Karatachi Yagura, but someone else. So, even if the moles claim that the Mizukage-sama spends the majority of his time at the Mizukage office, Ao believes that there must be something wrong with him that causes him to shun any social interaction at Novel Bin Adat. Mei gave Ao a contemplative glance but made no rebuke or comment on his statements. Not only Ao, but all of Kirigakure's sober high-level authorities have begun to feel the same way, questioning Mizukage's every move and command, which is not surprising given that the Mizukage's decisions and orders to the shinobi of Kirigakure village for the past year have been very weird. Why would the Mizukage send an elite squad consisting of Sukazan Fugyuki, Mamakai Zabuza, Hoshigeki Kisame, and Yudakata, the Jinchuriki of Rokubai to support the Akatsuki against the Tri-Alliance? Such action will elicit animosity from 3 major shinobi villages at the same time, but Mizukage did it nonetheless. Did he not consider the consequences? As a result of his actions, not only has Kirigakure's connection with these 3 villages become even more convoluted, but it has also been linked to a group of criminals who have been designated the enemy of the shinobi world. I wonder what the future holds for our village, Mei lamented. What would happen if Zabuza is unable to achieve much, but his acts only serve to incite additional rebellions? What will the response of the Tri-Alliance to Kirigakure's past act of backing Akatsuki? They can't ignore us after what occurred in Omegakure, and I wouldn't be surprised if our village suffers the same fate as Uzushiagakure and the Land of Sky. Even Ao was stumped. Knock. Knock. There was a little knock on the door at this point. Mei-sama, said a voice from the other side of the door after the knock. Come in. Mei replied, calming her emotions. Mei-sama, this is the intelligence report I was instructed to collect, a shinobi dressed in Kirigakure Umbu uniform said as the gate opened and a shinobi dressed in Kirigakure Umbu uniform entered. The Umbu kneeled respectfully in front of Mei and handed her a scroll, saying, Mei-sama, this is the intelligence report I was instructed to collect. Mei accepted the scroll with a nod. Ao stared at Mei, puzzled, as though he didn't understand what intelligence report she had requested from the Umbu. This scroll records the information and list of all the spies who have tried to sneak inside Kirigakure but failed or managed to slip inside Kirigakure but were detected and neutralized in just the previous 1 week, Mei remarked as she studied the information on the scroll. Ao nodded but didn't say anything else since the chilly expression on Mei's face told him everything he needed to know about the situation. Damn it, there are so many of them? It's as if the entire shinobi world is waiting for our home to be engulfed in civil war flames. Her expression conveyed her dissatisfaction. And her dissatisfaction is understandable. The number of spies attempting to infiltrate Kirigakure since the Omegakure Summit War is excessive, and a few teams are neutralized every day. Despite this, there are no signs of a slowdown. These aren't all, right? Ao scowled as he perused the scroll. There are no records of Konoha and Suna shinobi in this list, specifically. At the moment, the Umbu department is not running effectively, intelligence supervision is not up to standards. As a result, we are not able to pinpoint all the spies, so there is a good chance that a few of them have managed to slip through the net, Umbu said with a nod. When Mei and Ao learned that the Umbu department was not functioning effectively, they were not surprised. Because, as he stated, the Kirigakure Umbu department is in a complete state of disarray, with the exception of a few shinobi who still support Yondaime Mizukage. This is one of the reasons why no hunting squad was dispatched to bring Udakata back or to permanently eliminate him as a result of his betrayal of the village. The majority of the other Umbu are either looking for someone to be devoted to or are simply unconcerned about what is going on in the village. Terumi Mei has also enlisted the help of a significant number of Umbu, who have vowed their allegiance to her. And are there any explanation why not a single Suna and Konoha shinobi is discovered? Is it only because they have passed the net, or are there some other reasons? Mei inquired. As for Tsunagakure, the newly appointed Kazekage Pakura of the Scorch doesn't seem to be paying attention here. Up until now, we haven't detected or received intelligence of even a single Suna shinobi attempting to sneak into the land of water, let alone the village. Perhaps they are too preoccupied with their internal affairs following the disappearance of the previous Kazekage and the appointment of the new Kazekage. Although there have been multiple sightings of Suna shinobi in and around the land of hot water, we believe Tsunagakure is focused on finding their missing former Kazekage and has no plans to divert their attention to other villages for the time being. In terms of Konoha, the Cypher Division and the Umbu Shinobi protecting the Cypher Division had a few encounters with a shinobi squad led by Marino Ibiki of Konoha, and there were also reports that a new Umbu squad from Konoha had arrived in the land of water, and a few shinobi had gone to deal with them, but there were no further updates heard from them. The specific members of that squad are not confirmed, but what's surprising is that they aren't aggressively attempting to travel deeper into the country. We don't know for sure what they're up to, but we believe they're looking for information about the Akatsuki organization and their possible hideout in the land of water. The Umbu kept nothing to himself and told everyone what he knew. At least these two villages aren't so adamant, Ao observed with a relaxed sigh, but then again, perhaps they don't expect anything of us anyhow. Sigh, so troublesome, at this pace I will never get to locate a suitable man whom I may marry. Mei let out a pitiful sigh. Only a bitter smile could be seen on Ao's face. Kirigakure's whole life is on the line, yet she wants to find someone decent enough to marry. In an underground passageway leading to the Mizukage building, Hoshigaki Kisame's figure can be seen strolling through the passage. Kisame arrived at a dead end after a while of wandering, but he knew it wasn't the end. Kisame quickly saw through the secret door, pulled it open, and carefully searched inside the chamber. Inside, he observed two shinobi, which astonished him, and his face took on a confused expression. However, Kisame is a seasoned shinobi, so he swiftly covered his astonishment and calmly strolled in, making sure not to lose his vigilance against these two. The two persons inside the room were also aware of Hoshigaki Kisame's presence, but they did not pay him much attention and quickly averted their sight. Kisame was naturally pleased with this, however, he had no intention of indulging these two, and because none of the three made the initiative to talk, the room remained strangely still. Kisame could sense a sense of restlessness in the room while casually reclining against a wall and calmly waiting. The oppression perpetrated by all three individuals was the source of this unrest. Only Mizukage, maybe, is one of the few shinobi in Kirigakure capable of such persecution on him. As a result, Kisame believes that neither of the two is a simple person, and he can't help but wonder who these two are. He appears to be a Kagaya clan shinobi based on his hairdo, but wasn't the Kagaya clan wiped out a few years ago? And as for the other person, I can't seem to figure out who he is, but why do I have the impression that he can see right through me? Is it a genjutsu? Because the two people on the opposite side were dressed in Kirigakure Umbu uniforms and masks, it was impossible to even for Kisame to figure out their true identities. Their strength is at least on par with. As Kisame was racking his brain, the sound of footsteps from the opposite side of the corridor abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Soon after, a slender and little figure emerged out of the passage, wielding a club with unevenly sized hooks and a green flower on the large end. Mizukage-sama. This person was respectfully greeted by the three persons, including Kisame. This individual is none other than Karitachi Yagura, Kirigakure's Yondaime Mizukage, who hasn't been seen in public since returning from the second Gakage summit. Shinoik Mijita, spying on your superiors is not a very pleasant activity, Yagura stated coldly as he looked at the three persons with his pupilless pink eyes that seemed lifeless and boring. However, Shinoik Mijita, a shinobi, was unfazed, and he quickly pulled his Umbu sword and sharply questioned, "You are not Mizukage. Who are you? Don't be so worried, even if you use all your strength, you won't be able to do much to me," Yagura remarked. "I had a question for you, who are you?" Mijita was still unconcerned, so he inquired again, the reason being that when he heard a footfall, he subconsciously activated his Katsuri Yugan and cast a gaze in the direction of the approaching individual. And Mijita was taken aback when he discovered that the Mizukage's head is filled with a foreign chakra that isn't Sanbai's chakra, but rather someone else's. When Mijita saw this, he immediately understood Mizukage was being manipulated by someone. The other Umbu in the room were alert when they heard Mijita's words, but Kisame didn't seem to have changed. The opposing Mizukage, on the other hand, was completely unresponsive to them, making the two nervous. Giggle. Surprise. A chuckle came from behind Mizukage, and then a figure in a spiraling orange mask and Akatsuki cloak leaped out of the shadow. "Did I scare you all? Didn't I scare you all?" Ha, I had intended to creep out of the shadows and scare all of you, but it appears that I am unable to conceal from Katsuri Yugan's perceptive powers, and you have an unpleasant pair of dojutsu Mijita-san. Toby said, sarcastically depressed. Akatsuki? Yondaime Mizukage was discovered to be under the grip of the Akatsuki organization. No wonder Mizukage's behaviors have been so illogical, Mijita mumbled. Now everything makes sense, so you are Toby, is that correct? Yes, my name is Toby, Toby acknowledged with a nod. Kisame had a serious expression on his face as he looked at Toby, recalling his talk with that man a few days before. Flashback. To think you have the visual prowess to manipulate the Yondaime, who is Sanbai's Jinchuriki, Kisame exclaimed, stunned. You're not your average Uchiha. You're not Uchiha Shinichi or Uchiha Shisui, and I'm stumped as to who else might have such visual prowess, so who precisely are you? Are you the Amatsukami's fabled Homusubi? Do not confuse me with people who are nothing more than children, because I am. Uchiha Madara, proclaimed the masked Madara. Uchiha, Madara. Kisame muttered with surprise. Flashback end. So this person Toby is the subordinate Madara-sama was talking about. Kisame pondered as he looked at Toby wearing the Akatsuki cloak. And since Mijita believes Toby is in charge of Mizukage-sama, does that indicate Madara-sama has already departed Kirigakure and handed over authority to Toby as he stated? Does this imply that Toby has Sharingan as well, or does he have some other means? I'm curious. So, you're Akatsuki's notorious Toby. Can we infer that you, rather than Mizukage, summoned us here? The Kagaya clan shinobi inquired. That's correct, Toby said with a nod. Toby summoned you three here, Takashi-san. And what brought the three of us here? It couldn't merely be to disclose Mizukage's status as a puppet, could it? Mijita inquired. Not fully, Toby responded, but it was one of the goals. Since both Mijita-san and Takashi-san both know that the Mizukage has been under Akatsuki's influence, you must both comprehend that Akatsuki is the reason you are all still alive. Shinoik Mijita, you were saved and rehabilitated from the brink of death to be in the excellent condition that you are today, able to walk, talk, and even raise your sword at your rescuer. It's past time for you to pay off your debts to Kirigakure Umbu instead of playing these juvenile games. Do you recall what those words were? I remember each and every word of mine, Mijita said, nodding. I was perplexed when I was requested to serve in the Kirigakure Umbu during my recovery period, and I was never told why. However, it makes no difference. Because it was Akatsuki who rescued me from the Valley of Hell's hellhole. As per my commitment to my savior, I will serve the organization to the best of my abilities. Clap. Clap. I understand, Kagaya Takashi said. What do you want from me? I want you to work for the Akatsuki, says the narrator. Your clan is already extinct. You are the last survivor of the Kagaya clan, Toby stated flatly, so why not pursue something significant, like striving for a better world, for world peace? Besides, the Kagaya clan has an insatiable appetite for conflicts, and working for the Akatsuki will satisfy that appetite admirably. If you're in charge of Mizukage, you must know everything there is to know about me, Takashi stated. Do not worry, Toby said, nodding. Akatsuki will find a way. If that's the case, then so be it, Takashi said with a nod. In any case, I didn't feel very attached to this community. At novel bin at. Also, Shinoik Mijita and Kagaya Takashi are extremely valuable, being the last few remaining members of the Shinoik and Kagaya clans. They are both quite young, just in their 20s, and thus both have the potential to become tremendous powerhouses in the future. They are an excellent complement to the Akatsuki's battle power. I'm delighted you both made the correct decision. Toby gave a grateful nod. So, now that everything is out of the way, how do you want to deal with the coup d'etat? Kisame inquired. Giggle, Toby giggled again. Oh yeah, we've decided to teach the entire Kirigakure a good enough lesson that they'll never forget. This will pluck the bud from the root, and then our organization will take control of the town to prepare the next steps. And what about Mamakai Zabuza? Kisame inquired again. Do you plan to bring him into the organization as well? No, the leader isn't interested in him, Toby said, shaking his head. Mamakai Zabuza thinks too highly of himself when his strength isn't even that of an elite jonin, so we've chosen to make an example of him that other Kirigakure shinobi will remember forever. Mamakai Zabuza, according to Toby, falls into the type of person whose ambitions greatly exceed their actual strength, and as a result, they will never be able to achieve their goals. As a result, such morons are not needed in the organization. Takashi and Mijita remained silent, but Kisame smirked and said, if that is the case, I believe I will take the great sword Samehada for myself. Toby, understandably, had no reservations and said, if you can take it from him, then it's yours to keep. Kisame nodded, his grin deepened, and he remained silent. As night fell, the temperature dropped, and the mist that blanketed the settlement increased. The village was unusually quiet at the time, with every shop closed, lights turned out, windows carefully sealed, and not a single pedestrian, beggar, or animal visible. Over time, it appeared that every soul in this community had vanished, leaving nothing but an empty town and the insects behind. However, this seclusion and silence appeared to be the calm before the storm. Whoosh! Suddenly a shadow appeared to pass through the top of one of the many dwellings. Whoosh whoosh! Two more shadows passed through after the one in the foreground. Whoosh 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 whoosh! Many shadows could be seen going through one after the other. These shadows are traveling at breakneck speed, and some of them appear to be cutting through the dense mist without making a peep, indicating that they are well versed in silent killing. Their aim, based on their movement, is clearly the village's center, the Mizukage building. Damn it, they really went for it. Kill them all, not a single one of them should live. These words shattered the peaceful night and seemed to indicate the start of a full-scale battle. Several iron symphonies of metal collision, water crashing noise, screaming ninjutsu noises, the sound of explosions, walls crumbling, and houses collapsing, as well as people's heartbreaking screams, could be heard amidst the combat zones all around Kirigakure over the next few seconds. Has it truly come to this? This was the only thought on the minds of some Kirigakure shinobi who still owed their village devotion and were willing to die for it. Block 4, Block 7, Choo-Choo, Block A in the east, Block J in the south, gulp, Tsukii mumbled. Block 9 on the western end, these are the primary spots where the fighting has started. Tsukii is sitting on the top of a home, dangling her legs from side to side and eating dango dumplings carelessly. Despite her casual demeanor, her body is difficult to discern in the dark due to her chakra converging to the bare minimum, as well as her current clothes. She is dressed in a black kunoichi battle outfit beneath a short black cloak, rather than her home Uzubi disguise. A black crow-beaked mask and a pair of twin double-edged blades named Oto and Kogarashi were fastened on each side of her waist. Overall, the present her may be described as woman in black. Despite her easygoing demeanor, she is paying close attention to everything going on in Kirigakure. The mist didn't obstruct her eyesight because, like Itaki, she has eyes that can see through the mist. Have you discovered Mama Kaizabu's location? Tsukii inquired of the crow on her side, to which the crow replied, yes, Tsukii-san, but he doesn't appear to have any intention of presenting himself too soon. That's understandable, if he reveals himself too soon, this coup may fail. Tsukii said, then added after a pause, and did you manage to track the other one I requested you to? Terumi clan's kunoichi named Mei. Yes, she is directing subordinates to resist Mama Kaizabu's followers, while a few other shinobi under her leadership are assisting in the evacuation of village people, Itaki acknowledged. All right, keep an eye on both Mama Kaizabu and Terumi Mei, Tsukii stated after a moment's thought. There's no need to reveal yourself to any of them, and there's no need to intervene in any of their battles or whatever they're doing. I'm curious to see what the two of them can do. Which of the two candidates is more suited to be the next Mizukage? Itaki nodded, okay, after a little pause. Also, did you manage to track Hoshigaki Kisame? Tsukii inquired. No, he hasn't made himself known until now, and no one appears to know where he is. Is it possible that he isn't in Kirigakure? Itaki stated. Is that correct? Okay, there's no need to pay special attention to him. If you do find him, keep an eye on him for a while. If you don't, there's no problem, it doesn't matter. Tsukii said, then pondered, I hope to bring Hoshigaki Kisame into a Matsukami since he is a trustworthy person, but it seemed unlikely today. Perhaps Obito has already recruited him into Akatsuki? And if he has, I don't think anything less than Kota Amatsukami will be able to change his mind. Forget it. Tsukii abandoned her strategy and returned her attention to the different battles taking place across Kirigakure. Munch munch chew, chew, chew. Apart from shinobi battling and citizens being evacuated, there are signs of robberies in abandoned houses, closed shops, and kidnappings of young children and women. Tsukii didn't need to know who was responsible for the kidnapping of infants and women because they were the same individuals who had tried their luck on her, but to be absolutely honest, Tsukii couldn't care less. Her gaze was drawn to the Mizukage building in the distance, where she was waiting for the uproar to grow large enough for her to use it for the purpose she had devised. The perfect moment presented itself when she had finished eating the final dango. It's time. Tsukii mumbled as she stuffed the pointed needles containing the dango inside her shinobi bag, wore the crow-beaked mask over her face, and vanished from her position in an instant. Itaki on the roof also extended his crow wings and flew away once Tsukii had gone. Tsukii, on the other hand, avoided all of the battlefields after disappearing from that roof, and quietly crept inside the Mizukage building without being noticed. Damn it, someone's already gotten to dash? Plop. One of the Kiri ninjas protecting this area suddenly detected a shadow in front of him and decided to act, but before he could do anything, a dagger entered his chest, causing his cries to come to an abrupt halt, and he fell lifeless to the ground. Withdrawing the dagger and wiping the blood from the blade, Tsukii wondered aloud, how come the perimeter defense is so weak? What is Obito's true intention? Tsukii proceeded deeper inside the Mizukage structure, towards her goal, and soon she had examined the entire building, but there was no evidence of Mizukage or Obito, leaving Tsukii to question, is it possible that Obito has already left Kirigakure and taken Karatachi Yagura with him? Or has he not left but has something else planned? There's still the underground floor, Tsukii reasoned and went to the Mizukage building's lowest level to look for indications of the two on the basement floor. There are a few underground floors of the Mizukage building, according to the information taken from the Umbu that Tsukii dealt with a few days ago. Even the Umbu Kunoichi had no idea what was held there, but perhaps the Mizukage and Obito were there? However, where is the entry to the underground floor? It appears that the entrance is hidden, not that it matters. Tsukii mumbled and activated her eternal Mangekyou Shurinon, and she found the underground floor's secret door almost instantly. Tsukii entered the underground floor after opening the secret entrance. She searched the basement corridors for any sign of Mizukage or Obito. She examined the first 2 floors of the basement level and found nothing save a few disposable umbu there. Then she moved to the 3rd floor and searched and discovered almost nothing until she got to a passageway on the deepest section of this level. A group of shinobi stood at the end of the corridor, guarding a solitary room. What are the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8? A solitary room guarded by 8 shinobi? And all of this while a civil war is happening outside? Are Obito and Mizukage on the premises? He couldn't be there. After all, there are so many shinobi on watch here that I don't imagine he'd risk exposing himself to individuals he doesn't trust. There has to be something else inside, Tsukii concluded as she stared at the 8 shinobi. Tsukii's eyes gleamed with a ferocious brightness. Since I couldn't find the Mizukage, I figured I'd take advantage of the situation. Genjutsu, Kokuangayo no Jutsu. Genjutsu, Kokuangayo no Jutsu. Genjutsu, Jutsu of Infinite Darkness. At novel bin at. The 8 shinobi's eyesight was instantly filled with hallucinogenic blackness, and they could only see black. Tsukii raced out and began reaping their lives as soon as everyone's eyes were darkened. What is this? Puff. Plop. It went dark all of a sudden. Puff. Plop. What's going on? Hey, someone, answer me. What's going on? Puff. Plop. 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 Tsukii slashed the throats of the 8 shinobi one by one, causing them to fall motionless to the ground. Tsukii's gaze focused on the gate in front of her after solving 8 genin-level guardians. Some form of funjutsu was carved on the gate. The structure of the seal was rather intricate, and Tsukii didn't expect Kirigakuer to be able to deploy it. It appears that even if the other great shinobi villages do not have the Uzumaki clan's legacy, they have left no stone unturned in their exploration of funjutsu. Tsukii reflected as she began researching the seal's construction to breach it. It took her less than 30 seconds to figure out the solution and break the seal. Click. The gate opened with a loud click, and Tsukii eagerly walked in. She's hoping for something spectacular, perhaps all of Kirigakuer ninjutsu? Or even a large sum of money, gold, silver, or other valuables must be present, or maybe something better. Kirigakuer's treasure house should, after all, hold a significant amount of money as one of the 5 famous shinobi villages. Tsukii, on the other hand, has little hope, considering the plight of the town and the fact that Obito is actually exploiting it. Tsukii entered the room with this optimism in her heart, but it appears that she hoped too much. Is this just a storage facility for weapons? Sigh, what more can I expect from a shinobi village whose cage has been reduced to a puppet in the hands of a mercenary organization's leader, mumbled Tsukii, disappointed. Perhaps Obito stole all the money and other resources? Isn't this the only possibility? That jerk, I'm going to murder him when I find him. Tsukii cursed quietly, someone who was startled by the unexpected sneeze and couldn't help but wonder, is Kakashi still at my grave? It's not like that'll make a difference. Anyway, let's return to Tsukii. But now that I've come here, certainly I won't go without taking something from here, right? Tsukii made the decision and entered the collection library, inspecting the items held there. A big collection of swords may be seen in this room. Rows and rows of swords are placed on the racks, but Tsukii can tell from a single glance that, except for a handful that is decent, the rest are of considerably inferior quality than her Kusanagi sword, the 2 pairs of dagger Oto and Kogarashi, or her katana Shode Kaititsu. So, without paying any interest on these lesser things, Tsukii continued to scrutinize, hoping to find anything useful, until she reached the farthest reaches of the room, where her gaze fell on the rack. Is that one of the missed 7 swordsman's swords? Tsukii killed the 8 guards outside the collection library's gate. A whirling vortex developed, and Obito, disguised as Tobi, emerged from it. Tsukii didn't aware one of the 8 genins was a parasite Zetsu clone who utilized Narikawari no Jutsu when she slaughtered them, substitution Jutsu. And when Tsukii murdered it, the information about an intruder inside the Mizukage building was passed on to the original Zetsu, who informed Obito, who was prepared to carry out his Kirigakuer annihilation plan. Normally, Obito would be unconcerned with a couple of invaders, but because the seal on this gate was personally put by him, and because there is still time before the plan begins, Obito decided to investigate the matter. Who knows, maybe I'll uncover something interesting. Obito arrived here with this thought. When Obito noticed that there was an intruder inside the collection library, he quietly walked inside the wall and quietly observed the invader. Who is she, exactly? And what he saw was a woman dressed in black with a crow mask on her face putting out her hand to take the remaining 2 swords left. Is she after that sword? He wondered as he sank under the dirt, only to emerge the next instant and extend out his hand to the woman's back. The display stand in front of her is highly unique, and Tsukii can tell it's the stand for the 7 swords of the mist. Some of the greatest ninja swords are known across the shinobi world, stand based on the number of grooves and their shapes. However, only one of the 6 grooves now has a sword, which is Hiramekarei, while the other 6 remain empty. Hiramekarei is here, Kubikaribasho is in the hands of Baiwajuzo, and if the intelligence is correct, Same Hada is most likely in the hands of Mamakai Zabuza. Kiba is in the hands of Kurosakirega, who has most likely defected Kirigakuer, but what about Shibuki, Nuiberi, and Kabutori? Tsukii pondered, are they truly missing, as reported, or are they being kept hidden by someone? The 7 swords of mist have been passed down through the generations in Kirigakure, but after the end of the last shinobi war, when the 7 swordsmen of Kirigakure came face to face with Might Do, who fought all 7 of them at once using the Hachimen Tanko no Jin, 8 inner gates formation, 4 of the 7 swordsmen died, which is likely the cause of the 3 swords disappearance. Well, I suppose I want to see what Hiramekare can do. It can store chakra and output it in various shapes, among other things, so I think it's a good sword if its awful shape is ignored, Tsukii reasoned as she raised her hand to pick up Hiramekare. But just as she was about to grasp Hiramekare's hilt, her hair tingled and her heart shivered as she felt a sudden threat. Huh? Is it coming from this blade that my senses are screaming of danger? No, that's not conceivable. This sword isn't sentient like the same Hada, which can only mean, Tsukii had obviously felt a sudden sucking force coming from behind her by the time she understood it. Is it Kamui? Tsukii noticed this right away and tried to flee, but she felt her body go numb, and her reflexes were also impacted, so she couldn't go. Damn, she exclaimed. Kamui is a space-time jutsu capable of distorting space. When someone is subjected to its effects, their body becomes numb owing to spatial distortions, resulting in a lethargic feeling that is impossible to resist. As a result, it is extremely difficult to react when Kamui begins to act on them. This is also one of the reasons why fighting Kamui is so tough. Only shinobi as quick and reflexive as Namikaze Minato, who is already accustomed to spatial distortions, can do so. Because even if there is no numbness or pain, a sudden dread of the strangeness generates unintended panic and a delay in reaction time, rendering people unable to react. Tsukii is in a similar predicament right now. Normal people would die in this situation, but Tsukii understands Kamui's mechanism, so she calmed down and activated her eternal Mangekyou Shurinan right away. Although it is difficult to make hand and body movements due to the numbness created by the spatial distortion, it is a different story when dojutsu is utilized, which does not require hand seals. Susanoo. An arm erupted out of the Susanoo, and from it, a golden chakra blade extended outward, piercing through Obito, who was attempting to draw Tsukii into the Kamui space at novel bin at. Whoosh! What? Obito was taken aback by the abrupt turn of events. Obito felt his sneak attack was successful because the woman was unable to react and was about to be swallowed by the spatial whirl. Nevertheless, he did not expect such a drastic change to occur, even if he is used to the hazards of the shinobi world. He's also putting his hand on the woman's back, therefore his hand isn't in the Kamui dimension right now. The strike was so quick that Obito hardly had time to react and could only adjust his weight a little to avoid having his head sliced off. However, because his hand was entangled in Susanoo's ribs, it was cleft away from his body and could not completely evade the golden chakra sword. Arg! Obito gripped his shoulder and sprang backward the next instant, blood splattered. Plop! His shoulder dripped whitey fluid on the ground. Drip. That was risky. I thought I was going to die. Tsukii exhaled deeply and slowly turned around, her gaze falling on the split arm that lay on the ground, before turning to face Obito, who stood not far away. Damn it, I missed it, huh? Tsukii grumbled to herself as she channeled more energy into Susanoo. Her Susanoo was likewise improving with each passing second, progressing from a simple ribcage Susanoo to a half-body Susanoo that firmly protected her. Susanoo. Obito continued, a bewildered expression on his face. Woman, are you a kunoichi of the Uchiha clan? Obito had no idea the girl attempting to take the Hiramekare was a kunoichi from the Uchiha clan, let alone that she possessed Mangekyou Shurinan and could use Susanoo. Wait, Susanoo. And the color in the intelligence is the same. No, you're a Matsukami's Homusubi. Obito grumbled as he realized what had happened. Because the Mangekyou Shurinan is not sold in a street shop and not available to just about anybody, and because no two users can have the same chakra color, it didn't take Obito long to figure out that the woman in front of him is indeed Homusubi. I am surprised when the legendary Homusubi turned out to be a woman. I had not expected this. Obito grinned. What's the big deal? Tsukii questioned. Does it make a difference if I'm a man or a woman? Tsukii snorted in annoyance, but the severity of her tone made it sound more like a provocation than an annoyance. I suppose you are accurate. It makes no difference whether you are a man or a woman. What matters is that you are a member of a Matsukami, and I am a member of Akatsuki. Thus, because you have personally come here, I believe I will kill you and steal your eyes. Obito responded, amused, that he would not pass up such an occasion. Obito doesn't care about getting Homusubi's eyes. What matters to him is getting intelligence on a Matsukami, and now that Homusubi has materialized in front of him, and she appears to be the only member of a Matsukami nearby, it's only natural for him to take advantage of this circumstance. Tsukii stamped on Obito's split arm and asked, arrogantly, but the question is, can you accomplish it? Obito said, tilting his head to the side. I'll let you know when I'm finished with you. And the next thing he knew, he was sprinting towards Tsukii at full speed. Tsukii wouldn't dare to be reckless in front of Obito. Her eyes were constantly rotating, collecting Obito's every action. Tsukii's advantage is that she understands Kamui very well. However, because she understands Kamui so well, she also recognizes that Kamui is a very deadly dojutsu. Obito's speed was incredible, and he stood in front of Tsukii in the blink of an eye. However, when Obito noticed that Tsukii's stance remained the same, Obito realized he needed to employ more than simply Kamui. Kunao? Huish 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 huish. One after the other, kunao emerged out of the hole in Obito's swirl mask, each with an exploding tag attached to it. Boom boom, 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 boom. When the dust settled after the kunao collided with the Susanoo, it revealed an undamaged Susanoo with Obito still heading towards Tsukii. TCH. Didn't work at all, did it? Obito irritatedly clicked his tongue. Yup, that's not going to work, and neither is this. Tsukii said as she jumped skyward. The next moment, another Obito came from the ground underneath her, but, because Tsukii was in midair, this second Obito was unable to exploit Susanoo's half-body vulnerability. Now, give it a shot. She murmured, extending 2 chakra swords from her Susanoo, one going towards the Obito who had appeared out of the earth, the other rushing towards the Obito who was standing on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, poof. The one on the opposite side exploded, while the one that appeared out of the ground turned intangible, allowing the chakra blade to pass through him and jump backward once more. It's pointless, Obito declared. We'll have a look at it. Tsukii wondered aloud, how can I compel him into tangibility? The kunao thrown by Tsukii passed right through him. It did not even touch him but caused a large explosion on the other side of the room. Although this meaningless resistance was in vain, however, Tsukii continued, the reason being that Tsukii wants to cover the area behind Obito's back in smoke such that Obito does not notice what is behind him. And Tsukii's plan was working. Obito did not care about the meaningless struggle. He kept walking forward step by step. He was rather amused at this meaningless resistance and knew that Homusubi wouldn't be able to continue this much longer. With a chuckle he asked, why struggle in such an unsightly manner? Why not accept your fate already? You know that you have no hope of winning. If you choose to surrender and divulge all the information about a Matsukami on your own accord, I can think about letting you live. Tsukii snorted coldly, dream on. As if I would betray a Matsukami to the likes of you. At novel bin at. Obito said, you sure are a stubborn one, aren't you? Think whatever you please, Tsukii said as she threw another pair of shuriken. Sigh, and here I thought that you would be a bit more smart. Well, I suppose that despite all your idiocy, your tenacity is at least commendable. If only you had more brain, you would have been a real threat, Obito said and lifted his only hand. By now Tsukii's back was already against the wall, and her ragged breathing showed that she was extremely nervous about what's about to come. She had one kunao in her hand and it was the last one. Aside from this there are no more weapons in her arsenal, and she was waving this kunao towards Obito as an instinctual counterattack. Slash. The hand waving the kunao phased through Obito, but it still did not do any damage, and just when Tsukii was about to wave the kunao again her wrist was held by Obito. Using this opportunity when Obito is no longer intangible, Tsukii wanted to use her knee to smash Obito's family jewels as the pain in the balls is the greatest pain, but it seemed that Obito saw through her attempt and used his own knee to block that damage. TCH. And here I thought that I could have killed you by smashing them. Tsukii cursed in annoyance. Nice try, said Obito with a chuckle, then continued with a gloomy tone, but this is where it all ends. Instantly a tree vine extended out of his sleeve and coiled around Tsukii's arm. Vines also grew from the ground and started to coil around Tsukii's both legs, restricting her movements. They became stronger and tighter, to such an extent that Tsukii couldn't break these vines even if she used all her strength. Let go of me, you brute. Tsukii cursed in an embarrassed tone. I'll think about what to do with you after the matter here is settled, but I guess I want to at least see your face. An Uchiha Kunoichi who has awakened the Mangekyo Sharinon. I am curious as to who exactly are you, said Obito as he reached out for Tsukii's crow-beaked mask. No, you can't. Please, you can't see my face. Please, don't. Exclaimed Tsukii in a panic. Obito said with a chuckle, oh, resisting to show your face to such an extent? Now I am more curious, who exactly is Homusubi? Tsukii shook her head. Please don't, haven't you heard that curiosity kills a cat? Fear not, this cat is hard to kill, said Obito and started removing the mask. Please, don't. Exclaimed Tsukii in a panicked voice and tried not to let Obito take off her mask. Damn right, do it Obito, take off my mask, this is the moment I have been waiting for. The moment you see my face, you will be overwhelmed emotionally, and that would be the moment you will show weakness, and I am going to use that weakness, thought Tsukii as she prepared herself for the counterattack. This was the moment. Obito removed the mask. Let's see, you are. However, his words came to a sudden halt and he couldn't continue any further. This is because the face he saw is not something he can ever forget in his life. Straight brown hair up to chin-length bob that frames her face, those kind brown eyes, 2 rectangular purple marking on either side of her cheek for extra cuteness. This woman is none other than Rin. In shock, Obito staggered a few steps backward. Fear, nervousness, denial, hope, all kinds of emotions erratically raged inside his mind. Rin, repeated Obito again. Rin, how but? I saw Rin? No, how? No, it's a genjutsu. No, it's not a genjutsu. But how? How is it possible? No, it's a genjutsu. It has to be. No, it isn't, but it has to be. But, how can she? No. Alive? She is dead. Yes, I saw her. Dead alive, alive dead. No, killed by Kakashi. No, how can she be alive? She died. Kakashi. Rin, is it possible? No, I saw her. Dead. No, was all he could mutter. There was a significant change in his ocular power but he didn't realize all these things because of his unstable emotional state. His emotional state was so erratic that both his Sharingan were spinning too rapidly. Even the normal 3-Tomo Sharingan in his other eye that isn't his was spinning as if the very next moment it will evolve into a Mangekyo Sharingan. In fact, even his intangibility was deactivated and he clutched his head in panic. Slash! It was at this moment a chakra blade was slashed using Hiramekare behind his back and it chopped off the head of his torso, killing him effectively. Amaterasu? The very next moment, black flames appeared all over his torso, burning his torso entirely. And with this Uchiha Obito died. Tsukii-san, are you alright? Itachi, who long since emerged behind Obito but was concealing himself by suppressing his chakra, now asked Tsukii, whose face transformed back into her. Tsukii nodded. I am alright. Tsukii said and broke the tree branches very easily. Itachi nodded and looked at Obito's head, but still, I never expected that he would be an Uchiha too, not to mention Uchiha Obito whose Sharingan is with Kakashi-san. Tsukii said nothing and plucked out a new pair of Mangekyo Sharingan out of Obito's eyes and sealed it inside a small nutrition tank to keep them fresh. Then she extracted all the intelligence from Obito's memories where Akatsuki's current base is, and after doing so she burned his head to nothingness. Uchiha Obito was now gone permanently. And from Obito's memories, Tsukii was sure that Nagato has still not recovered from the Hashirama cell transplantation, so this is the best opportunity to kill Nagato and the rest of the Akatsuki too. So without wasting even a single second she explained everything to Itachi, and the two together left Kirigakure without caring about the ongoing civil war in Kirigakure that would ultimately destroy this village. After leaving Kirigakure, the two secretly passed the information to the top brass of all the villages and then together with Amatsukami destroyed Akatsuki down for good. Nagato's Rinnegan was also taken by Kuroto. Nobody was able to oppose that, given that his strength is now the strongest. Zetsu was the only one left, but he too was sealed inside a small moon created by Yama. Obito dead, Nagato dead, Zetsu sealed, and with no one to revive Madara anymore, Akatsuki was finished. No one to collect Baijuyu anymore. With this Amatsukami also disappeared, and the shinobi world was at peace. At some point in time, Kuroto secretly found the lake to the moon. There he with his superior strength subdued Tonari and also gained the giant Tenseigan with which now he was unbeatable in the entire shinobi world. And then in the next few years, he secretly completed the next few clones and secretly assimilated them into himself, and secretly became the strongest being on this planet, even secretly stronger than Kagaya and Rakudo Sennin. Then he also married Yui, who had also awakened God's Eye upon eating the chakra pills Kuroto made from the Otsutsuki members who at some point came to Earth and were mercilessly slaughtered by Kuroto. There was even a very big battle against Otsutsuki Ishaiki, but that too resulted in Kuroto's win. With nothing more left in this shinobi world, Kuroto and Yui now traveled to different planets and absorbed natural energy from them in the form of chakra fruits, to become stronger and stronger. There were also some cosmic wars against the Otsutsuki clan, but that too lost against the might of the greatest shinobi in the world.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.